Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Izumi became the Emerald Dragon. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. On top of a mountain in the heart of a forest, a young boy named Kota Izumi gazes up at the smirking figure of a villain named Muscular, the man responsible for the death of Kota's parents. Tears well in Kota's eyes as he watches Muscular, who seems particularly intrigued by a stalagmite near the entrance of a cave. Muscular knocks on the stalagmite, a surprising sound echoing from it. He muses about its appearance, noting the gold-like color and the peculiar green parts. The villain imagines the wealth he could gain from selling it, contemplating how he could turn a town into his own personal playground. As he speaks, Muscular activates his quirk, his muscles bulging and expanding, making him several sizes larger. He grips the top of the stalagmite and kicks at its base, the impact resonating through the cliff and deep into the cave, where a predator's fury begins to stir. Eventually, Muscular breaks the stalagmite, grunting as he lowers it to the ground. He wipes the sweat from his brow and notices that Kota has been using his quirk to coat him in water. Muscular scowls, annoyed by the boy's interference. He warns Kota to back off, his bloodlust evident as he flexes his quirk. Kota, fueled by rage, directs his weak water blasts at the villain's artificial eye, causing Muscular to cover it in irritation. Kota's emotions boil over as he confronts Muscular, accusing him of killing his parents, the water hose heroes, and breaking their promise to return. Muscular's scowl shifts to a smirk as he reveals that he is more than happy to reunite with Kota's parents in the afterlife, stepping closer and instilling fear in the boy. Their confrontation is interrupted by a voice filled with barely restrained fury echoing from the cave, demanding to know who broke their creation. Muscular turns, surprised to see a shadowed figure pointing at the stalagmite. He laughs, claiming it for himself and threatening the figure. As Muscular lunges forward, a glint of excitement in his eyes, the shadowed figure swiftly dispatches him, holding his severed head by the hair. They turn to Kota, who shakes his head in fear, insisting he was not with Muscular. The shadowed figure, their claws glinting, examines the stalagmite they had crafted during a moment of boredom. They decide to repair it, picking it up with ease and using a small stream of fire to soften the gold, carefully placing it back together and smoothing the edges. They instruct Kota to keep it standing and not to use water to cool it. Turning to the cave, they call out for someone named Unicorn, promising to return soon with souvenirs. Kota watches, still trembling as the figure growls, baring sharp teeth and declaring that no one will touch their belongings. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Todoroki evade another attack from a villain, narrowly avoiding being skewered. Bakugo expresses his frustration, determined to take action, while Todoroki cautions against making the situation worse. Suddenly, a large creature bursts from the trees, knocking them aside as it chases one of their classmates. Shoji breathes a sigh of relief upon spotting Bakugo and Todoroki, urging them to act quickly. They spring into action, Todoroki igniting his flames for a brief moment while Bakugo unleashes a dazzling flash of light. The creature shrieks and shrinks, revealing Tokoyami, who stumbles forward, grateful for their help before collapsing. Just in time, the blade aimed at Bakugo's head skimmed just above it. Frustrated, he propelled himself forward, unleashing his quirk to redirect any incoming blades. Meanwhile, Shoji had lifted their weakened classmate, doing his best to dodge the blades that threatened them. Todoroki continued to attempt to immobilize the villain by unleashing waves of ice, only for the blades to shatter them before they could get close. As desperation set in, an annoyed voice echoed from above. The figure, shrouded in flickering flames, demanded to know which of them were affiliated with the League of Villains. When no one responded immediately, the figure repeated the question, calling them foolish. Bakugo, unable to let the insult slide, shouted back defiantly. However, when the figure turned to face him, he felt a shiver run down his spine from the disdain in their eyes, a look he often used to assert dominance over others. Experiencing that same sensation from someone else was unsettling for him. Before he could confront the figure, they launched a barrage of blades upward, their voice dripping with menace as they expressed their hunger for flesh. The figure made no attempt to evade the blades, crossing their arms and nodding to themselves. As the blades approached, they took a deep breath and with a fierce declaration, unleashed a torrent of viridian flames that melted the blades into molten metal. The students watched in shock as the villain screamed in agony, the sound abruptly cutting off as the heat overwhelmed him. Narrowing their eyes, the figure descended, examining one of the severed blades. They snapped off a 5-foot length, breaking the students from their stupor. Todoroki, shaken, shouted for the villain to stop, his usual composure shattered by the display of power. The figure ignored him, walking toward the fallen villain and lifting the severed head they held aloft, pushing the blade through the neck and into the skull. Someone gagged, and another retched as the figure discarded the charred head, placing it atop another defeated foe. They looked at the hero students, their wings flapping as they rose into the air, their voice echoing ominously. They declared their superiority over the students, warning that any attack would lead to a similar fate as the villains they had just defeated. With that, they soared away in search of more members of the League of Villains, leaving the 4 hero students to process the shocking scene. Todoroki, still trembling, suggested they warn everyone. Bakugo, masking his own unease with bravado, retorted sharply. As the figure flew above the forest, searching for more adversaries, they noticed the fog that had concealed everything beginning to dissipate. This allowed them to spot a gathering of people, members of the League trickling in. However, their expression darkened as they saw something that ignited their fury. They believed they could use my own property against me? They would be punished. Folding their wings, they dropped down in front of a blonde girl, towering over her as she widened her eyes in fear. They moved the trophies into the ground and crossed their arms, awaiting her explanation. One of the individuals in the clearing shouted for everyone to move, but the blonde yelled for them to wait. Ignoring her, a wash of blue flames erupted, obscuring her from view. Dabi scoffed, remarking that he had warned them to move. But Toga, in a rising panic, shouted that they should not provoke the figure. Just then, Mr. Compress fell into the clearing, buried under several UA students. Toga's frantic warnings echoed as she insisted everyone stay away from the figure. Spinner, Magna, Twice, and Dabi stared at Toga, taken aback by her sudden outburst. In all their time knowing her, she had always been a fun-loving, blood-obsessed individual. But now, her face was a mix of rage and sheer terror. Finally freeing himself from the students, Compress brushed himself off. He began to express gratitude for the help that had not been given, but was interrupted as a swirling darkness opened nearby. Toga screamed for everyone to jump through if they wanted to survive. Without hesitation, Twice dove through, followed by Magna and Spinner, who exchanged glances but moved without the same urgency. Dabi, however, remained confused, shrugging dismissively as he turned to Compress, who was equally bewildered. Compress confirmed he had captured Bakugo and even had an extra he thought could be useful. Dabi shrugged again, ready to leave, but was cut off by an ominous chuckle from the flames. A laser shot from the bushes, knocking the marbles from Compress's hand. A clawed hand emerged from the flames, trailing green scales and blue fire, declaring an interest in taking him. Before the figure could seize him, Compress, having reclaimed Bakugo, threw himself backward into Dabi, forcing all 3 of them through the portal. The figure watched as it closed, nostrils flaring as they took a deep breath to catch their scent and temper their irritation. They released a slow breath, a growling chuckle escaping their throat. Dabi questioned Toga, who was restlessly pacing in the League of Villains bar, muttering to herself about how she needed to find a way to fix the situation. She abruptly turned to him, frustration evident on her face. She emphasized that there was one person they should avoid. She had witnessed that person throw All Might during an incident in Tokyo, and the news reported that he had landed in Saitama. Spinner expressed surprise, recalling the news coverage that had spun the event as All Might making a special appearance at a wedding of someone he knew from his time in America. Toga nodded, and Shigaraki growled, scratching his neck in irritation. He questioned why Toga hadn't mentioned knowing someone strong enough to accomplish such a feat. She would have been a much better addition to their team than the 3 who had been captured. Toga absently corrected him, stating that they had been killed, surprising the other league members. She closed her eyes to regain her composure. She revealed that the individual in question had taken the heads of Muscular and Moonfish as trophies, giving them to her daughter or whatever the child was to her. This indicated that someone had made a significant mistake. Taking a deep breath, Toga looked at each remaining member of the league with serious eyes. She stated that the person they were discussing was named Izumi, and she was a dragon. In a world where 80% of the population possesses superpowers known as quirks, the remaining 20%, including individuals of all ages, lack such abilities. However, the recent statistics show that only about 5% of newborns are quirkless. Given the vastness of the world, it's not surprising that the protagonist has never encountered another person like them. This situation isn't ideal. If they had met someone else who was quirkless, perhaps they would have formed a friendship. Instead, the closest thing to a friend is Kaken, who often expresses his disdain in harsh terms. Kaken's voice rings out, berating the protagonist for their lack of a quirk. He claims that the only thing they excel at is analysis, dismissing any aspirations of heroism. He insists that the protagonist's only future lies in being a housewife, and even then, only out of pity. The protagonist struggles to hold back tears, accustomed to this daily torment. As they approach middle school, they wish Kaken would mature and ease up on the insults. Yet, Kaken's presence keeps others at bay. He once sent a bully to the hospital for attempting to hit the protagonist. Afterward, he claimed the right to be the only one to inflict pain, often treating the protagonist as his personal punching bag. This dynamic is mostly emotional, except for the rare moments when the protagonist finds the courage to stand up for themselves. Despite the constant ache in their body, the protagonist clings to the belief that anyone can be a hero, as All Might always says. A true hero never turns their back on those in need, and they wish someone could help them. With a stutter, the protagonist expresses their desire to try, but Kaken's mocking laughter fills the air. He scoffs at their aspirations, suggesting that if they are so intent on pursuing a dangerous path, they might as well end it themselves to spare everyone the trouble. Those words, casual to Kaken, strike the protagonist like a blow. Coupled with the usual disdain from neighbors and the disappointed looks from their parents, the protagonist frantically searches their backpack for a comfort item. They tuck it into a secret pocket to prevent it from being stolen by other kids who believe that without a quirk, one cannot be happy. Relief washes over them as they grasp the gold-colored tinsel garland. After ensuring the classroom is empty, they drape it over their eyes and tie the ends behind their head, allowing the shimmering color to fill their vision. While it may not be real gold, the hue brings a sense of calm. They long for the moment they can return home to snuggle against their cherished gold pendant, bracelets, and hairpin. Once, they attempted to bring one of those items to school, knowing it would help them calm down better than the tinsel. However, jealousy from other kids led to accusations of theft, and the adults sided with the others, believing that a quirkless child shouldn't have nice things. When they refused to give it up, the situation escalated, revealing that they too could send someone to the hospital, just like Kaken. After that incident, the school was shut down, and the protagonist had to transfer to a new one, where nothing changed, especially with Kaken following them there. Time passes, and eventually, the protagonist feels composed enough to put the tinsel away and walk home. The school gates are locked, but they have grown accustomed to climbing over them and know the best spot to do so. As they walk, doubts about Kaken's words linger in their mind. Even if he wasn't serious, the reality is clear. They are no longer friends, if they ever truly were. Still, the protagonist cares too much for their parents to consider drastic actions. While walking under a bridge, a strange, sloshing sound catches their attention. Turning around, they come face to face with a peculiar figure, wide-eyed and large-mouthed, who appears to be searching for a place to hide. Though the figure looks intimidating, the protagonist knows not to judge based on appearances or quirks. Curiosity piqued, the protagonist asks why the figure is trying to hide, shifting nervously on their feet. The figure blinks in surprise, their expressive eyes revealing a mix of bewilderment as they gesture down at themselves. The person sitting next to me asked if I thought they looked cool. I tapped my chin, pretending to think for a moment before revealing my true feelings. I mentioned that I thought their quirk was impressive and wondered if someone was bullying them because of it. They blinked at me, their large eyes slowly opening and closing. They seemed surprised by my response and asked if I really thought their quirk was cool. I nodded enthusiastically, reaching into my backpack for one of my quirk analysis journals and a pen. I explained that, based on what I could see, the only solid parts of them were their eyes and mouth. As long as they protected those spots, they couldn't get hurt. I also pointed out how easily they could sneak into places, comparing them to Edgeshot. They continued to blink at me, then started to shrink in size, contemplating my perspective. They expressed concern about their quirk being perceived as villainous, noting that they looked this way all the time and couldn't change it. I reassured them that their quirk couldn't be villainous, as it was the person who decided how to use it. They seemed to need a moment to process this, so they sat down with a soft splat. I joined them, feeling relieved that they hadn't bullied or insulted me. They glanced at me, their eyes shifting to the side, and remarked that I was a strange kid. Most people, they said, took one look at them and assumed they were a villain. Even growing up, people would call heroes on them just because of their appearance. I frowned at this, kicking my legs in frustration. I thought it was ridiculous, but I knew that many people could be narrow-minded. I emphasized that what mattered was acting according to one's own desires, not conforming to others' expectations. They chuckled and reached out to pat my head, leaving a bit of sludge in my hair. I didn't mind. I was used to dealing with messes, especially after Kakin had been threatening me with his quirk earlier. They mentioned that I seemed to have a story of my own, pausing to glance back at the sewer grate they had emerged from. With a sigh, they asked if I really believed they could choose their own path instead of being forced into a villainous role. I nodded firmly, understanding that if I let others dictate my choices, I would have to abandon my dreams. Looking up at the bridge, they confessed that they had always wanted to work as a garbage collector. I was taken aback, confused by their choice. They laughed, explaining that while it wasn't glamorous, their quirk suited that line of work perfectly. They demonstrated by morphing their hand into tentacles to pick up some trash from the ground, absorbing it into their body. I was amazed by this ability and realized how beneficial it could be for the environment. Excitedly, I exclaimed that they could clear out landfills, which would help the government and the environment. It was a win for everyone involved. They chuckled again, patting my head, and the ground beneath us vibrated slightly. They remarked that I was a good kid, albeit a bit strange. Then they asked about my dreams and if they could help me achieve them when they got out. Before I could respond, a large blur shot out from the sewer, and my eyes widened as I recognized the voice I had only dreamed of hearing in person. It was All Might. He pointed at the person beside me with a smile that felt oddly foreboding. He commanded the individual to back away from me, warning that their arrest would not be gentle. I was stunned, alternating my gaze between All Might and the person I had been talking to. They raised their arms slowly, surrendering without resistance. All Might seemed surprised, and I felt the same way. This person was far too kind to be a villain. He instructed me to step away, and I glanced at my companion, who gave me a reassuring nod. They mentioned having just robbed a convenience store, suggesting they would be out in a few months. All Might regarded them with suspicion, but I approached him before the situation escalated. As he began the process of arresting the individual, I fidgeted nervously, overwhelmed by the presence of my hero. Suddenly, I felt a hand brushing against my head, and I looked up to see All Might's concerned expression. He was even more intimidating up close. He asked if I was all right and if the villain had harmed me in any way. I shook my head, explaining that we had just talked. Gathering my courage, I asked him if someone without a quirk could still become a hero, despite the dangers involved. I waited breathlessly for his response, eager to hear his iconic words. "You too can become a hero." That thought was all he needed to silence the doubts that echoed in his mind, especially the harsh words from Kakin. With All Might's belief in him, he felt a surge of hope. But then All Might chuckled. In that moment, everything felt as if it was collapsing around him. All Might continued to speak, but the words faded into silence. The flashing lights of the police cars approached to take Mr. Sludge away, yet he remained oblivious to the commotion. He couldn't tell when All Might stepped back, but it didn't matter anymore. What consumed his thoughts as he turned away, lost in his own world, was the sound of All Might's laughter. It wasn't a laugh of mockery, as if to say a quirkless person becoming a hero was a ridiculous idea. Instead, it was a chuckle that hinted at memories, perhaps of how he must have appeared to Nana. All Might still believed that the path to heroism was out of reach for him, but he wasn't laughing at her for daring to dream. All Might looked in surprise at the villain he was arresting. It was odd. The villain had seemed determined to escape when he first saw him, nearly succeeding after disappearing into the sewers. If All Might hadn't been nearby when he emerged, he likely would have struggled to find him without causing panic among the locals. What was strange was that the villain had been completely cooperative. And that was the first thing he said to him. All Might questioned how the villain could be so nonchalant after crushing a child's dream. His voice started off steady but quickly rose in volume, causing the police to tense up, readying their weapons. Thankfully, the villain showed no signs of trying to escape. The villain insisted he had given an honest answer to the girl's question, arguing that it hardly constituted crushing her dream. He reasoned that it was a hypothetical situation, probably for a school project or something similar. It wasn't as if she was asking for herself, right? All Might received a deadpan stare from the villain, which was unsettling given the size of his eyes. To his surprise, even some of the police officers were looking at him with skepticism. One officer finally spoke up, mentioning the girl with eyes that seemed lifeless when they arrived. All Might was taken aback. He thought her eyes were practically sparkling. But the villain nodded in agreement, confirming that she had asked if she could be a hero without a quirk, and All Might had laughed as if it were a joke. He defended himself, stating that she had asked if a quirkless person could become a hero, not if she could. It was typical for a villain to twist his words, but the officer's expressions made him feel like he was the one in the wrong, bringing back memories of lessons from Nana and Gran Torino. One officer pointed out that someone without a quirk usually tried to hide that fact. Getting laughed at by the number one hero, who often proclaimed that anyone could be a hero, would understandably leave the girl feeling defeated. All Might insisted he had told her that it would be exceedingly dangerous to pursue heroism without a quirk, suggesting instead that a quirkless person should consider becoming a police officer or a doctor. Both professions were much safer for someone without powers. If the girl was genuinely interested in helping others, either career would be fulfilling. Being a hero was as much about being a symbol as it was about helping people, so if she didn't care for fame, she should be fine with either option. The villain scowled, pointing out that the girl likely hadn't been listening after All Might laughed at her. He claimed she had looked as if she might faint on her feet, and he wouldn't be surprised if she bumped into a wall on her way home, like a character in a video game. All Might was shocked to hear that someone had escorted her home. Why was this arrest so unusual? One of the female officers, who had been silent until now, scowled at All Might, reminding him that being a police officer was often more dangerous than being a hero. Unlike heroes, police officers didn't have the advantage of fame, and their deaths rarely made headlines unless a hero was involved. She explained that a villain who killed a hero would quickly become infamous, facing a nationwide manhunt, while a villain who killed a police officer might not even be pursued with the same urgency. The officer in charge interrupted, instructing the female officer to take the villain in for processing. It was clear this was not a request, and she turned away, glaring at All Might before leaving. He was taken aback, realizing that not everyone was blinded by hero worship, but he never expected to encounter someone who harbored such deep resentment while working in support of heroes. The officer in charge bowed his head, apologizing for the female officer's words and promising to reprimand her later. All Might reassured him that it was all right and that she was entitled to her opinions, as long as she didn't express them around someone who might take offense, like Endeavor. The officers nodded seriously, acknowledging his concerns. They turned to leave, but the officer in charge added that perhaps All Might should be mindful of his words if he was going to change his stance when confronted. As they walked away, All Might couldn't help but wonder if he had truly crushed that child's dream. Izumi's mother called down to her from further up the trail, urging her to hurry. It had been 3 days into summer vacation, a week since All Might had unintentionally dashed her dreams, and her parents had noticed her sadness. They decided to take a family trip, promising a surprise for her. The hike had been refreshing, helping Izumi clear her mind of everything, especially the recent bullying from Bakugo, who had started to target her more frequently. Whenever she asked him what she had done wrong, he only told her that she needed to learn her place. She thought that was what she was trying to do. Izumi had even stopped calling him by that nickname he disliked. He often insisted that they weren't friends, which was why she refrained from using his first name as well. She thought he would appreciate this change and finally leave her alone. However, on the last day of school, he told her that she needed to fix what was wrong with her. If there was something that caused the bullying to increase, she would certainly address it. But how could she fix being quirkless? She shook off the thought. This was supposed to be a fun time, a source of happiness. They were a happy family, and a happy family didn't have a depressed daughter. So, she convinced herself that she was happy. Izumi smiled at her dad, though he didn't return the gesture. That was okay. He didn't smile much anyway. Perhaps she could get him to smile during their trip. That was her goal, to make Dad smile. Even if she couldn't achieve her lifelong dream of becoming a hero, she could at least accomplish this. Eventually, they reached the top of the mountain, where her mom explained that it was actually a volcano. Leaning over, Izumi peered into the crater and saw bubbling lava far below. It was fascinating. But before she could admire it for long, her mother pulled her back, cautioning her to be careful near the edge. Izumi pouted but had to admit that the absence of any safety rails was concerning. She pushed away the memory of Bakugo's harsh words. He hadn't meant them, and since she couldn't become a hero, they didn't matter anyway. Later, her dad approached her by the campfire, asking if she would join him for a surprise. Izumi was taken aback. He rarely wanted to spend time with her, and now he was the one planning a surprise. This was usually her mom's domain, and the excitement washed away all the negative thoughts that had been clouding her mind. While it was great that she and her friends had convinced their parents to send them to the same school next year, she still worried that they might stop being her friends once they saw how the other kids treated her for being quirkless. She feared the teachers would insist she wasn't strong enough to play with the others or make comments about her being less evolved. The worst was when people called her delusional for wanting to be a hero without a quirk. Despite these worries, she felt joy at the thought of her dad taking her for a surprise. However, as she stood up and brushed off her pants, a realization struck her. They had planned to tell scary stories around the campfire with her mom. Shouldn't they inform her? Her dad hesitated for a moment but then smiled at her. He reassured her that her mom was just taking a nap and would be happy after the surprise. So, they set off together. As they walked, Izumi stumbled in the darkness since the sun had just set and the moon had yet to rise. She wondered why her dad hadn't brought a flashlight, but he claimed it would spoil the surprise, only heightening her curiosity. It felt like they walked for much longer than 10 minutes, especially with her tripping every few steps. When they finally stopped, she noticed a faint glow on the ground ahead, even though the moon was still absent. Before she could ask about it, her dad began to speak. He told her that quirks were important, almost like a status symbol, just as being a hero or wealthy was. They were vital, he explained. Izumi had been excited during their walk, but now sadness washed over her. As he spoke, her head lowered until her hair obscured her face, and all she could see was the dirt beneath her feet. She nodded to acknowledge his question, but when he sought a verbal confirmation, she quietly replied that she understood. Her dad paused again, and she wondered what expression he wore. Was he angry that she wasn't looking at him? Disappointed in her lack of a quirk? For a fleeting moment, she questioned if he truly loved her, but she quickly dismissed the thought. If he didn't love her, he wouldn't be giving her a surprise. He loved her, and she was certain the surprise would prove it. She felt his hand on her head, gently scratching it. The soothing sensation calmed her, and she leaned into his touch, almost missing his next words. But when she heard him, she froze. He told her it was good that she understood the significance of having a quirkless child in the family. He spoke of how people looked at them as if they were cursed, how they would cross the street to avoid the curse of having a quirkless child nearby. Izumi felt his hand tremble, and a wave of fear washed over her. Yet she didn't pull away. He was her dad, and there was no way he would hurt her. But as his grip tightened, pulling at her hair, doubt crept into her mind. Having a quirkless child was seen as a symbol of bad luck or a curse, according to everyone. Given that my boss at work overlooked me for a promotion I had rightfully earned due to my family situation, his voice was filled with anger, prompting me to try to pull my head away. He seemed to agree with my frustration. Taking a shaky breath, I began to panic as he tightened his grip on my hair, causing me pain. Then he placed his hand on my shoulder, and a chill ran down my spine at his next words. "So, Izumi, what do you do with a symbol that only brings pain to their family? You get rid of it." He pushed me and I stumbled backward. My foot caught on nothing, and I fell, yelping as the grip on my hair remained firm. I could feel strands being pulled from my scalp, and I desperately reached out, managing to grab hold of the ledge. When I looked down, I finally saw the source of the light. We were standing on the rim of a volcano, and now I dangled by one hand above the pool of lava far below. I swallowed hard, tears streaming down my face as I looked back up at my father's furious expression. "Are you serious? You can't even die properly." He raised his foot, preparing to stomp on my hand. In a moment of desperation, I blurted out the first thing that came to mind, hoping to stop him. Perhaps this was all a joke, like the ones Bakugo liked to pull. He was mean and often shouted, but he wouldn't genuinely try to harm someone. Surely, Dad was just playing a prank. I thought if I could make him laugh it off, he would apologize for scaring me, and we could return to the campfire where Mom would scold him for going too far. We would enjoy s'mores and go to sleep, and I would tell my friends about it. They would be furious, and we would plan our own prank to teach Dad that such jokes weren't funny. All I had to do was say the right words. "What will Mom think if you do this?" I shouted, and he paused. My tears of fear turned into tears of relief, believing this was all just a cruel joke. But then he smiled at me. For the first time since I turned 4, since I was diagnosed as quirkless, he smiled. Yet, it wasn't a comforting smile. It filled me with dread, more than I thought possible while hanging over a volcano. When he spoke, my tears stopped and my mind went blank. I barely felt it as he brought his foot down on my hand. The sensation of my fingers breaking and the feeling of falling became distant. All I could focus on were his words. "Who do you think suggested this trip?" "Surprise, Izumi." I fell. I landed in the lava. It was strange. You would expect lava to be hot, or at least warm, but all I felt was cold as his words echoed in my mind. "Surprise, Izumi." The horrible smile replayed in my thoughts, how pleased he looked as I fell, and the sensation of my heart breaking. But for some reason, I wasn't dead. At least, I didn't think I was. Could you think if you were dead? With my mind in disarray, I wondered if I might be in hell. But I hadn't done anything to deserve that fate. I was quirkless. Or had been if I was dead. Maybe heaven was just like Earth, and they didn't accept quirkless people? That would explain why Bakugo was constantly praised by adults despite his behavior. Why he could aspire to be a hero without acting like one. Despite the lava's reputation, I felt cold. I wasn't sure how long I had been down there, but it couldn't have been too long. Unless you didn't need to eat in hell? If this was hell, it was rather dull. Then again, hell was about punishment. Wondering if anyone ever truly cared about me felt like a punishment in itself. A voice, or perhaps more of a sensation, began to emerge. It started a while ago, but I had been ignoring it. Why would it matter? Quirkless people didn't matter. The sensation grew louder, becoming increasingly annoying. I wished it would just let me rest in peace. Rise. The urgency startled me, and I jolted as the feeling intensified. Suddenly I could feel again, and the cold vanished. I was warm, but there was also pressure. I frowned and pushed against it, not with my arms, but with something else, a different sensation. Before I could identify it, I found myself moving, as if through thick snow, but without the effort of walking. It felt strange yet natural. I surrendered to the sensation, and eventually, my head broke through something. I realized I needed to breathe. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I blinked away something orange and glowing from my eyes as I looked around. To my astonishment, I found myself in a pool of lava. I raised my hand to rub my eyes, ensuring I wasn't imagining things, only to stop and stare at it. It was different. Instead of my pale, normal hand, it was covered in green scales and tipped with pale, bone-like claws. It wasn't my entire hand, just the area past the second knuckles on each finger. I didn't know what had happened, but I understood its significance. I had a quirk. The thought abruptly halted, replaced by a sense of wrongness, as if I was about to do something I found repulsive but hadn't fully realized. It was startling how quickly it appeared and vanished. Shaking my head, I tried to dispel the phantom feeling. It didn't matter. I could go see them. I wasn't worthless anymore. They would accept me. The thought of them acting as my parents made me feel physically ill, and I had to fight the urge to vomit. With the lava behaving so strangely around me, it would be just my luck for my vomit to float and drift back toward me. But despite the intense emotions swirling within, there was an undeniable agreement with the feeling. They had discarded him, cast aside as if he were nothing. They had even tried to end his life. There was no way he would return to that life. Why would he even consider it? No, he would forge his own path. He understood the challenges of the world, and he knew it would not be simple or easy. But he possessed power now. He would no longer be pushed around. A different sensation surged within him as he made this declaration, one he embraced wholeheartedly. He threw his head back and unleashed a powerful roar, announcing to the world that he was present. And he was here to stay. In this world, 80% of the population possessed a superpower known as a quirk. The remaining 20% lacked these abilities, which had become so commonplace that they were considered the new normal. However, there was one more statistic that was so rare it could hardly be counted. It was a phenomenon so mysterious that only 7 documented instances were known to the rulers of every nation across the globe, and a single organization that they would never forget. These beings, referred to by various governments who sought to keep their existence hidden behind the guise of natural disasters or oversized monster quirks, stood at the pinnacle of the world's power hierarchy. They were known as dragons. And on this day, Izumi would cast aside his family name and embrace his identity as the 8th. The color of his scales would announce his title. He was the Emerald Dragon. And he would never be weak again. The 3 new friends watched as police searched the campsites, worry gnawing at them for their missing friend. The day had begun quietly, with breakfast shared with their families before they gathered at their meeting spot. However, when Midoriya had not arrived by the time Shinso, the last of them to arrive, showed up, their concern reached a peak. Though they had only been friends for a few days, they had quickly become each other's support. They were the only ones who truly acted like friends, having faced discrimination due to Shinso's quirk, Jiro's mutation, and Kodai's condition. The friends they had before were merely those who were not cruel to them. Their concern deepened when the one who cared the most about friendship, who apologized for the smallest mistakes, was missing. Midoriya had always been the first to arrive, or at least tied for first when Jiro had tried to beat her there. When she still hadn't shown up after a few minutes, they went to her campsite to ask her mother, who was cooking eggs on a portable stove, about her whereabouts. They were taken aback when she said Midoriya was with them. After convincing her that they were not playing a prank and that Izumi was indeed missing, she immediately called the police. Soon after, Izumi's father emerged from their tent, and Inko Midoriya collapsed into his arms, sobbing her fears. Now past noon, the police had yet to find any sign of Izumi, and Shinso had developed his suspicions. He crossed his arms and glared at her father, who was trying to reassure his wife. He believed something was off. Jiro shook her head, unable to fathom the idea that a parent would harm their child. Shinso, however, had experienced such betrayal himself. He recalled the time his own father had tried to put a muzzle on him, a memory that still left him scowling. He was fortunate that his mother had intervened before things escalated. A call to the police had resulted in his father being removed from their lives. He explained that it was often due to quirk discrimination, or in Izumi's case, a lack of one. Kodai looked at him, her eyes widening in disbelief. She struggled to comprehend the situation, her gaze shifting to where Shinso's parents were being interviewed by the police. Realizing the misunderstanding, he clarified that his father was not the one who had harmed him. His mother had remarried, and his stepfather was one of the officers who had come to their aid that night. Jiro, spinning one of her jacks nervously, questioned why a parent would wait until now to act. Shinso speculated that perhaps it was a matter of plausible deniability. If something had happened immediately after Izumi's diagnosis, it would have raised suspicions, but now it could appear as an accident. Kodai pointed out that there were too few people around. Until Izumi was found, everyone was under suspicion, and it would be foolish for her father to act in such a public place. If he tried to do something more permanent, they would find her quickly. Suddenly, a commotion arose as one of the search parties returned, speaking quietly to the officer who had been talking to Shinso's father. The three friends exchanged glances, sharing a silent agreement to follow the adults. They soon found themselves in an area their parents had warned them to avoid. To their surprise, they discovered a large hole in the ground, though they were too far away to see how deep it was. They listened intently as the adults donned gloves while discussing the scene. The officer gestured around them, indicating where the trail ended. He noted the marks and hair nearby, speculating whether it was a fall or something more sinister. Shinso's father pointed out that if it had been a simple fall, the marks would have made sense, but the hair he held up in tweezers told a different story. The first officer leaned in, examining the clump closely. He noted it seemed clumped together, while the second officer remarked that there hadn't been rain in a week, and there were no water sources nearby that could have caused mud. Shinso's father grimly concluded that it was blood, and the three friends tensed at the implication. He explained that the hair had been torn out by the roots, along with some skin, indicating a struggle. He pointed out grooves where Izumi had likely tried to hold on, and scuff marks that resembled shoe prints. The other two officers shared grim looks with Shinso's father, who instructed them to prevent anyone from leaving the area. He mentioned having a detective who owed him favors and that he would make the call. Hopefully, they would have the child killer behind bars before darkness fell. The group nodded, sending a salute before following his orders. He watched them leave, waiting a few moments after they were out of sight before speaking. He knew someone was there. The two girls exchanged surprised looks, hoping he was addressing someone else, though they knew it was unlikely. Shinso sighed, straightening his legs and leaning back with his hands in his pockets. He asked how his father had known he was there. His father replied that Shinso needed a haircut if he was going to hide behind a bush, or perhaps he should dye it green. The three children winced, joining Shinso in standing with sad expressions at the reminder of their friend, the one they feared they would never see again. Realizing his insensitivity, Shinso's dad grimaced and apologized. They did not acknowledge the apology, fidgeting instead. The silence stretched until Kodai spoke up, her monotone voice tinged with sadness, asking if their friend was truly gone. He looked away, confirming that it seemed so and expressing his sorrow. The silence returned until Shinso broke it, stating that it was her father who seemed angry when Mrs. Midoriya had told him that Izumi had vanished. He noted that it was not the usual reaction one would expect from a parent in such a situation. The man maintained eye contact with his son for a moment before walking toward him, not looking away even as Shinso had to crane his neck to meet his gaze. He placed a hand on his son's shoulder and glanced at the two girls standing next to him, assuring them that it was okay to cry and that no one would think less of them. Shinso managed to hold it together until the first sob broke out, unsure of who it came from, but it triggered tears from each of them as they mourned the short friendship they had formed. They grieved for the one who had shown them that they were not defined by their quirks or appearances, but rather by what made them unique. They mourned for the one who had brought them together as friends but could no longer share in their achievements. He struggled as he was forced into the back of a police car, unable to accept his capture. His wife watched the scene unfold from another vehicle, wrapped in a blanket, her eyes blank. The other adults cast pitying glances at her before turning their hateful looks toward the man. Meanwhile, the three children wore stoic expressions, silently grateful that none of the adults had attempted to comfort them after returning with Shinso's father. They had cried as much as they could before returning to the campsite, and now they needed some time alone. They remained still until the police had long departed, with one of them staying behind to gather Ms. Midoriya's belongings and take them to her address, though there were doubts about whether she would hear them. Finally, they began to move, walking back to their meeting point in silence. The clearing felt heavy with an oppressive atmosphere. They stood together, shuffling their feet. Shinso hesitantly suggested they do something. Jiro shrugged, her shoulders hunched, admitting she had never lost anyone before. Kodai remained silent, raising her wrist to show them a bracelet. The other two stared for a moment before Jiro pulled a pendant out from under her shirt, and Shinso removed a hair clip from his messy hair. Individually, these items would mean little to anyone else, but they shared two important characteristics. They looked like solid gold and had been gifted to them by Izumi. They could almost hear her voice again, stuttering as she explained while handing them out, affirming their friendship. A small smile graced each of their lips at the memory, especially recalling her determination to gift them despite her reluctance. She had to punch her wrist with her other hand to let them go, and it took more than half an hour of assurances from all of them that they would never sell or lose them before she stopped twitching with the desire to take them back. The three gently clinked their items together, careful to avoid scratches, holding their smiles despite the absence of Midoriya's own bracelet to complete the set. Shinso began, stating they were friends. Jiro continued, declaring they were bound by the horde. Kodai added that it was instead of blood. Together, they finished the oath meant to be completed by the one who was no longer with them. 4 gold is worth far more. Though they had lost the one who brought them together, they would not disappoint her by going their separate ways. They would stick together for as long as possible, and with all of them being transferred to the same school, that would be a long time indeed. I stumbled out of the dark forest and into the dim outskirts of the city. I couldn't remember which city it was, but that hardly mattered. Did different cities have different policies on the homeless? Regardless, I had bigger problems to face, like finding clothes. I wasn't cold, as whatever ability I possessed prevented that. However, after spending who knows how long in a pool of lava, it was no surprise that all my clothes were gone. Thankfully, I could manifest scales on my body just by thinking about it, so modesty wasn't as pressing an issue. Still, I was wandering around a city at night, essentially bare. Just because I was technically covered didn't mean others would agree. I had no money to buy anything to wear, and I already knew that people weren't generous enough to simply give me clothes. It seemed I had no choice but to steal them. Stealing was against the law, but so was public quirk use, and that never stopped Bakugo. Did the law only apply to adults? It sounded odd, but it made sense considering how Bakugo's antics were often dismissed as kids being kids. Still, stealing felt wrong. Yet I needed to do it. Maybe not for survival, or maybe I did. I didn't think I needed clothes for survival if I didn't feel the temperature, but I also didn't know how long I could maintain my scales. Keeping them active seemed to make me hungry, but I wasn't sure if it was due to my time in the lava or just natural hunger from not eating for a long time. I had taken half a day to descend the volcano, so perhaps I was simply feeling the effects of starvation. It was hard to believe that maintaining my scales didn't cost me something. Normally, I would have tested my abilities before leaving the volcano, but I couldn't risk overexerting myself or losing control. My thoughts were interrupted when I bumped into something. Blinking, I realized I had been so focused on my abilities that I hadn't been paying attention to my surroundings. My stomach dropped as I looked around and saw I was in an alley, surrounded by a group of people. Their eyes were cruel, and there was something unsettlingly familiar about them, though I couldn't recall why. The man I had bumped into looked down at me, his eyes gleaming. He asked what I was doing wandering around at that time of night. I swallowed and took a step back, quickly counting the number of people 7. I stammered that I was just heading home, but I knew they saw through my lie. I didn't know the time, but I was aware that no one my age would be out alone after dark. The man shook his head in mock disappointment and closed the distance between us. He told me it wasn't good to lie and suggested I be honest. He grinned, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. But I wouldn't be pushed around anymore. Hearing those same words from my father ignited a fire within me. The nausea vanished as I snarled, taking satisfaction in the way the man flinched. I ignored the others moving closer, their quirks flickering at the edges of my vision, and spoke clearly, pausing between words to ensure they understood. I told them to leave me alone. The man swallowed, but before he could respond, someone placed a hand on my shoulder. I turned my head to glare at them, noting the dirty blonde hair contrasting with a black beard. He smiled easily, and I saw the others relax, deactivating their quirks. He insisted there was no need for hostility and introduced himself as Kitanaga Linajika. He explained that his quirk, reassuring touch, calmed people down through contact. He asked about my quirk. I stared at him for a moment, raising an eyebrow at his description. I told him to move away or face the consequences, giving him a chance to reconsider. He tilted his head in curiosity, his arms beginning to wrap around me in a hug. I realized their eyes were similar to Bakugu's. I opened my mouth, aware of the shift in my demeanor, and decided to act. It took a moment for Linajika to comprehend what was happening. His expression shifted from confusion to horror as he registered the sudden pain. He screamed, clutching at his injury as he fell back. The others scrambled away in shock, their eyes darting between him and me. I held his severed hand, my face shifting through various expressions as I took a bite. The taste was odd but not unpleasant, and the texture was strangely satisfying. I swallowed, feeling it settle in my stomach. I remarked to my audience that it wasn't bad and brought the still bleeding wrist to my mouth for another thoughtful bite. I had never considered such an act before. Like most people, I had always viewed it as taboo. Yet, with the vast array of quirks in the world, it was likely that some individuals needed to consume human flesh or found it appealing. Still, that didn't erase the stigma humanity had developed around the act of consuming their own kind, which feeds into a self-perpetuating cycle of hatred and fear towards those with quirks, where individuals either need or want to consume others. This leads to them becoming villains, which in turn fosters more fear and hatred towards them, and the cycle continues. 4 individuals, who clearly had less than noble intentions, are fleeing as fast as they can, leaving behind an injured man, the one I bumped into, and a woman with her hair styled in loops. The man I collided with scowls, expressing his disdain for the others. He remarks on their cowardice, noting that they are acting as if a notorious figure is after them. He turns to the woman, who, despite being visibly unsettled by my casual demeanor, remains resolute. He instructs her to keep me restrained, suggesting they can still have some fun before selling me off. The injured man groans in pain, curled up as if to protect the remnants of his arm. The woman nods, her hands trembling as she grabs one of her hair loops and tosses it in my direction. I watch disinterestedly as it expands and falls around me, quickly shrinking to pin my arms to my sides. The man approaches me confidently, raising his hand and taunting me about my predicament. He seems to relish the moment, but I begin to feel a wave of sleepiness wash over me. As I yawn, something unexpected escapes my mouth. When I blink my eyes open, I see the man rolling on the ground, screaming as green flames engulf him. I tilt my head, intrigued by the curious sensation the flames evoke within me. It's not about watching the man suffer. Rather, it's the flames that feel familiar, as if they are an extension of myself. I recall my journey from the volcano, a memory that stands out amidst the blur of my travels. I realize I can grow wings, and I have much to learn about my abilities. The man's breathing is faint, and for a brief moment, the thought of finishing what I started crosses my mind, but it vanishes just as quickly. I look at the woman, who stumbles back, tripping over scattered debris. Now, I tower over her instead of the other way around, and a small smile tugs at my lips at the sight. I feel a surge of confidence, thinking that I enjoy seeing others cower before me. The woman pleads for me to stay away, her voice trembling. I ponder her request, realizing it must be traumatizing to witness such events unfold. Should I be concerned about my lack of remorse, or is it simply adrenaline? I dismiss the thought for now, focusing instead on my current situation. I am no longer just hungry, I am tired as well. As the woman babbles about turning herself in and changing her ways, inspiration strikes me. They attempted to harm me and they lost. I extend my hand toward her, ignoring her whimpers as she covers herself. I demand money, waiting impatiently for her to comply. She hesitates, confusion evident in her eyes. When she finally lowers her arms, she expresses disbelief that I won't kill her. I tilt my head, puzzled by her assumption. I glance at the 2 men on the ground. The burned man's breathing is barely audible, while the other, with his hand wrapped in his shirt, Seems to be stable for now. I look back at her, my confusion clear, and she rummages through her pockets, producing an assortment of bills and coins totaling around 10,000 yen. Satisfied, I watch her expectantly as she swallows nervously. She protests that it's all she has, but I shake my head, reminding her that the other two owe me as well. A thought strikes me, and I suggest she call an ambulance for them. She stares at me for a moment before rushing to the downed men, hastily gathering more money. With their contributions, I now have 40,000 yen, and a happy smile spreads across my face. I skip away, clutching the bills as I head out to find a store still open to buy clothes. This encounter has proven to be quite productive. Detective Noburai is accomplishing something he thought he might never achieve, interrogating the villain known as Huppa, one of the 3 current executives in a human trafficking ring. After listening to the woman recount the events that led to the other 2 executives ending up in critical condition at a hospital, he couldn't help but massage the bridge of his nose, wondering if they had started dealing in drags and sampled a bad batch. He took a deep breath before picking up the paper laying on the table, the words having written themselves thanks to his quirk. Logbook wasn't a powerful quirk, it simply turned what happened immediately around him into written words. It occasionally had a flair for the dramatic, but it was very useful for getting an accurate recounting of events. Not as useful for determining the truth of those events, since it wouldn't write down if something was a lie or not, but it definitely helped when he was unsure about the feelings of the person he was talking to or if they tried to backtrack on something. What was giving him a headache was the fact that the entire time, Huppa had been terrified. He sighed heavily, deciding to go back over the event himself in an effort to make more sense of it. He couldn't help but feel incredulous at the statement that they had targeted a little girl. This particular trafficking ring was well known among law enforcement as one that focused on SEC trafficking, making their target all the worse. He looked down at the report, recalling the words, noting that the girl had supposedly eaten Soft's arm and then set Kwam on fire. She corrected him, saying the girl had breathed fire, her eyes darting around the room as if worried that the girl would return to finish what she had started. The officer rolled his eyes, correcting her with a hint of condescension, but acknowledged that the girl had extinguished the flames before Kwam's injuries became fatal. Huppa nodded jerkily, her fingers tapping a nervous rhythm on the table. She then mentioned that the girl had proceeded to mug them. A strange sound burst from her lips, which he interpreted as disbelieving laughter, as she shook her head. She explained that the girl had said they lost, so they owed her money, likening it to getting loot from enemies in a video game. He nodded again, processing the information. After the girl had left, they had called an ambulance for their associates and then the police while demanding a plea deal. Huppa made a so-so gesture with her hand, meeting his eyes with surprising words. She expressed her desire for a comfy cell in prison, stating that there was no way she was going back out there with someone like that walking around. The officer couldn't help but feel faintly amused by this career villain wanting to stay in prison because of a little girl. Yes, she had supposedly eaten someone's arm and set another on fire, but considering her own history, he couldn't ignore the irony. He put the paper down and interlocked his fingers, asking what exactly she was offering for such a concession. Normally, he would be calling in psychologists to assess whether the woman had experienced a mental break or had her memories altered to perceive the individual as a child. However, around the same time they had gone to pick her up, there had been a series of frantic phone calls reporting a naked child wandering the streets covered in blood. Then there was one final call from a convenience store employee who reported the girl buying clothes before vanishing into the night, despite attempts to keep her from leaving until the police arrived. The station had put out an APB on the child, along with a warning to treat her with caution. He didn't think she would attack law enforcement, but they had no idea what her mental state was. Given the state she left this group in, they couldn't afford to take chances if she was unstable or hostile. It would be best to get a hero assigned just in case, but the underground hero they usually worked with had been pulled into a nationwide investigation, along with most of the others. There was absolutely no way he would be the one to tell the HPSC that they needed help. They would just have to rely on the more mundane people in law enforcement and hope for the best. Huppa looked at him, and for the first time, her eyes were focused, more in line with how he would expect someone as high profile as her to. She offered all the information on the Treasure Trinity's movements and locations, as well as the identities of those who frequented them. The detective's mouth dropped. This was definitely not how he expected the night to go. Detective Noburai gazes at the charred remains of what had once been a small motel. The forensics team meticulously navigates the thin layer of ash that blankets the scene, raising cameras to document their findings at regular intervals. Their focus is on the bodies, or rather, what remains of them in some instances. The condition of the remains brings a sense of relief to Noburai, as the ash conceals much of the blood that stains the ground. A rough estimate suggests there are 10 deceased, though the number could be higher, given the scattered limbs around the area. With a sigh, he strides toward the back of an ambulance to question the manager, who is reportedly unharmed. However, before he can reach the manager, a figure in a beige trench coat intercepts him, prompting a scowl. Noburai recognizes the man instantly. He is known as the epitome of detective work. Detective Tsukachi, despite his reputation, has earned his position through hard work rather than nepotism. Noburai respects that dedication, as Tsukachi has turned down lucrative offers from private contractors and government positions. Yet, Noburai finds it frustrating how others praise Tsukachi simply because of his quirk, which is deemed ideal for detective work. He tries to dismiss such talk, but it resurfaces whenever different stations collaborate. What aggravates him further is that Tsukachi's station is not even involved in this case. Noburai's scowl deepens, suspecting that Tsukachi's presence signifies one of two things: either he intends to take over the case, which is absurd given the location, or he will complicate matters significantly. He composes himself as they exchange nods. Noburai introduces himself, stating that he is leading the investigation, and questions whether Tsukachi has been reassigned to the case. Tsukachi blinks in surprise, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head after shaking it. He clarifies that he was not assigned to the case but had come to see if he could help after meeting an old friend nearby. Noburai's shoulders relax, and a small smile appears as he pulls out a large notepad resembling a sketchpad. He invites Tsukachi to join him in questioning the motel manager. Tsukachi's expression shifts to one of displeasure, having been asked to sit in on other detectives' interrogations too many times. However, he recognizes that he cannot complain since he arrived at the scene unexpectedly. The two detectives approach the manager, who stares blankly at the remains of the motel, clutching a shock blanket around his shoulders so tightly that his knuckles turn white. Noburai clears his throat to gain the man's attention, causing him to JRK and frown. The manager expresses frustration, insisting he has already told the police what happened. He scowls, lamenting the ineffectiveness of the pro-hero who was present. Noburai, taken aback, waves over an officer to seek clarification about the hero's involvement. The manager points to a collapsed section of the building, explaining that the hero was crushed when a portion of the structure fell. The officer rushes off to gather help for the hero, and the detectives exchange serious glances, concerned about the implications of the manager's words. Noburai questions why this information was not reported sooner, emphasizing the potential critical condition of the hero. The manager dismisses their concern, arguing that it is a hero's duty to protect people, and if they get hurt, it is their own fault for not being careful. Tsukachi opens his mouth to respond but is silenced by a sharp gesture from Noburai, who redirects his focus back to the manager. Noburai raises his notepad, noting that while the manager may have informed the police dispatcher, an official statement is still necessary. He believes it is more beneficial to gather this information at the scene for a complete understanding of the events. Tsukachi raises an eyebrow at Noburai's words as the manager lets out an irritated sigh. The manager reluctantly agrees to provide a statement, recounting that 2 nights prior, a girl had come looking for a room, claiming her parents were running an errand and had given her money for the stay. He had seen nothing wrong with the situation and had given her a room key. Tsukachi maintains a neutral expression, careful not to reveal his thoughts. He knows that the only truth in the manager's account is that a girl had indeed sought a room, and he had allowed her to pay. Unaware that his lies are being scrutinized, the manager continues, noting that he realized the girl's parents had not returned that morning and had called friends to check on her. He shakes his head, expressing his frustration. She launched her attack the moment she opened the door, engulfing June and Kotone in flames that flickered with an unusual green hue alongside the typical orange. Kenta and Takao instinctively prepared to defend themselves, but she leaped at them, her claws swiping through the air. Just then, the local gang made their entrance. His mouth twisted into a sneer as he reflected on the situation. It was the first time he felt relief at their arrival, despite their previous misdeeds. He muttered about the futility of the protection money they had extorted from him. Tsukachi glanced at Noburai, wondering if he noticed how little truth was in the man's words. Their eyes met, and Noburai gave a subtle nod, prompting an internal sigh of relief from Tsukachi. It was always reassuring to work with capable individuals, even in unofficial circumstances. The manager shivered as he recounted the chaos. The girl had dismantled the gang members as if they were mere toys. Some attempted to flee or hide in his building, but she had set it ablaze in response. His eyes flashed with anger as he continued, noting that a hero had finally arrived, albeit too late. From the direction the manager had indicated, a sudden chorus of voices drew their attention. They turned to see paramedics loading an unconscious man in a yellow and green costume onto a stretcher before rushing him to an ambulance. The two detectives recognized him as Rocklock, a hero ranked in the low mid-hundreds. While not among the top heroes, he was certainly not someone one would expect to be bested by a child. The manager scoffed, redirecting their focus back to the interview. He described how the hero had tried to reason with the girl while she held one of the gang members. Instead of listening, she had torn off the man's arm and hurled it at the hero. She repeated this gruesome act for each limb while the hero dodged and attempted to close the distance. When she ran out of limbs, she threw the torso instead. The hero had resorted to picking up debris and throwing it at her, but she had halted them in midair, preventing any further movement until she was completely covered. Yet, it had done nothing to subdue her. Noburai, intrigued, asked for clarification. He knew that when Rocklock secured an area, even powerful quirks couldn't alter it. If he had truly contained the girl, the situation should have been resolved. The manager snorted, his voice dripping with disdain as he explained that she had shattered the entire containment, seized the hero by the leg, and thrown him into the building. By the time the police were finally called, she had already vanished. Noburai nodded, flipping to a fresh page in his notes. He expressed gratitude for the information and indicated that they needed to proceed with a few follow-up questions. The manager rolled his eyes, clearly annoyed but unable to leave. Noburai subtly nudged Tsukachi, signaling him to be ready when his quirk activated. Tsukachi nodded in response, prepared to assist. Clearing his throat, Noburai inquired about the girl's appearance, specifically if she had green hair, eyes, and scales. The manager blinked before confirming that she did have green features, but the scales had only appeared during her rampage. Tsukachi remained silent as Noburai pressed on, questioning the purpose of the friends the manager had called to check on her, and why he hadn't contacted the police if he was concerned. The manager scoffed, stating that his friends were merely going to check on her, perhaps inquire about her parents. He added that police presence made people uneasy in that part of town. Noburai nodded, understanding, but Tsukachi nudged him again, signaling that the manager's statements were misleading. Noburai continued, suggesting that there was a possibility that the manager's friends had provoked her into attacking them in a misguided attempt to defend themselves. The manager vehemently denied it, sounding offended, while Tsukachi nudged Noburai once more. The manager insisted that the girl had simply lost control. Noburai nodded again, but the manager's unease was palpable. He pressed further, asking if the gang members had just happened to be passing by and intervened without being called. The manager grimaced, claiming that they belonged to a club where they showed camaraderie or something similar. With a final nod, Noburai signaled an officer nearby to approach. He stated that he had 2 more questions before concluding the interview. The manager visibly relaxed, but froze when Noburai asked about the treasure triad. The manager stared at Noburai for a moment before shifting his gaze to Tsukachi, swallowing hard as his mouth went dry. He stammered that he had never heard of them. Noburai nodded, as if he had anticipated that response, and moved on to his final question. He inquired why the manager's office had a stock of strong sleeping drags, which seemed unusual for his profession. The manager fell silent, momentarily still, before bolting from the ambulance. He tripped over Noburai's outstretched foot and fell, quickly being detained by the officer. Noburai read him his rights, and the officer escorted him to the back of a police car, where he yelled futilely from behind the glass. Noburai sighed in satisfaction, rolling his neck as he remarked on how the girl was practically doing their job for them. He joked with Tsukachi, who appeared dazed by the sudden turn of events. Tsukachi asked how Noburai had deduced the manager's connection to the treasure triad, noting that he hadn't seen anything that pointed to them. Noburai chuckled, explaining that the same girl had hospitalized two of their executives the night before and traumatized a third so severely that he had revealed everything in exchange for comfort in prison. He mentioned that several teams, accompanied by daylight heroes, were raiding their bases that day, with a rapid response force on standby. He gestured toward the destroyed motel, indicating that it had been one of the targeted locations. Tsukachi shook his head in astonishment, pondering whether the girl was intentionally targeting them. Noburai dismissed the idea, clarifying that they had targeted her first, and Hansa had likely sought quick cash by attempting to capture a young and defenseless girl. He sighed, a hint of sadness creeping into his expression, surprising Tsukachi. It was unfortunate that she had a body count. While it could be framed as self-defense, especially after injuring a hero, she would now face a record. No child deserved to endure such circumstances. Hopefully, they could find her before she got mixed up with the wrong crowd. Tsukachi hesitated for a moment, unsure of what reassuring words to offer. His thoughts were interrupted by a new voice declaring that their concern was no longer relevant. Turning, they saw a prim-looking woman with black hair cut into a bob, her eyes glinting in the light. She was accompanied by a man with bright yellow hair tied back in a high ponytail. He stood with his hands behind his back as they approached the local law enforcement officers. The woman continued, presenting a card to each of them. Her name was Odiakana Ora, and her companion was Kin Kami. They were representatives of the DAB and would be taking over the efforts to locate the girl. The two detectives blinked in surprise as they took the cards, examining them with furrowed brows. Normally, such a card would include the organization's full name for clarity, but these simply stated DAB and that they were a global organization. Noburai huffed as he pocketed the card, expressing his disbelief that they could simply take over. However, Ora interrupted smoothly, as if accustomed to such objections. She assured them of DAB's authority, which had been recognized by governments worldwide in their specific area of interest, and that this applied to the current situation. Consequently, they were now barred from pursuing any leads regarding the child. Any attempts to evade this decree would result in charges of treason against their country of origin, punishable by law. Both detectives were taken aback, their mouths agape in shock. It was one thing for an organization to interfere with law enforcement, but for the government to endorse such actions was entirely different. The notion of being accused of treason for opposing them was almost unbelievable. Yet, the calmness with which the woman spoke suggested that it might indeed be true, prompting them to hold their tongues and plan to investigate this organization as soon as possible. Tsukachi finally found his voice, asking if she could at least explain what the DB did and why they were interested in the girl. Ora sharply shook her head, stating that the answers to both questions were classified. However, she had instructions for them to relay to their peacekeeping forces. The more she spoke, the more unsettled the detectives became. Why wouldn't she refer to the police and heroes? Perhaps different countries used different terms for their law enforcement. Unaware of their confusion, Ora continued, instructing that none were to engage the girl. If anyone caught sight of her, they were to report it immediately, prioritizing this over any other operations. Should she interact with any peacekeeping force, they were to ensure she remained calm and non-hostile. She locked eyes with them, as if peering into their very souls. All information regarding her appearance, abilities, or actions was to be documented on physical papers and delivered to the nearest DAB branch that would soon be established in the country. They were not to keep any other records of the individual in any form and were strictly forbidden from interfering with any DAB agents pursuing or in contact with her. That was all. With her message delivered, the woman and her silent partner turned to leave. Just before they disappeared from view, Naomasa found the courage to call out to them with a simple question. Why? Aura did not look back, but Kami paused briefly, glancing over his shoulder. His response was delivered plainly, his calm and certain demeanor silencing any further inquiries. The weight of his words hung in the air, leaving the detectives with a chilling realization: Japan might be razed to the ground. The days following the motel incident had left a mark on her. She had not anticipated being attacked, but it turned out to be a valuable experience, revealing her true capabilities when she didn't hold back. In her first encounter, she had restrained herself, and it was evident that she hadn't even defeated any of her attackers. However, the aftermath of that confrontation was telling. The state of those who had confronted her suggested that perhaps restraint was a wise choice. After all, it was hard to claim victory when your enemies were left in disarray and spoils were reduced to ashes. The arrival of a hero had been unexpected, though perhaps it shouldn't have been. Reports of chaos would surely have reached the authorities. She recalled the hero, Rocklock, and how easily she had overcome him. His quirk allowed him to lock things in place, creating barriers that should have been effective. Yet she had managed to break free, pushing against the confines until they shattered around her. The memory brought a grin to her face. It had been exhilarating to see such a display of power. While she had considered letting him go as a reward for showcasing his quirk, his initial attack had warranted a different response. She had ultimately decided to dispose of him, casting him aside without concern for where he landed. With the thugs gone, she found herself wandering the city, evading the police and heroes who had begun to swarm the area. Her actions had drawn attention, and now, the criminals were in hiding, leaving her frustrated. How could she amass a horde if no one was around to challenge her? As she entered yet another rundown building, her claws extended and scales shimmering along her limbs, she growled in annoyance at the sight of empty crates. In a fit of irritation, she dug her claws into one and hurled it against the wall, splintering it to reveal nothing of interest. Her frustration bubbled over as she lamented her lack of luck. Then, a voice interrupted her thoughts. A middle-aged man stood in the shadows, smoking a cigarette, dressed in a purple suit with a beige scarf. His gray hair framed a self-assured smirk as he regarded her through rounded glasses. He asked whether she was truly a child or merely appeared young. She raised an eyebrow at him, noting the absurdity of his question. She was about to respond when he whistled in surprise, commenting on her impressive body count for someone so young. His bemusement was evident as he remarked on her strength. But then, he fell silent, his expression shifting as she pressed her claws against his throat. The intensity of her gaze conveyed a clear message. She was not to be underestimated. This was merely a misunderstanding, and she had no intention of taking his life provided he corrected his assumptions. She clarified that she did not possess a quirk. If he continued to claim otherwise, he would face dire consequences. Despite her threat, he maintained his composure, his smirk unwavering. He asked how she explained her scales and strength if not through a quirk. She chuckled, crossing her arms as she considered his question. It was indeed a curious matter, but she was more interested in his intentions. He quickly revealed that he had heard she was looking for work and offered to assist her. As a broker, he connected those seeking help with those who could provide it. Given her strength, he believed he could secure her high-paying jobs for a small fee. Intrigued, she pondered his proposal, realizing he was essentially a job agency for villains. His reaction to her comparison was awkward, but she pressed on, establishing her conditions. She required the majority of her payments in gold or precious materials, and she would not harm innocent people nor allow those she assisted to do so. After a moment of thought, she added that she needed a place to stay, as the police and heroes were searching for her. He considered her requirements, assessing whether she was worth the effort. Anger flared within her at his doubts, but she managed to contain it. She reminded him of her strength, questioning what more he needed to see. He remained unfazed, explaining that he needed assurance she wouldn't act recklessly and would follow the guidance of those he referred her to. It was his reputation on the line, especially with her stipulation regarding innocence. Then he suggested that she could work for him directly. Her growl deepened at the thought, and she glared at him, weighing her options. I won't be working for anyone. I'll be helping someone. For a fee. He waved off the protest easily, assuring that it was all fine. He suggested that instead of working for him, she could help him out, claiming he could handle everything without any issues. Her glare persisted for a moment before she let out an annoyed huff, knowing he would soon learn. She asked what her role would be while assisting him. He explained that some clients might hesitate to pay after receiving what they wanted. Normally, he would call in a favor from another client, but having an in-house collector would save resources. She nodded in understanding, retracting her claws and fading her scales, allowing her tail to grow instead. She expressed that she had no problem with that and inquired if there was anything else. He chewed on his cigarette for a moment before nodding. New clients could become a bit spirited during negotiations, and he might need her to act as a bodyguard when meeting them. The thought of being under his protection sent a thrill through her, her instincts latching onto the idea with surprising intensity, a grin spreading across her lips as her tail wagged slightly. He laughed at her reaction and extended his hand, pleased with her enthusiasm. He introduced himself as Jiren. She took his hand and shook it firmly, introducing herself as Izumi and expressing her eagerness to work with him. Later, she found herself in a meeting with a rather rotund man who laughed in her face. She already sensed how this encounter would unfold, and it certainly wouldn't end as Jiren had hoped. She suspected he sent her to confront such individuals just to avoid ordering their demise himself. Regardless, the potential payout from this encounter was enticing. Eventually, the man stopped laughing and turned to waddle away, dismissing her with a wave. He remarked that if Jiren wanted his money, he should have come himself instead of sending a brat. She shrugged, following closely behind as she pulled her hands from her jacket pockets and unsheathed her claws. She explained that Jiren was busy and believed the man was reasonable enough not to worry. She then asked where his treasure was. The man paused at the mention of treasure but quickly dismissed her question, insisting he wouldn't reveal where he kept his valuables. Before he could finish, she dove at his legs, wrapping her fingers around his ankle, one of the few spots where the fat was thinner. She dug her claws in and wrenched backward, causing him to fall with a startled yelp. She tossed the severed foot aside, frowning as the spray of blood stained her clothes. It was frustrating. Didn't these villains understand how difficult it was to remove bloodstains? She huffed as she walked around him, delivering a light kick to his stomach, followed by a harder one when the first only caused him to ripple. Now on his back, she crouched down, holding her bloodied hand over his face, her claws pointed toward his eyes. She reminded him that she had asked politely but was met with rudeness. She would ask again and he would tell her. If he refused, they would do things the hard way, which she found quite enjoyable. Afterward, she sighed as she exited the warehouse, carrying a medium-sized safe. While she could have emptied it into a bag for convenience, she preferred to check the contents and carry everything out in one go. She grumbled to herself, wishing for a more challenging encounter. Was it really that disturbing to see someone her age handle such situations? She didn't even consume the foot. While she had no qualms about eating people, there were certain parts she avoided, particularly those in the pelvic region, which made her uncomfortable. Feet, on the other hand, were simply unappetizing, especially since people often neglected to wash them properly. Despite her musings, she acknowledged that unlike some of Jiren's previous targets, this man had a decent amount of valuables. She would receive 50% of any extra she retrieved in addition to her pay, making it a successful day overall. Jiren had also mentioned a new client he planned to meet soon, which meant she would have the opportunity to show others what it meant to be under her protection. Odiakana Ora had to restrain herself from slamming her phone onto her desk, aware that the bureau had a strict policy against damaging provided equipment. They already faced enough challenges with their budget, which was substantial enough to elevate some developing countries. Frustrated, she let out a slow breath and pulled out a small container, revealing a pair of gold-colored contacts. After ensuring her natural eye color was concealed, she got up and briskly walked through the building. Her partner, Kinkami, fell into step behind her as naturally as if he had been doing it for years, which he had since their time at the academy. Without looking back, she informed him about their latest lead. They had received a sighting of a suspect in Yokohama entering a warehouse. It was known that the city was her temporary territory, and she primarily engaged in two types of criminal activities: claiming valuables or attacking individuals. There was also an unverified report suggesting she associated with a middle-aged man. Ora briefly glanced back, daring her partner to make any insinuations, but he remained silent. They both understood the potential consequences of such talk, even in jest. She continued, noting that the individuals who had been attacked were consistently identified as small to mid-level criminals or villains. This led them to wonder if she was acting as a vigilante rather than simply following her instincts. Cammy nodded, hesitating for a moment before asking a question. He wanted to know if the suspect had left any victims behind. Ora confirmed that she had, although it was uncommon for her to leave a significant amount of destruction in her wake since her debut at the motel a year ago. Many victims had been reported missing body parts, and others bore what appeared to be bite marks. While she viewed humans as food, she did not consume excessively. Cammy let out a near-silent sigh of relief, grateful he had not become a meal. Unfortunately, his near silence did not go unnoticed. Ora reminded him not to let his guard down as they entered the car waiting outside. They had very little information about her personality, and they didn't even know her name. For all they knew, she could be as unpredictable as another individual who resided in Vegas. Cammy winced as he buckled his seatbelt, expressing his desire to avoid that place in the future. Ora provided their driver with directions to their latest search area, settling back and crossing her legs as the car began to move. Meanwhile, a girl sat idly on a crate, tapping her heels against it as she leaned back on her tail, waiting for Jiren to finish his conversation. She felt underappreciated for the amount of time she had to spend waiting. After a year of having Jiren under her protection, most of the foolish individuals had met unfortunate ends, while the lucky ones had at least served as meals. She found it amusing how overwhelming power could lead to boredom. The individuals Jiren was meeting with were seeking information on a rival gang or organization. She wondered how they had enough influence to secure Jiren's services, not to mention his price. One of them seemed to recognize her upon their arrival, which could mean any number of things. Perhaps she had unintentionally crossed paths with someone connected to her past. The warehouse around her was generic, with bland gray walls, scattered crates, and metal beams running along the ceiling. It was the kind of place that made tracking down anyone who showed up after they left quite difficult. She regretted not bringing her phone, as the last thing she wanted was to be perceived as disrespectful. She felt it was unfair that her boredom could lead to misunderstandings with the criminals present. As she waited, her mind wandered to her collection of treasures, which she hoped remained safe in their secret compartment. The thought of someone breaking in and disturbing her precious items filled her with anxiety. She wished Jiren would simply let her devour the individuals wasting their time. After all, they clearly did not understand the value of her time. Zoning out, she decided to listen to the hero nearby, hoping to glean some useful information. To her surprise, she actually heard something significant. The hero was discussing a group meeting with a broker and mentioned a child accompanying them, possibly trying to fill the power void left by the treasure triad. She was curious about who the treasure triad were, doubting they had any real treasure but still wishing she could raid them for fun. She wondered if the hero would follow them once Jiren and she left, or if he would remain to keep an eye on the criminals. Her thoughts drifted to food, contemplating the idea of fries with a belly sandwich. It was a challenge to shed all the extra weight, but the meat was incredibly tender. Jiren suddenly clapped his hands, startling me from my thoughts about lunch. He informed me that the number would lead to Bako Karos, instructing me to set up a meeting once I had the money. I had to suppress a laugh and turn my gaze away to hide my smile. We didn't know anyone named Bako Karos. It was just a code for me to eliminate the troublemakers. Jiren often mentioned that leaving behind bodies was bad for business, especially when they hadn't instigated anything. Some individuals, like the ones we dealt with, were too foolish to let things go. Perhaps they had offended him in some way. I had stopped paying attention, so I wasn't entirely sure. Regardless, the outcome was always the same. They would call me, I would show up, and I would deal with them, taking any cash they had since they rarely carried money. It seemed that these fools believed threatening the non-existent middleman would yield better results than negotiating with Jiren, so they attempted to appear as intimidating as possible. Depending on their behavior when I arrived, I would either finish them off quickly or take my time. I found that the method of elimination affected the flavor of their meat, which was more beneficial for me than for Jiren. Whenever someone actually brought money, Jiren had me call him first, as they had proven to be smarter than he initially thought. He was always surprised in those cases, given his knack for reading people, a skill that came with being an information broker. Those rare instances were also why he didn't simply use his quirk to erase their memories of the meeting. Besides, I had helped him train his quirk to focus on specific details of a memory to erase, particularly his appearance. He thrived on small groups that had the potential to grow into significant names. The man standing across from Jiren extended his hand for a handshake, introducing himself as part of the Mohawkians. The name suited them perfectly. It was as ridiculous as they were. Each member sported a variety of mohawks in different colors, with the leader having the tallest one that looked like a rainbow had exploded on him. Each spike was a different color, and I suspected it had something to do with his quirk. I was curious to see what it could do. Jiren nodded to me, signaling it was time to leave. My eye twitched at the nickname he used for me, but I smiled brightly in response. I teased him about his dentist appointment, reminding him not to lose any more teeth. His smile faltered at the reminder of his missing tooth, a souvenir from an encounter when someone had attacked him. He claimed it served as a reminder that nobody was invincible, but that was before he met me. The sound of the warehouse doors slamming open signaled another opportunity to prove him wrong. Suddenly, a voice boomed through the air, announcing a holdup and demanding everyone to put their hands in the air and kneel as if they were being arrested. A rookie hero entered, followed by another seasoned hero. The first was a man with bright yellow hair styled dramatically, wearing headphones, shades, and a speaker around his neck. He was known as Present Mike, not particularly new to the hero scene. The second hero resembled a post-apocalyptic cowboy, complete with a hat, boots, cloak, and gas mask. This was Snipe, and he was far more experienced than his counterpart. He pointed a revolver at Jiren, and I couldn't allow anyone under my protection to be harmed. I decided to try a more diplomatic approach, given my minimal respect for these heroes. I suggested that if Snipe was going to point a gun, he should aim it at the thugs behind us, warning him not to become a one-armed gunslinger. My words caused the heroes to hesitate, shifting their attention from Jiren and the thugs to me. I noticed a commotion behind me, indicating that another hero had jumped down from the rafters, likely dealing with the troublemakers. He hadn't threatened Jiren yet, so I kept my focus on Snipe. Snipe chuckled nervously while Present Mike regarded me with caution. He began to warn me about Jiren, but at the mention of quirk, Jiren winced, predicting that it would lead to trouble. Before Snipe could inquire further, I leaped at him, using my strength to slam his head into the ground. The sound of the gun firing was followed by a loud crack as the ground fractured upon impact, leaving the hero limp. A quick glance confirmed that Jiren was unharmed, and I felt a sense of satisfaction. Present Mike stared in shock as I stood up, my claws extending and scales spreading across my skin. Jiren casually remarked that I was a bit sensitive about people discussing my quirk. Eraserhead scowled as he observed the Mohawkians meeting with a high-ranked information broker. He couldn't fathom how they had gained enough influence to engage such a broker, which was concerning. It suggested they had someone truly powerful backing them. This was why he had been assigned to follow them and uncover their connections, even though his patrol wasn't set to begin for a couple of hours. Fortunately, having a backer didn't necessarily mean the group was any more competent. It was surprisingly easy to track them to the meeting point. He was also accompanied by two other heroes on standby in case things went awry. Present Mike, his friend from high school, and Snipe, a more experienced pro. With their combined abilities and his quirk that could erase other active quirks, they should be able to handle most villains who might show up to a meeting like this. However, everything changed when the broker arrived with the little girl in tow. She was dressed casually in denim jeans and a pink hoodie, her hands tucked into the large pocket emblazoned with the words, "It's not cannibalism, it's eating the leftovers." Eraserhead silently cursed to himself, recalling the power struggle that had erupted since the treasure triad was dismantled. The situation had been chaotic, with bodies discovered across 3 cities. While not in large numbers, the casualties had accumulated over the year, not counting those that remained unfound. Most law enforcement personnel were content to let the gangs and small-time villains eliminate each other, but Eraserhead disagreed. There was always the risk of collateral damage to innocent civilians. Although it hadn't happened yet, the girl's presence suggested that the situation had escalated. He concealed himself in the rafters of the warehouse, pondering why it was always a warehouse. He aimed to gather any details he could. The second-in-command of the Mohawkians made a call before negotiations began, casting furtive glances at the girl throughout. However, there was little else to glean from the meeting. The call could signify many things. Was the girl not supposed to be there? Were there meant to be more children? Did her presence hold some hidden significance? Was their backer going to make an appearance? The fear in the second-in-command's eyes raised more questions than answers, but Eraserhead was determined to ensure the girl did not fall victim to these criminals. He needed to wait for a suitable moment to contact Present Mike and Snipe, perhaps even call for additional reinforcements if necessary. However, as the gang and the broker continued their discussion, his unease grew. The girl was hardly mentioned, and aside from a few gang members keeping an eye on her, she seemed to be ignored. In turn, she appeared indifferent, reclining on a crate and using her tail for support. Was it some kind of reptilian quirk? He couldn't tell if it was just the tail or if there were other features. Understanding her abilities could be the difference between getting her to safety and putting her in harm's way. When he was certain they were distracted, he radioed Present Mike and Snipe about the situation and its potential implications. They moved to position themselves, but it would take some time. Fortunately, the negotiations seemed lengthy enough for them to prepare. He settled in to wait, shifting his focus between the criminals and the girl. There were moments when he tensed, thinking she had spotted him, but aside from glancing upwards for a few minutes, she didn't react, returning to her blank stare at the broker and the gang. Her mind seemed preoccupied with something else. Eventually, he managed to quell his anxiety every time she appeared to look in his direction, convincing himself that she was merely bored, while trying to ignore the unsettling feeling creeping between his shoulder blades. Her calm demeanor raised alarm bells. Was she under the influence of a quirk? Or was she there of her own volition? Could she somehow be connected to the broker? Or, worst of all, could this be a trap? Before he could reach a definitive conclusion, the meeting concluded, and the broker began to leave, the girl accompanying him as they exchanged light banter. His suspicions heightened, and he reached for his comm to alert his support, but then the warehouse doors burst open. He cursed under his breath, this time audibly, as Present Mike made his exuberant entrance. Eraserhead dropped down, his hair floating upwards from both physics and his quirk as he activated it. He swiftly began incapacitating the gang members while they were still confused, focusing first on those with clear mutation quirks that he couldn't erase. They fell easily caught off guard. The rest struggled to activate their quirks, only to find themselves unable, following their allies into unconsciousness. After taking down the leader, Eraserhead glanced over to Present Mike and Snipe to see if they had apprehended the broker yet. His eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the little girl slam Snipe's head into the ground, cracks radiating from the point of impact. Off to the side, the broker was moving away from her, his warning only serving to confuse the underground hero even more. The girl casually flexed her hand, working her claws as she turned to look at the hero who had been present since the beginning. She furrowed her brows, not recognizing him, though the yellow goggles on his face seemed familiar. He must be an underground hero. She spoke conversationally, stating that they could handle the situation the easy way or the fun way, smiling and revealing her sharp teeth. She warned him not to make the fun way boring. Eraserhead snapped out of his momentary daze as his hair began to float around him. He launched his scarf at her, suspecting a telekinetic quirk. She stretched out her arm, allowing herself to be wrapped up. Did she really think this would work out for her? Curiosity piqued, she hoped to see his quirk in action. Unlike the usual trouble she dealt with, this was a hero. They were trained to use their quirks effectively. Considering the only things I wish I could retrieve from the Midoriya household are my quirk analysis notebooks, the desire to see all their capabilities is strong. However, disappointment washes over me when he flicks his scarf, wrapping me in it before pressing me against the ground. It seems he could have used telekinesis, but I doubt it. He tells me to stay down, and there's an unusual hint of concern in his voice that piques my curiosity, though it is overshadowed by my eagerness to explore their quirks. I had already informed him of my intentions, and with surprising force, I slice through his scarf, standing up as his hair briefly falls before rising again. I glance back at Present Mike, who is checking on Snipe, likely unconscious. If such a weak attack could rattle him, his equipment would be of little use. Returning my focus to the unnamed hero, I give him a mocking grin, urging him not to make this dull. I whirl around on one foot, creating a hole in the floor as I launch myself at the second hero, appearing beside him in an instant. His eyes widen and he instinctively pulls back. I raise my claws high, bringing them down in an exaggerated manner, testing whether he can break through his surprise or if he will falter. A sudden voice startled her, prompting her to whirl around. Standing at the door to the warehouse was a woman in a suit, her bob-cut black hair framing a face adorned with striking golden eyes. The beauty of her gaze nearly distracted her from the rest of what the woman said, but she managed to listen intently. The woman proclaimed that quirks were not worthy enough to be part of her magnificent being. To suggest otherwise would be to slander her magnificence. She insisted that the girl had no need for a quirk, as her capabilities far surpassed what any quirk could accomplish, which could never match her strength. Excitedly, the girl squealed, hopping in place and clapping her hands as her scales retracted across her body, leaving only the ones trailing from her neck to her cheeks and on her hands. She expressed her delight in the woman's eyes, her own sparkling as she suddenly appeared in front of her, careful to avoid causing any damage or stirring up dust. It would be terrible if anything obscured her view of those captivating eyes. She wondered if she could have them. The coloring was so pleasing that they would take prime place in her hoard. However, she realized that eyes, like any other body part, could deteriorate over time, leaving her pondering what to do. The woman bowed at the waist, maintaining eye contact without tilting her head. She explained that her eyes were merely contacts, making them unfit for the girl's hoard. However, she offered to provide as many as the girl wished, enhancing her viewing experience. The woman then mentioned they had something else that would make a wonderful addition. Disappointment washed over the girl when she learned the eyes were just contacts. While she could put them on others to see them again, the fact that they were not special diminished their value. She pondered the woman's earlier claim that quirks could never match her strength, disagreeing on both professional and personal levels. Professionally, it suggested quirks would plateau, but she believed they could still become more intricate and powerful based on their user's skill. Personally, she felt it would rob her of the thrill of a good fight, which would be disappointing. The woman nodded, gesturing to someone outside the warehouse. As he entered, the girl's attention was drawn to his golden hair, which her instincts told her was real gold. The woman explained that her partner's quirk allowed him to permanently turn his hair into gold, ensuring it would not revert to its natural state. As the woman reached for him, the girl's hands and tail twitched, her wings popping out as she restrained herself from flying toward him and whisking him away to her apartment. Keeping him fed and healthy for life to maintain his golden hair seemed like a manageable task. But when the woman rested her hand on his hair began to grow on its own. She explained that her quirk accelerated hair growth, making them perfectly suited to provide the girl with as much as she desired. She asked her to consider it a gift. The girl nodded, watching the hair grow. Once it reached the man's waist, she raised a hand, ignoring the sound of approaching footsteps behind her. She declared that it was enough, as any more would complicate keeping it clean before she brought it back. The woman nodded and halted her quirk, producing a set of scissors that had an unusual scent. She inquired whether the girl wanted the new addition removed immediately or if they could accompany her to her lair for easier transport. The girl frowned at the term lair, recalling her apartment. It hardly seemed worthy of such a title. Jiren, perched at her shoulder, crossed his arms and eyed the two courteous individuals. He expressed his frustration about the lack of suitable accommodations. The woman quickly interjected, offering to help find a more appropriate lair for her, bowing again and hesitating before asking if they could move to a more suitable venue for their discussions. She acknowledged that they lacked the strength and adaptability of the girl, making it difficult to conduct business in such a locale. The girl nodded, intrigued by the way they acknowledged her nature. This alone was enough to make her consider accommodating them, especially since they were adding to her hoard. The entire situation felt like a win. Suddenly, a cautious voice interrupted from behind her. Eraserhead asked for clarification, noting that the girl was about to be brought into the police. She held back a snort at the misunderstanding, allowing a smile to grace her lips. From her perspective, that was far from the truth. Still, she thought it would be amusing to let them believe they could handle her. The woman glared at Eraserhead, her expression fierce. She asserted that as heroes, they should have been aware of the situation. Since they were not, it implied someone had failed to follow instructions, and their prison sentence would be determined by their actions that day. Present Mike, understandably taken aback, exclaimed in disbelief about the notion of prison. The girl shared his surprise, wondering why they would need to be sent away. Are they actually corrupt heroes? Instead of listing their crimes, the woman simply points at Izumi, who tilts her head as she withdraws her wings and tail. The woman states that Izumi falls outside the purview of Japan's law enforcement, and all matters relating to her were to be left to the DAB. Her glare intensifies as she explains that local law enforcement was supposed to avoid conflict with Izumi and report sightings to them. But instead, they find two heroes here fighting her. The heroes stare at her in confusion. The doubt is clear in Eraserhead's voice as he questions whether they are going to be arrested because Izumi attacked them while they were apprehending a gang. The woman confirms this matter-of-factly. Izumi frowns, crossing her arms as she draws everyone's attention back to her. She finds the claim ridiculous and insists that she does not want them arrested. How can she enjoy herself if she can't fight without them facing consequences? The woman blinks in surprise and asks if Izumi did not take offense to their actions. Izumi nods, explaining that she enjoys the fighting itself, even if she dislikes the insistence that she has a quirk. She requests that they not be punished, a request that normally would require someone high up in the government to make. The woman, however, agrees, stating that they won't be overly punished. She bows and suggests they take their leave, as there is much to discuss. Izumi nods, her stomach growling. She eyes the cooked bodies appraisingly, and the woman seems to understand her intentions. The woman offers to treat Izumi to a meal and reassures her that they will have their people come to clean up and preserve the bodies. Eraserhead attempts to object, but the woman cuts him off, reminding him that he has no authority in this situation. She adds that if he has any objections, he is free to bring them up with the local government, but he should be prepared for the consequences. She glances at the downed hero and the seemingly uninjured gang member, assuring Izumi that they will ensure the injured are properly taken care of. Izumi has no objections, feeling satisfied with the situation. She recalls that Snipe had claimed she has a quirk, but she had already dealt with him for that, and she does not care that a member of the gang survived. It wasn't like she was trying to harm them at the time. Izumi then asks Jiren, the information broker and her protectee, if he is coming along. This situation seems significant, and he should be informed. Jiren eyes the two of them thoughtfully as he chews his lip. The woman frowns and speaks to him directly for the first time, asking about his relationship with Izumi. Jiren grins and explains that they work together. She protects him during meetings and deals with the more difficult individuals afterwards, while he ensures she has a constant supply of valuables. Izumi corrects him, noting that it's a hoard. Jiren rolls his eyes as the woman's expression narrows. She apologizes but states that the information shared during this meeting is sensitive. She turns to Izumi, asking what it would take for her arrangement with Jiren to end. Izumi taps a claw to her chin, chuckling internally at Jiren's indignation. She states that she would need assurance that he isn't about to be arrested by the heroes. The woman nods, glaring at the heroes, who glare back. Eraserhead looks fierce, while Present Mike seems lost and a bit scared. Izumi continues, saying she would also need a replacement supply to add to her hoard. The woman confirms that can be arranged. Izumi hums thoughtfully before looking at Jiren, asking if he needs anything. He sighs, letting his shoulders slump. He always knew she would outgrow him, but he didn't think it would happen so quickly. He turns to the woman and requests 200 million yen to be willing to cut off contact with Izumi. She nods in agreement. Jiren smirks at Izumi and stretches out his hand as the golden-haired man directs the heroes out of the warehouse, speaking quietly to them as they reluctantly leave. Izumi doubts they will go far since Snipe is still knocked out. Jiren bids her goodbye, and she takes his hand, giving it a firm shake. She then pulls him toward her and raises his arm to her mouth. His eyes widen as she gives his forearm a light bite, briefly piercing the skin before liking the wound. He jigs his hand back, scowling as he wipes off the saliva left behind. Jiren comments on her inability to resist getting a taste. Izumi snorts, watching as the punctures heal, leaving only faint scarring. She meets his eyes, conveying the seriousness of her words. She has marked him, stating that if his business brings him harm, she won't interfere. But if it's not business, he should call out to her. She gives him a fierce smile, letting her bloodlust surface for a moment, reminding him that she protects what is hers. I take a large bite from the remains of a barbecued rib in my hand, crunching through the bare bone effortlessly. A sense of happiness washes over me, as the chef has adapted well to my inquiry about consuming both the bones and the meat. I have no idea how they managed it, but it's almost as satisfying as the meat itself. After swallowing, I take a long sip from the water next to my platter. With my other hand, I idly slide the golden hair I've braided and hung around my neck like a scarf. Perhaps I should consider getting it fully made into a scarf, I think, but I push the thought aside for later. I glance around the oversized pile of meat at the two suited individuals across from me, who are enjoying their food in a decidedly less messy manner after my urging. I begin to speak, observing as they both straighten up, their backs becoming rigid. I roll my eyes in exasperation. They are much older than me, and I wish they would relax. The woman's eye twitches, but she holds back whatever thought it provoked. She takes a deep breath and exhales slowly, the tension in her posture easing. She slumps back while her partner leans forward, clearly enjoying the food almost as much as I am. After another bite of rib bone and meat this time I continue my earlier thought. The two of them mention they are with DB. I ask what that means and how it relates to me. The man gives me a curious look while the woman blinks, explaining that DB stands for the Dragon Appeasement Bureau, which should clarify both my questions. I sip my water, smacking my lips before responding with a playful denial. Toss the remainder of the rib into the air and catch it in my mouth, pleased that I didn't miss. The man and woman exchange glances, and he elaborates on their purpose. They appease dragons, of which I am one. I tilt my head, blinking at them in surprise. I try to sense what my instincts feel about that revelation, but they remain oddly quiet. Perhaps they are still basking in the glow of how these two have treated me since their arrival. After considering my instincts and my own actions, I nod in understanding. It makes sense. The man expresses his disbelief that I didn't realize I was a dragon, but I feel it's a fair statement. I explain that I always knew it wasn't just a quirk, and I hadn't cared much about discovering my true nature. I had assumed it would come to me one day, or that someone who already knew would show up and tell me. I point out that here they are, with no effort on my part. They exchange another glance, and the man shrugs, admitting I'm not wrong. His comment earns him a playful nudge from his partner, who reminds him that there's a difference between being casual and disrespectful. I chuckle at their banter, enjoying the pleasant atmosphere at our table. I note how well they get along and understand why they were sent to meet me. They must have experience with dragons who have recently awakened. The woman covers her partner's mouth, sighing at how quickly he has grown accustomed to me. She turns to me and explains that full dragon awakenings are exceedingly rare. In fact, I am only the 8th full dragon to awaken since records began, to their knowledge. Curious, I raise an eyebrow and ask about partial awakenings. The man interrupts to question how I know about awakenings but not that I am a dragon, which seems obvious to me. I respond simply that it's instinctual. Ignoring his sputtering indignation, I turn to the woman, realizing I haven't asked for their names. She continues, explaining that partial awakenings are indeed more common than full ones, though they are harder to identify due to the prevalence of quirks. I frown at the implication that any of my newly discovered kin could be mistaken for having a quirk. The woman quickly clarifies that they cannot monitor partial awakenings like they can full ones, a capability they only obtained after the last dragon to fully awaken offered their services to the Bureau. She shakes her head, emphasizing that those with partial awakenings often claim their abilities are merely quirks, and many genuinely believe it. As I crush a rib in my hand, barbecue sauce splatters. A growl builds in my throat, and my eyes flash with intensity as my rage flares. I express my disdain for those who belittle their heritage, feeling a surge of anger at the thought. I force myself to calm down, apologizing for my outburst and explaining how offensive I find it that others of my kind could stoop so low. I take another bite, only realizing afterward that I have grown a muzzle and just shoved an entire rack into my mouth. It's an interesting development, though not entirely out of the ordinary. The conversation falls into silence as we continue our meal. After I finish my platter and request another, much to the astonishment of the waitress, the woman finally speaks again. She notes that it seems all dragons share a common disdain for half-breeds. I think about the term for a moment and nod in agreement, expressing my own feelings on the matter. There's hesitation from them before the man cautiously asks if I know. As the waitress returned with a plate of freshly steaming ribs, I waved my hand dismissively. The portion was smaller than before, but still enough to make the two people across from me look a bit queasy at the thought of eating it. I remarked that while I didn't know how awakenings worked, it hardly mattered. What was important was that those undergoing it should have the resolve to see it through to the end. The woman across from me stated dryly that typically, people struggled to let go of their humanity. This made me pause mid-bite, surprised by her insight. I continued to chew thoughtfully, considering her words. After swallowing, I reflected that perhaps I should show them leniency, given how pitiful their situation was. The man, genuinely confused, questioned whether wanting to remain human was truly pathetic. I nodded sadly, explaining that each full or partial awakening occurred in someone who was quirkless. I found it unfathomable for someone like me to possess a quirk. We were so much better than that. Their bemused expressions confirmed my understanding of the situation. I inquired if they were aware of how the quirkless were treated. They grimaced, and the man noted that the situation was particularly dire in Japan, though it was generally poor elsewhere. I nodded, idly wondering about the conditions in other countries before deciding to investigate later. I continued, pointing out that those in the best position to understand humanity were desperately clinging to it. It was sad and pathetic that they had the chance to be better but were unable to accept it. They settled for mediocrity when they could awaken to greatness. I shook my head, asserting that putting them out of their misery would be a kindness. However, I would try to limit myself since they were clearly delusional, at least as long as I remained in a good mood. They remained silent, clearly captivated by the truths I had shared. The rest of the meal passed without further conversation, and I felt no need to fill the silence with trivial chatter. After finishing my meal, I let out a satisfied burp as the waitress came by to clean the table and leave the check. I pushed the check toward them and shifted the conversation back to business, asking if they could provide me with a proper lair. They jerked at the sudden question, and the woman fumbled with the credit card she had pulled from her jacket pocket. They quickly regained their composure, demonstrating their professionalism. I wondered what kind of training they underwent to be so competent, especially since I was the only newly awakened individual they had encountered. The woman confirmed that they could provide a lair but requested more information about my desires to ensure it met my expectations. I began with the basic requirement of needing something large enough to accommodate my hoard without concern for it outgrowing the space. I added that it should be fairly isolated to deter any potential burglars. The thought of someone stumbling upon my possessions and attempting to steal them made me scowl. I emphasized that it would not end well for their home city. I continued, stating I required comfort and all modern amenities to avoid inconvenience. I also wanted enough room to install traps for better protection of my hoard. As I tapped my chin in thought, My claws against my scales signaled a shrinking of my muzzle until it returned to normal. I expressed a longing for warm baths, noting that most temperatures failed to penetrate my scales. A lava bath had been quite comfortable when I first awakened. I frowned, feeling as though I was forgetting something important, but I couldn't recall what it was. The two of them nodded along with my requests, unfazed by my desire for a lava bath. The woman assured me they could handle everything I requested. I pondered further, my frown deepening as I scratched the table with a claw while trying to remember what I had overlooked. I spoke aloud, hoping to jog my memory. I noted that I didn't need to be near a city since I could fly if necessary. Perhaps an obstacle course would be beneficial to avoid becoming lazy. I asked if Davy would provide supplies regardless of my lair's location, to which she confirmed that they would, at no cost, as they wished to keep my existence hidden from the public. Suddenly, realization struck me. I met the woman's gaze and declared that I wanted Davy to set up a website where I could offer my services. I smiled, revealing my pointed teeth in a half-threatening manner, adding that I had a need for entertainment after all. The sight of the vast lake of bubbling lava in front of her was mesmerizing. The orangish-red glow flickered over the blackened stone walls and the enclosed ceiling as the lava flowed toward a natural drain, preventing it from rising above the ledge where she stood. She dipped her bare foot into the lava, feeling the warmth envelop her. Turning to the man beside her, she gave him a thumbs up, expressing her satisfaction. He nodded seriously, his expression stoic, and informed her that he was glad it met her expectations. He then offered to guide her to Ms. Aura and Mr. Kami to continue the tour. Following him through a different tunnel than the one they had entered, she suppressed a frown at his overly stiff demeanor. She wasn't a teenager anymore, after all. At least Aura and Kami treated her with more familiarity now, despite the rocky start they had after her accidental encounter with a man who had been walking by with his daughter and dog. The memory of that incident lingered. She had felt an overwhelming urge to attack him the moment she saw his round glasses and buzz-cut brown hair. It turned out to be a fortunate incident, as Davy had requested an investigation into him. He had used his quirk on his wife to fake a scientific breakthrough and had intended to do the same with his daughter. The news of the exact details had spread through the hospital, leading to unforeseen complications for him. As she approached, she spotted the familiar figures of the two DB agents conversing at a three-point intersection, well away from the sweltering heat. She felt a twinge of sympathy for them in their suits, though her own oversized hoodie and shorts were not particularly comfortable either. She preferred wearing her scales over clothes, finding them less restrictive. The man who had accompanied her to the lava pool had a fireproof quirk that kept him safe from the heat, but anyone else would have struggled. She waved at the two agents, watching as the fireproof man excused himself and walked away quickly, though not quite running. She chuckled, enjoying how her laughter echoed through the tunnels, prompting him to abandon all pretense and sprint for the exit. Part of her wanted to shout something ominous to see if it would make him run faster, but Aura intervened, asking her not to scare him since he was a good agent who had informed them of her location when they first met. Curious, she tilted her head and asked how he had known where she was. Kami smiled and explained that he had joined the group at the warehouse as a spy. They had deployed various agents across Japan to track her movements, and it was fortunate they had managed to catch her before she left that day, as they had expected it would take much longer to make contact. Recalling that day 6 months ago, she snapped her fingers in realization. He was the one who hadn't cooked after Eraserhead and Present Mike had dodged her flames. Kami confirmed her memory, though Aura huffed and gestured down the last tunnel, asking her not to tease them, as she was terrifying. She giggled and skipped ahead, enjoying the playful banter. Overall, the lair was nice. While it lacked a personal movie theater or an army of staff like a mansion might have, it was still appealing. A network of tunnels with no discernible pattern reassured her that even if thieves managed to get in, they wouldn't escape before she found them, assuming they didn't fall victim to her traps. The DAB associates led her through various caves located randomly in the mountain, each differing in size. The largest would be reserved for her hoard, and she considered using one of the medium-sized caverns as her bedroom. She still needed to decide how to utilize the others, but when they arrived at a cave entrance, she felt a surge of excitement. They stood on a cliff overlooking a large forest, perfect for launching into flight. There was even a trail leading up to the spot, making it easy to access without flying. The top of the volcano was mostly flat, providing options for future plans. She announced her approval to Aura and Cammy, who responded positively. Aura mentioned they would contact the forest's owners to purchase it. She nodded happily, her hair bouncing. It had become denser and fluffier over time, and she looked forward to having a proper bath to keep it clean. She reminded Aura to ensure she acquired the part of the forest immediately surrounding the cave to avoid any issues if she decided to tidy up. Aura assured her that it wouldn't be a problem and made a note on her clipboard. Then she asked if she had any specific ideas for the rooms and their purposes, emphasizing that her happiness was key. After a moment of thought, she tapped her chin, letting scales grow across her face and claws on her fingers, enjoying the sound they made when they touched. She decided to leave the first cavern empty, wanting to have fun with it herself. The medium-sized cave near the bath would serve as a bedroom, and the closest medium one to it would be like a refrigerator. The small one next to the refrigerator would be the kitchen. It was important not to have to go far if a midnight snack was needed. Another nod followed. It was understandable. Beyond that, one of the larger rooms would be filled with books for writing. A return to analyzing quirks was in order. The third largest room would be dedicated to games, with consoles, a TV, and a computer as the main attractions. It was unlikely that people would be invited to the lair for casual hangouts, so personal enjoyment was essential, along with activities that could be done online. There was a teasing cough, followed by a playful jab from Aura, which caused Cammy to bend over with a groan. A laugh escaped as the atmosphere lightened. It was acknowledged that being a shut-in might be the case. There would still be occasional outings, but a year or so of enjoying a proper lair was anticipated. Requests would still be attended to, which prompted a turn of attention toward the others. Noticing their sudden tension, Aura hurried to explain. There was a reluctance among their superiors to inform the public about the existence of dragons, given the effort spent on keeping them hidden. Her tone was stiff, and the clipped nature of her words revealed her concern, not just for herself but for her superiors. The blunt response was that it sounded foolish. There was no need to announce being a dragon, simply stating that help was available for various tasks with guaranteed results would suffice. An idea sparked excitement. If there was concern, the website could be made difficult to access, turning it into a challenge that required connections or luck. That thought brought a warm, fuzzy feeling. It would be as if only those who earned it could receive help. The odd tasks could be scrapped in favor of granting a single wish to those who managed to find the site. This could turn into an urban legend. Imagining a possible headline brought a squeal of delight. The excitement was palpable as wings flapped, lifting off the ground for a moment. The joy was infectious. Flipping upside down, emerald eyes met Aura's golden contacts. The surprise on Aura's face at such enthusiasm was amusing, but the focus remained on the task at hand. A bright smile was returned, and the request for assistance in setting up the website was made. If there were any issues, Aura was encouraged to voice them to her superiors. After a moment of thought, Aura returned the smile, expressing confidence that there would be no objections as long as public access remained limited. A few caveats could be added to ensure secrecy after a wish was granted, which was met with enthusiasm. The idea of adding to the reputation was welcomed, and the anticipation of fun was palpable. In another scene, Shino Sosaki, known as the pro-hero Mandalay, raised an eyebrow at Aura's request to buy the mountain and surrounding area. Initially, there were suspicions about the reason for surveying the mountain, but a full purchase raised further concerns. It was close to their compound, and the suspicion was evident. The partner, Cammy, acknowledged the importance of the request, noting that if it turned out to be a volcano, they would have left. Sosaki's surprise was evident upon learning the truth about the volcano. The danger it posed was clear, but it served a purpose for Aura and her team. When asked about that purpose, Aura's response was curt and classified, prompting Sosaki to frown. There were two main issues to consider. One was a family tradition of picnics on the mountain, which would need to be addressed. The second was the hosting of students from hero schools during summer training. Aura suggested that alternative arrangements could be made, But Sosaki pointed out the long-standing tradition that could not simply be cut off. The suggestion to bar students from entering the designated area was met with skepticism. Telling high school students no was unlikely to be effective. The Gibi agent thought of the girl she was assigned to liaise with, grimacing at the potential complications. The necessity of purchasing the mountain was emphasized, with a willingness to pay any amount to obtain it. Sosaki hesitated but ultimately agreed to find a solution if the situation was as serious as presented. A handshake sealed the agreement, and Aura expressed gratitude for the understanding shown. The scene transitioned, leaving the characters to navigate their new challenges and opportunities. Izumi is around 11.5 years old. After 6 months of relaxing in the apartment, the excitement of finally securing a location for her lair fills her with energy. Unfortunately, it will take another 6 months for Dabi to fit it to her specifications. Apparently, it is dangerous and difficult to provide a volcano with modern comforts. Currently, she is flying across Japan, trying to burn off some of her excess energy, not paying much attention to her surroundings. Flying is incredibly relaxing. Watching the cities and countryside pass beneath her as she speeds along brings a smile to her face. Everything looks so small from up high, and she enjoys the thought of all the people below being so far away. On a whim, she decides to show off her flying skills, spinning and twirling, doing loops and flying upside down. Laughter fills the air as an idea strikes her, and a mischievous grin spreads across her face. She retracts her wings and drops like a stone, leaning forward and spinning as she falls. Taking a deep breath, she fills her lungs with the rushing air before exhaling a burst of emerald flames. The flames curl around her, clinging to her clothes, and she laughs as she transforms into a wheel of spinning fire, plummeting towards the ground. It isn't a quick descent, giving her plenty of time to wonder where she is and realize that checking beforehand might have been wise. When she crashes into the ground, dust erupts outward from the crater, quickly followed by her flames that consume the dust as if it were never there. The emerald fire bathes the landscape around her. She pulls herself out of the earth, glancing down and giggling at the perfect impression her body has left in the ground. The walls of the crater are much higher than her, so she can't see what her flames are feeding off of. There are no buildings in sight, so she likely hasn't destroyed a city, perhaps just a small town without tall structures. Regrowing her wings, she flies out to assess the damage and feels a mix of emotions upon seeing the rolling plains beyond the circle of flames surrounding the hill where she landed. It resembles pudding that someone has eaten from the center out, rather than from the edges like most people would. It's essentially a fake volcano since there's no lava. An idea suddenly strikes her. Could she create lava? After all, lava is just superheated stone, so if she breathes fire hot enough for long enough, it should be possible. Eager to test this, she looks down at the crater and takes the deepest breath she can, holding it as long as possible to make her flames hot enough. With a roar, she releases a torrent of flames that shoot out of the crater in an eruption, merging with the flames surrounding her. She focuses intently on the task, only taking breaks to replenish her oxygen as the flames rage below her, the heat distorting the air around her. Eventually, she pauses, peering through the flames to see if her plan worked. Just as she is about to fly down and check, a sudden deluge of water pours over her. Growling, she shoots upwards, her scales spreading across her body, claws extending from her fingers and toes, and her muzzle elongating. Her tail lashes out, stirring the flames around her as she ascends. This is the most she has ever transformed, with only her hair, shoulders, face, and part of her neck remaining untouched by her draconic nature. The flames follow her as she rushes past them, bursting into the clear air and flaring her wings to come to a stop. The flames around her pull back, avoiding the risk of being extinguished. Looking around, she meets the surprised gazes of those below, her own eyes narrowed in anger. She notes the unusual sight of many of them flying, as most lack the means to do so. Recognizing nearly half of them, she identifies the others. Among them are the water hose duo, Manual, Backdraft, and several minor heroes with water quirks, along with a dozen others she doesn't recognize. Above them all is a short-haired blonde man in an aviator outfit, his mouth agape in shock at her appearance. Her eyes narrow further as she studies him, nostrils flaring as she takes in his scent. He is new, likely making his debut. With a menacing grin, she assumes he is in charge since none of the others can fly. She asks him directly who was responsible for the water that drenched her. He stares at her for a moment, a shudder running through his body as his wings fluff out, and he attempts a calming smile, though she can see the caution and fear beneath it. He greets her and inquires about her presence there. She studies him for a few moments, annoyed by his avoidance of her question. After a brief internal debate, she decides to play along for now, knowing she can always deal with them later if necessary. She explains that she was trying to create lava and points out that throwing water at someone is quite rude. His smile becomes strained as he glances down at the blaze below them, surprised by how much it has spread. The circle of flames has grown significantly since she first landed, and the sight leaves her momentarily speechless. He hesitated, almost as if it should be obvious that they were trying to stop the fire from spreading to the city. It would be understandable if he had known there was a city nearby or how large the fire had grown. They wanted to put it out before anyone got hurt, but that still didn't justify dousing him in water. The water evaporated immediately due to the heat, but being suddenly soaked was still annoying. After reining in his anger, he decided to respond calmly. He was still upset but not furious. He nodded at the hero before shifting back to the main topic. He wanted to know who had splashed water on him and flashed a wide smile, showcasing his pointed teeth. He just wanted to talk. The hero swallowed, his eyes trembling as he struggled not to glance at the culprits. It was a challenge for most people, indicating that he had been trained not to do so. "Oh, I don't know," the hero said airily. "There are so many quirks fighting the fire that we can't really see inside it. It could be any of them." His smile widened. So, what he was saying was that he should punish all of them to ensure he got the right one. He eyed one of the heroes he didn't recognize, who had a squid quirk and was spitting ink into the fire to no effect. His flames wouldn't be extinguished by this group's feeble efforts. He ran his tongue across his muzzle, enjoying the way the heroes instinctively shuddered under the gaze of a predator. He felt hungry, and it would be rude to ignore the feast they had brought him. Fried seafood sounded appealing, even if it wasn't his preferred dish. He appraised the hero in front of him. Fried chicken was a much better choice. The hero shuddered, clearly fighting off his instinct to flee. It wouldn't help him to work up an appetite for him. He offered to take him to a few good places to eat, his treat. It was hard to tell if the sweat trailing down his face was from fear or the heat, but it was likely a mix of both. He pretended to think about it, tapping a claw on his chin. He then gave a bright smile, much to the hero's surprise, and offered to take care of the flames for him. Turning away, he looked down at the panicking heroes below. Their efforts were clearly not going as well as they had hoped. He spread his arms dramatically, glancing over his shoulder at the hero and flashing a smirk. He suggested that they might want to move the others, or else he would be having a snack on the way. The hero's eyes widened, and suddenly, people began shooting up to their level, accompanied by cries of surprise. He waited for them to reach him before widening his smirk and thanking them for the meal. He swung his arms closed in an X across his chest, even as the hero cursed and flew higher, using his quirk to drag the others along. The flames roared, climbing over each other as they gathered in the crater, compressing to even higher degrees. He liked his newly reformed lips, letting a look of pure enjoyment cover his face. This would be fun. He stretched out an open hand and clenched his fist. The flames roiled beneath him before exploding upwards, the pressure demanding release. He laughed as they surrounded him and shot past, the panicked screams of the heroes above intensifying the thrill. It didn't take long for the flames to dissipate. He casually reached out to pluck one of the bodies falling from the sky as it passed by, letting out a small breath of disappointment upon realizing it was Manuel, who was charred but still very much alive. His expression brightened as he noticed a few other heroes. Still falling. If they landed, he could just cook them on the way. Unfortunately, red feathers shot down and caught them before they could hit the ground. He looked up, puffing out his cheeks at the red-winged hero, who returned a shaky grin. Annoyed, he threw Manuel at him, chuckling at the water hero's scream and the flying hero's squawk of surprise as he instinctively dodged, more feathers detaching to catch him. Feeling better after that petty vengeance, he drifted down to check on his project, ignoring the shouts from above for him to stop. He was not going to be bossed around. He would do what he wanted. He flew down into the crater, taking in the sight at the bottom. He squealed with joy at what he found, bubbling lava oozing down the walls into the pool. He whooped as he dove in, swimming through a decent amount before hitting a solid floor. It wasn't too deep, but deep enough that his head couldn't breach the surface while standing. He crouched before jumping as hard as he could, flapping his wings to gain height. He shot out of the lava in an explosion, some splashing out of the crater onto the scorched earth around the lip. High above, the heroes seemed to be arguing about something unimportant, but they stopped when he got close enough to hear. He grinned at the Birdman, stating that he was in a good mood now. He still needed to punish whoever had dropped water on his head, but he wouldn't kill them anymore. They needed to handle that before going to grab some food, as he was absolutely famished. One of the low-ranking heroes glared at him, demanding to know if he had any idea how much damage he had caused. He flew directly to the man and delivered a swift kick to his head, knocking him out and silencing him. He looked at the bird before tilting his head, noting that it hadn't been as satisfying as he had hoped. He held up a finger, indicating one more. The Birdman protested, but he roundhouse kicked Backdraft in the stomach, creating distance as he heard the man retching inside his mask. He wrinkled his nose in distaste before flying next to the Birdman, satisfied and ready to go. They could drop off the others when they reached the city. Captain Red glanced between the two heroes he had just kicked and then back at Izumi, letting out an uneasy chuckle. He seemed to consider his next words carefully before hesitantly extending his hand. He introduced himself as Hawks. Izumi smirked as she accepted his handshake, allowing the scales on her arms and legs to retract while keeping her claws visible. She sensed that this was the beginning of an intriguing friendship. The hero's face twitched as the protagonist continued to enjoy their meal. It was no surprise, considering he hadn't chosen a buffet for their outing. Despite his lack of foresight, he certainly had good taste in food. The water hose duo accompanied them, with the husband casting a half-worried, half-amused glance at the blonde hero. Hawks responded uncertainly, wincing as the protagonist raised their empty plate to signal the waitress, who hurried into the kitchen. He mentioned that he could probably send the bill to the HPSC, despite the ongoing chaos. As the protagonist savored a barbecued chicken wing dipped in ranch, they turned to Hawks and inquired about the HPSC. They wondered if someone important had been fired. The hero jumped slightly, clearly surprised that the protagonist was engaging in conversation after being so focused on eating. The trio had been watching in disbelief as the protagonist ordered one of everything meat-focused from the menu. Their initial amusement turned to shock and awe as the protagonist demonstrated their determination to eat it all, including seconds and thirds of the tastiest dishes. Curiously, the protagonist noted that their lack of clothing hadn't seemed to bother anyone. They had grown scales to cover the necessary areas, resembling a sports bra and workout shorts, but it was odd that no one commented on it. It made them wonder if the others were simply unfazed or perhaps a bit peculiar themselves. Hawks raised an eyebrow while the wife of Waterhose answered, her gaze fixed on the protagonist. The married couple had insisted on joining them, unlike the other heroes who were eager to distance themselves. The protagonist found it amusing that they seemed intimidated by an 11-year-old, especially since they had given a warning before almost roasting them all. The wife explained that the chairwoman had been tried for treason a few months prior, leading to an investigation into the HPSC. She noted that many new job openings had become available as a result. The protagonist hummed thoughtfully before downing a bottle of hot sauce, eliciting flinches from everyone present. They suppressed a chuckle at the discomfort it caused, as it didn't affect them at all. They contemplated raiding the Bakuga household for their homemade hot sauce, curious about its flavor now that they could breathe fire. Hawks laughed in surprise, choking on his drink, while the husband of Waterhose patted his back. He asked what led the protagonist to make such a statement about the organization overseeing heroes. The protagonist merely gave him a deadpan look, as the answer seemed obvious, especially with the hypocrite symbol at the top of the leaderboards. The treason incident felt vaguely familiar. As they listened to the heroes discuss the situation, the husband remarked that it was no secret the commission didn't have everyone's best interests at heart. Hawks defended the organization, albeit half-heartedly, suggesting that the chairwoman had simply been a big-picture person. The wife countered that it was good to see the issue finally addressed, expressing her concerns about Kota growing up in such an environment. She hoped the new president would be moral enough to avoid treason. The husband asked what exactly the chairwoman had done to be labeled a traitor. The wife raised an eyebrow, explaining that treason typically involved attempts on the prime minister or emperor's life or efforts to destroy a city. Hawks shook his head, asserting that the chairwoman had been smart enough to maintain her position without risking it for something that wouldn't benefit her. He mentioned that she had withheld crucial information meant for all heroes, information so vital that its absence put the entire country at risk. The protagonist interjected, excitedly snapping their fingers and startling the heroes and the waitress, who nearly dropped a fresh plate of wings. Thankfully, she managed to steady herself and place the plate on the table before scurrying away with the empty ones. The protagonist explained that the heroes were legally prohibited from bothering them due to the fear of a potential rampage. As they grew their muzzle and devoured the plate of steaming hot wings, they continued, revealing that DB agents assigned to them had mentioned punishing anyone who failed to inform the heroes about their existence, which had included the HPSC chairwoman. With a disinterested shrug, the protagonist finished their meal, letting out a satisfied burp while noting the tension that had settled among the heroes. I grew some claws and picked at a piece of meat stuck between my teeth while continuing to talk. I didn't mind fighting Eraserhead and Present Mike, but it seemed the DB thought I would be offended and set the whole city on fire, or something like that, at least. I grunted in satisfaction as I managed to pinch the stubborn piece and pull it out, peering at it for a moment before tossing it back in and swallowing. I looked at Hawks, who appeared to be holding back panic for some reason, and nodded. He would probably be arrested for treason too if they found out he actually got me mad when he and the other heroes dumped water on me. I held back a smile while watching them exchange looks, the silence stretching. Since it seemed like they were out for the rest of the conversation, I clapped, causing them all to jump, before standing up. I announced that I was going to go on a flight before heading back to the apartment for a nap. As I started toward the door, Hawks jumped from his seat. He hesitated, clearly nervous about something, and suggested that he join me on my flight since the sky could get lonely with so few people allowed to fly. I thought about it for a moment before a grin lit up my face. It sounded like fun, so I agreed, suggesting we make it a race. Hawks gave me a shaky smile and gestured toward the back of the restaurant. He suggested we start off in the alley behind the restaurant to avoid anyone thinking I was a villain being chased by a hero. I shrugged, not really caring if anyone thought I was a villain. They didn't matter to me, but it would probably be easier to go along with his request to avoid interruptions. I didn't want him claiming he lost because he had to explain the situation to the police or other heroes. Thankfully, the dumpster behind the restaurant didn't smell, allowing me to focus on stretching after I let my wings loose. I tilted my head at the hero and asked where we were racing to, needing him to pick something distinctive since I had no idea what city we were in. He let out a surprised snort, quickly covering it with his hand before clearing his throat. He suggested we race to Trash Beach, pointing in a direction. I nodded in confirmation, noting that he wasn't too familiar with the area either but believed it was famous enough that I wouldn't have any problem recognizing it when I got close. I raised an eyebrow at him, questioning how he knew the restaurant was so good if he didn't know the area. He shrugged and simply stated that he liked chicken. Fair enough, as cannibalism always is. I directed a sharp smile at him, bending my knees and declaring it was time to start. He laughed, the strain easing from his face and voice, before shoving his hands into his jacket's pockets. He warned me not to be upset when I lost. Just then, the water hose couple stepped out of the restaurant just as two figures flew above, quickly vanishing into the distance. Around them, the wave of police and heroes called to apprehend the girl shouted in surprise and panic. The local police chief, an older man with antenna-like growths on his head, silenced them with a sudden shout. He instructed the two heroes to hold their positions while he got a report from Waterhose, reminding them to track where Hawks was heading just in case. He gestured for the married heroes to follow him to a quieter area, where the husband wrung his hands while the wife furiously tapped away at her phone, a scowl on her face. Once they were out of earshot, the chief sighed and asked how serious the situation was. The husband swallowed, glancing at his wife before answering that the girl who started the fire outside the city supposedly was outside their jurisdiction, at least according to her, and Hawks seemed to believe it too. The police chief stared at the man for a moment before switching his gaze to the wife, demanding more than just a random child being outside their jurisdiction. After a few more taps, the woman swore and took a deep breath to calm herself down. She explained that she had been messaging the stand-in for the HPSC president, and after describing the girl, they confirmed that neither heroes nor the police had the authority to do anything about her. The chief dragged a hand down his face and groaned, hoping they hadn't called him in to arrest the girl the DB warned everyone to avoid. The couple grimaced, explaining that this was the first they had heard of her. From what was said while she was eating, the previous chairwoman was tried for treason specifically because they weren't warned, and with the entire commission undergoing what essentially amounted to house cleaning, the information still hadn't spread around. The chief turned to the assembled raid team, a dozen high-ranking heroes and 50 police officers, and sighed, asking if they had any good news. He preferred not to tell everyone they accidentally committed treason because of a greedy woman's foolishness. They shuffled their feet for a moment before the husband spoke up, suggesting that there probably wouldn't be anyone arrested for treason because the girl left in a good mood. The chief snorted, hoping that would be the case. The girl laughed as she flapped her wings, Hawks flying beside her, adjusting his own wings to the air currents in search of the path of least resistance. Though he didn't have traditional wings, the shape his feathers took when attached to him allowed him to soar through the sky. From what she had observed, he seemed to move them telepathically, enabling him to fly without needing to flap them. They raced neck and neck, though she suspected he could go faster if he explored the telepathic aspect of his quirk more. She had slowed down to let him catch up, but even if he trained, it wouldn't change the outcome. It was amusing how he believed he could match her speed. His serious expression as they raced through the sky made her laugh even more. She performed it, barrel roll around him, eliciting a curse from him. He flipped over to fly on his back, glaring up at her. He remarked on her cockiness, questioning why she hadn't won yet if she was truly that fast. She smirked down at him, revealing her fangs, enjoying the shiver that ran through him. She teased him about wanting to destroy his confidence in his flying skills. With a chuckle, she let her scales grow to cover her body, feeling the wind resistance diminish. In response to his challenge, she announced she would see him at Trash Beach. With a powerful flap of her wings, she shot ahead, leaving behind a wave of turbulent air and her joyful cries as Hawks tumbled through the sky, filled with colorful exclamations. As she soared above the city, the scenery rushed by too quickly for her to recognize anything. However, she abruptly stopped, unaffected by the gale she had created. The wind broke around her as she maintained her position, her focus drawn to a building far below Aldra Elementary. A place filled with bad memories. She had lost track of the days, but the nearly empty parking lot suggested it was likely the weekend. Memories flooded her mind as she hovered there. She recalled her and Bakugu's first day, the teachers announcing her quirklessness, and how everyone was told to be careful around her because she was considered fragile. The hurtful words that children used against her echoed in her mind: geneless, remnant, null, and more. They had created new slurs just to make her life more difficult. Despite their efforts, it had never been enough, and they continued to find ways to torment her. Eventually, that little bit of torment escalated into something far worse. She was jolted from her thoughts by a hand on her shoulder and a curious voice asking if she was okay. She turned to see Hawks, one eyebrow raised in concern, but she noticed the tension in his shoulders. Looking back down at the school, she realized she had been drifting closer to it. There were no tall buildings nearby for comparison, but she knew she wouldn't have to drop far to reach it with her flames. For a moment, she considered setting it ablaze. There was no real reason not to, other than the hero behind her likely disapproving. While it might be cathartic to burn it down, the real issue had always been the people there, who deserved punishment. Yet, she was no longer the same person she had been. Did it even matter now? Her instincts told her yes, and she had to agree. Still, she shook her head, flapping her wings to distance herself from the school. Hawks squawked in surprise at her sudden movement, likely preparing to call for help if she decided to act on her thoughts. This had been a good day, aside from the earlier incident, and she didn't want to ruin it by associating it with Aldera. Watching it crumble might be nice, but any memory tied to that school would inevitably spoil, even if it involved watching it burn. So, she climbed higher until the school became an indistinct blur below her. She glanced at Hawks, noticing his rough breathing. With a lopsided smile, she pushed aside any thoughts of that place and suggested they return to the race. With those simple words, she shot off again, leaving Hawks behind. Hawks stared after the girl as she quickly vanished into the distance, shaking his head as he descended to a height where he felt more comfortable. He found it puzzling how the girl, with her fiery abilities, could thrive at such heights. Though he was a rookie in official experience, the chairwoman had ensured he gained plenty of unofficial experience before the Special Forces stormed the HPSC headquarters and took her into custody. That incident had sparked a cleansing wave throughout the commission, leading to investigations into all their clandestine programs and illegal dealings, including the Legacy Feeder program and the truth about Lady Nagin's imprisonment. There were whispers about moves to secure her release from Tartarus, and he had been doing his best to assist with that. After all, the woman he succeeded had accomplished what he could not, breaking free from the Commission's control. And all of it was thanks to this strange little girl who couldn't be more than 13. When he notices her looking unsettled for the first time that day, he can't just ignore it. He checks his phone for the name of the building she was staring at, raising an eyebrow before tucking it back into his pocket and resuming his pursuit of her. He knows he's likely to lose the race. He's not too proud to admit that she outpaces him. Despite this, the race has proven beneficial in unexpected ways. Not only has he gained insight into her abilities, but he also has a lead to investigate further and learn more about her off the record, of course. He values his life too much to risk it recklessly. Aldera, what secrets will you reveal? It doesn't take long for her to reach the ocean after leaving Hawks far behind for the second time. It's clear why the place is called Trash Beach. Along its entire length, heaps of garbage tower over the one-story buildings across the street. It's not just large items like broken refrigerators or washing machines. Household appliances, furniture, and decorations litter the area. If it could be considered trash, it's likely found here. As she surveys the scene, a frown crosses her face. Even with the visibility obscured by the abandoned debris, she can see familiar landmarks. Most notably, a short boardwalk extending into the water, ending in a gazebo that offers shade during the day and a perfect view for watching the sunset. She exhales slowly as she lands near the stairs leading down to the beach. Her gaze falls on a decorative stone with a plaque announcing the beach's name, now marred by scratch marks from bored children over the years. A game of tic-tac-toe, a heart atop a triangle supported by a single line, and a large X across the plaque seem to mock the name. It's a fitting representation of what this place has become. This isn't Dagoba Municipal Beach Park anymore. It's not one of the few places she remembers enjoying with the Midoriya family. Now, it's simply Trash Beach. In every practical sense, it's just a dump. The only thing that makes it stand out is its location. She can't help but chuckle at the irony. Of course, one of the only places with good memories has turned into trash. It perfectly encapsulates her life before she awakened. Before she was thrown into that volcano, her life felt worthless. Her passive personality, her so-called friends. Everything felt like a burden. She halts that thought, taking a deep breath and releasing it slowly, accompanied by a burst of flames. The flames don't travel far since she isn't aiming them at anything, but they help mask the unpleasant smell, if only slightly. She had friends. Real friends. Though their time together was brief, they were meaningful. Even if she hasn't seen them since, she still considers them friends. They are part of her horde. But do they still see her as a friend? She wonders how they reacted to her disappearance. For all they know, she could be gone forever. If she were to suddenly reappear, would they be angry? Disappointed? What if they had only pretended to be her friends as a cruel joke? It wouldn't be the first time she felt that way. Others had shown signs of looking down on her for not having a quirk, but those three hadn't. She feels an instinct rising within her, a commanding voice that urges her to assert her dominance. She roars out the command to silence it, struggling to quell the sense of superiority that bubbles to the surface. It tells her that it doesn't matter if they were pretending or not because they belong to her. She releases another roar directed at the sky, allowing her flames to blaze and burn her doubts to ashes. After a few minutes, she takes a deep breath of the heated air and exhales slowly. She will not force them to be part of her horde. Until they meet again and refuse, they are hers. She chooses to believe they are her friends. She doesn't know when that meeting will happen, but she is certain it will. For now, she decides to address the two voices shouting from the depths of the trash piles. She wonders what people could possibly be doing in there. The urgency of the situation was palpable as one voice insisted on leaving to call for help against the fire quirk user, while the other stubbornly declared their claim over the territory. The argument was heated, and it was clear that both sides had valid points. The one who wanted to flee understood the danger, while the other was unwilling to relinquish their domain without a fight. It was a commendable stance, even if it was misguided. As I navigated through the heaps of trash, I finally reached a clearing that resembled an arena, with the refuse forming an odd boundary. There, I spotted a familiar figure I never expected to see again. Mr. Sludge stood there, shirtless, and I couldn't help but leap forward to embrace him, despite the squishy texture of his form. I had burned all my clothes earlier, so I couldn't judge. His surprised expression quickly shifted to joy as he recognized me. It was a reunion filled with excitement as he welcomed me back, and I shared my recent adventures, proudly stating that I had discovered my true potential and now lived in a volcano. He laughed heartily, appreciating my transformation into a dragon, which I preferred over the term quirk. Just as our conversation flowed, a girl with pink hair and thick dreadlocks interrupted us. She wore a grease-stained tank top and thick pants, her eyes hidden behind goggles. In one hand she held a lemon, and in the other, a syringe filled with yellow liquid. She bluntly stated her intention to continue her work, which piqued my curiosity. I asked about her plans, and she explained that she preferred to create her own babies rather than rely on a stork. It was an unusual ambition, especially in a dump, but she seemed passionate about it. Suddenly, she rushed forward, her eyes gleaming with excitement about the materials available in the area. However, in her haste, she accidentally injected the lemon with the liquid. Realizing her mistake, she dropped the syringe and lemon, and I caught the lemon just in time as she dashed away, warning us to watch out. Confused, I examined the lemon, which appeared unchanged. With a shrug, I decided to transform and swallowed it whole. Moments later, I felt a strange sensation bubbling in my stomach, causing me to lean forward in discomfort. To my surprise, nothing happened. It was as if the world had paused, and I felt an overwhelming urge to unleash my frustration on the two who had been watching in horror. I glared at them, my eyes flashing with intensity, warning them not to speak a word of what they had witnessed. Mr. Sludge raised his hand hesitantly, claiming he had no family. I pressed him for his favorite show and hero, and he nervously answered, revealing his admiration for a cooking show and a popular hero. With a sinister smile, I made it clear that if he ever spoke of this moment, no one would find him or those he cared about. The atmosphere was thick with tension as I closed my eyes, relishing the power I held in that moment. Understood. The two responded in perfect synchronization, affirming their understanding. The speaker glared for a few more seconds before letting out a huff and lowering their hands, expressing satisfaction with their response. The girl eagerly proclaimed her commitment, while Mr. Sludge nodded rapidly in agreement. Then, she posed a question that hung in the air. Why wasn't the speaker dead? A menacing grin spread across the speaker's face as they considered the question. They asked what reason there would be for them to be dead. The girl quickly backtracked, waving her hands in front of herself in a flustered manner. She insisted there was no reason and urged to forget her question, even claiming she had forgotten what she was saying. The speaker held their gaze for a moment longer before shifting the focus. They inquired about the girl's identity, noting that they were already familiar with Mr. Sludge. The girl clarified that she was non-binary and requested to be called Viren instead of Mr. Izumi was 12 years old. Nizu, the principal of UA, cheerfully handed each of the 3 heroes standing before him a small laminated card, announcing that they were officially off probation and allowed to return to hero work. As they accepted their licenses, their spirits visibly lifted. Nizu sighed, expressing his bewilderment at how they had managed to incur the ire of an organization like D. Aizawa raised an eyebrow in surprise, suggesting that Nizu could have hacked their systems for details, noting that even they, who had been present, were unaware of everything that had transpired. Snipe, still grappling with short-term memory loss from the incident, huffed in frustration, recalling how he had woken up in a hospital with his hero license suspended. Yamada frowned, shivering at the memory, lamenting how humiliating it was to be surpassed by a child. Nizu, intrigued, inquired if that was why Yamada had been training so hard. Aizawa corrected him, emphasizing that luck had played a role in their survival, but years of training had also been crucial. Nizu raised his paws in a gesture of helplessness, concealing his true feelings. He expressed annoyance at the security measures of DAB, explaining that their firewalls were more secure than those of the HPSC, and their cybersecurity team was both prompt and ruthless. He lamented the loss of 3 supercomputers and 4 large-scale data banks from his personal reserve. Aizawa and Yamada were visibly shocked, with Yamada nearly fainting and collapsing into a chair. Snipe stepped back, sharing their disbelief. Nizu was renowned as one of the smartest beings in the world, even surpassing the leading scientist on Island. The fact that he could not breach DAB's systems and had been outmatched in hacking 3 times left them questioning what kind of information DAB possessed. Yamada's shaky voice broke the silence, expressing his desire to avoid encountering the little listener again. Aizawa huffed in agreement, noting that their instructions had been to steer clear of the child. Nizu leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, eager to learn more about the girl now that the 3 heroes were reinstated. Aizawa rolled his eyes, having anticipated this demand. He had hoped Nizu would let it go, but he knew better than to evade the principal's inquiries. He understood that their reinstatement was likely tied to some obscure law. Aizawa began to describe the girl, noting her childlike appearance, enhanced strength, speed, the ability to grow scales, and breathe fire, all of which seemed unaffected by his erasure quirk. This led him to suspect that her abilities stemmed from a mutation quirk. Meanwhile, a girl hummed to herself as she walked down the street, clutching a safe tightly to her chest while scanning her surroundings. Although she could fly to transfer her hoard to her lair, she preferred to avoid heroes who might try to intervene due to quirk use. She found it amusing to see people do double takes as she carried her belongings down the street, but she was almost at the edge of the city, where she hoped to avoid further interruptions. Suddenly, a stranger attempted to touch her hoard, and she continued walking, unfazed by his startled scream as he stumbled into the street, trying to extinguish the emerald flames that had ignited on his skin. After a few moments, she extinguished the flames, enjoying the newfound silence. She thought to herself that if someone was determined to be reckless, they might as well take care of it themselves. Her good mood soured at the unwelcome memory of a certain individual, causing her to scowl. She contemplated retaliating against him after securing her hoard but dismissed the idea, realizing she had too many other tasks to complete. Her thoughts trailed off as she stopped in front of a jewelry store, her gaze fixated on a simple gold bracelet displayed in the window. The protagonist stared at the gold bracelet in the window for several minutes, then glanced down at their wrist, which was bare of any adornments. Memories of another set of bracelets, a pendant, and a hair clip flooded back. They remembered a time when they had felt a strong bond, one forged by friendship rather than blood, believing that gold held greater value than anything else. Tears threatened to spill as they took a deep breath, releasing it slowly. The memory hit harder than any explosion from Bakugo. They reassured themselves that everyone was fine, that they were fine. It had been so long since they had seen their friends, and just showing up felt like a step forward. As long as their friends were safe, everything would be okay. Despite the comforting thoughts, they found themselves stepping inside the store, the bell above the door tinkling softly as it swung open. Approaching the counter, they ignored the other customers and looked up at the woman behind it, who wore a shocked expression. They inquired about the price of the gold bracelet in the window. The woman blinked, seemingly struggling to process the question. Perhaps she was surprised by their youth, but they were tall enough that it shouldn't have been too unexpected. Beside them stood a man with brown hair, who also looked confused. He glanced down at his hand, which had transformed into a metal spike, then looked back at the protagonist. With uncertainty, he pointed the spike in their direction and warned them not to move, declaring that this was a robbery. The giant blonde man addressed the young lady, his voice booming as he informed her that she might not realize her actions were illegal. He took a moment to continue what he believed was a motivational speech. He assured her that if she reported the identity of the villain who had manipulated her, she would likely only receive a warning. He even offered an autograph if she returned the stolen property. As he chuckled and patted her head condescendingly, she struggled to suppress her anger. His gestures towards her hoard made it clear he underestimated her, and his next comment nearly shattered her restraint. He claimed that with her strong quirk, she could easily become a hero, urging her not to waste her potential by serving cowardly villains. Slowly, she turned away from him, placing the safe containing her hoard on the ground. When she faced him again, he laughed heartily, praising her for doing the right thing, completely oblivious to the tension in her body. His words about her being a minion and his earlier mockery of her aspirations to be a hero ignited her fury. Without warning, she tilted her head back, extending her muzzle, and clamped her teeth down on his wrist, attempting to bite him. Though her teeth barely penetrated his tough skin, he stared at her in confusion before shouting and shaking his arm. Ignoring his protests, she growled and bit down harder, determined not to let go despite the unpleasant taste. His panic grew as he flailed wildly, suggesting that if she was hungry, he would gladly buy her a meal on the way to the police station, but she needed to release him immediately. She considered his offer for a moment, noticing people filming the scene on their phones. A smile spread across her face as she planned her next move for maximum effect. Meanwhile, Aizawa leaped across rooftops, his scarf trailing behind him as he responded to a silent alarm. Normally, he would be resting or managing his class, but today he felt energized and ready for his first patrol in a year. However, when he glanced down at the street, his heart sank at the sight before him. The same little girl who had caused his license suspension was being thrown through the window of a jewelry store by All Might. Unsure of how to react, he simply watched as All Might stared through the broken glass, panicking before rushing inside, only to be sent flying back out moments later, presumably by the same girl. Aizawa weighed his options. As a hero, he felt obligated to intervene, but he was also forbidden from interfering with the child. Part of him found it amusing to think of All Might getting bested by a child, but that thought was overshadowed by a sense of dread. He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. Just as he contemplated leaving and pretending he hadn't received the call, his earpiece beeped, signaling an incoming call. Unfortunately, it connected automatically, a precaution he had set up for emergencies. To his dismay, it was his boss, Nizu, calling just hours after he had left the office. Nizu's cheerful voice filled his ear, and Aizawa braced himself for the inevitable headache. The principal inquired about reports of All Might attacking a child who was simply walking down the street. Aizawa glanced back down to see All Might take a powerful uppercut, causing him to leave the ground. The girl shouted a name that made Aizawa snort in amusement. It seemed fitting. He remarked that All Might had just taken a hit to the face and that the girl had embraced a dragon theme. There was a brief silence before All Might landed, recovered, and threw a punch that the girl dodged, sending rubble flying. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and she vanished from her position. Aizawa scanned the street and spotted her in front of the adjacent building, clutching two large pieces of rubble. Behind her was a safe, oddly placed in the middle of the sidewalk. She snarled and hurled one chunk of rubble at All Might while tossing the other aside without looking. Aizawa's eyes widened in alarm as he noticed the rubble heading straight for a blonde girl with cat-like eyes, who was filming the fight instead of fleeing. His scarf shot out, wrapping around her and pulling her to safety just as the rubble flew through the spot where she had been standing moments before. He pulled her up to the rooftop beside him, warning her to run the next time she encountered a major fight. She didn't respond to his warning, her gaze fixed on the two combatants below as they exchanged blows. Nizu's strained voice crackled through the earpiece, prompting him to raise an eyebrow in sarcasm. The situation was indeed challenging, especially considering that heroes had no authority over the girl, and Japan's most renowned hero had just thrown her to the ground. The girl struggled momentarily before a large, scaly tail emerged, allowing her to push herself up and brush the concrete off her arms. She locked eyes with the symbol of peace for a few tense seconds before, unexpectedly, tears began to stream down her face. Eraserhead observed in disbelief as All Might became flustered, gesturing wildly in response. The girl seemed to be enjoying the chaos, her cheeks flushing as she sniffed the air. "So strong," she murmured, her blush deepening. Suddenly, she appeared to remember his presence, glancing at the rock in her hands with surprise before looking back at him. Without hesitation, she raised the rock again, declaring that she couldn't let him interfere with her plans to meet her new best friend. As the rock fell, he caught a glimpse of something large and colorful soaring through the sky. Before he could process it, the rock struck his head, and darkness enveloped him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself outside the street, forcing himself to cry while rubbing dust into his eyes to make it look convincing. He lamented that All Might was bullying him, claiming he was just trying to go home when he was attacked and labeled a villain. Through his faux tears, he noticed All Might's jaw drop in disbelief as he gestured animatedly. The hero accused him of using his quirk to rob a store and attacking him. He turned away, seeking out someone still recording the scene. Fortunately, one person remained, and he seized the opportunity to play the victim, claiming All Might was a quirkist J-Archit. All Might protested, insisting that the girl had bitten him. She cringed away, holding her tail defensively. She recounted how a strange man had approached her in the street, recalling her mother's warning not to trust strangers. All Might vehemently denied offering anything, which only added to the absurdity of the situation. As All Might grew flustered, he stepped closer and she smirked, grabbing his leg and spinning around. He yelled as she built up speed, her wings unfurling as she continued to spin, preventing him from grounding himself. With a powerful release, she launched him into the horizon, watching as he disappeared from view. She dusted off her hands and surveyed the destruction they had caused: holes in the streets, damaged buildings, and rubble scattered everywhere. Dismissing it as not her problem, she felt fortunate that she had prioritized securing her belongings instead of causing more chaos. Peeking through the shattered window of a nearby jewelry store, she spotted an employee cautiously peering over the counter. Offering an apologetic look, she sheepishly scratched her cheek, explaining that it was All Might's fault and suggesting the employee bill his agency for reimbursement. The employee stared at her in shock, prompting her to withdraw and grab her belongings while extending her wings with a huff of annoyance. She muttered about flying heroes, vowing to retaliate if they attacked her. As she prepared to take off, a whoop caught her attention. She turned to see a blonde girl flying toward her with outstretched arms. Reacting quickly, she flew backward, causing the girl to miss and begin plummeting toward the ground. The girl's scream of excitement turned to one of terror, and although she was carrying her belongings, she couldn't let the girl fall. Transforming her feet into talons, she swooped down, catching the girl by her cardigan just in time. The girl looked up, and she huffed in annoyance, questioning her reckless leap from the building. The girl stared at her for a moment before a wide grin spread across her face, introducing herself as Himiko Toga and expressing her desire to be her new best friend. Izumi would have let Toga fall, but her curiosity got the better of her. I stared at the girl sitting across the table from me in my game room. The presence of a table seemed odd since most of the games I owned were video-based, but after meeting Hatsum, I had called the Day to secure the beach as her territory. They insisted on providing me with some board games to play with friends. Hatsum and I weren't exactly friends, but I saw no reason to argue the point. I intended to invite her over at some point to introduce her to the inventing lab I had them construct after she mentioned using my scales to create some interesting support equipment. I certainly wouldn't let her experiment with something directly from me in her own workshop. Though I was still unsure about granting her that privilege, that was a matter for another time. For now, I had to deal with this peculiar girl who thought it was a good idea to cling to someone soaring through the sky. What kind of person does that? I huffed out a small puff of flame, causing her to sit up straight with her hands folded in her lap. I asked her if she could elaborate on her earlier comment. She responded with a bright smile that seemed a bit off. She declared that she wanted to be best friends. Raising an eyebrow, I questioned her reasoning. She bounced in her seat, listing off her reasons. I was cute, strong, and smelled amazing. As she shivered and flushed, I felt my own face heat up. Did she really think I was cute? I had never been called cute before, apart from a certain someone who only did so due to societal expectations. The thought made me squirm in my seat, cupping my face as giggles slipped past my lips. I was at a loss for words. What do you say to someone who wants to be your friend because they think you're the cutest thing in the world? Suddenly, a light tink interrupted my panicked thoughts. I turned to look at her, feeling something lightly trail across the scales on my neck. There she stood, with a frozen smile on her face, a dull box cutter held against my neck. Silence enveloped us as we stared at each other, neither moving. A bead of sweat trailed down the side of her face, curving around her mouth before dropping to the ground, splashing harmlessly. It was the same effect her earlier action had on me. I tilted my head, channeling my emotions as I gazed into her trembling eyes. I asked her in an emotionless voice if she wanted to die. She didn't answer, it seemed she couldn't. Instead, she started trembling, her smile fading. Her face paled as her mouth opened and closed in silence. A growl built in my throat as I casually swiped at her chest, sending her off to the side and onto the ground. I stood, scales growing down from my forearms and engulfing my fingers, which transformed into claws. The girl scrambled backward across the ground, evidently freed from the force of my glare. Panic was evident on her face as she frantically waved her hands in front of herself, apologizing profusely. She explained that her quirk required her to drink blood, and my scent was incredibly tempting. She had followed me after sensing my blood during my fight with All Might, even though I hadn't been hurt. Her eyes widened with desperation as she rambled on about how amazing I was, how my blood smelled better than anyone else's, and how she couldn't resist trying to take some. Now standing over her, I maintained a blank expression as she swallowed, tears pooling in her eyes. She began to cry, curling into a fetal position and covering her head with her arms, repeatedly apologizing. She devolved into a cycle of, "I'm sorry," her cries echoing in the cavern. Slowly, I reached down towards her, unseen, and gently patted her head. She didn't react to the contact, continuing to sob. I took a seat beside her, bringing her upper body into my lap and using my other hand to gently run my claws through her hair while speaking softly. I reassured her that it was okay, that she was okay, and that it wasn't her fault. She seemed to hear the words and tried to pull away, but he held her still. He spoke softly as if addressing a frightened child. Keeping his voice gentle usually didn't work with the scared children he had encountered before, especially since they often feared whatever had caused their fright in the first place. He reassured her that there was no such thing as a villainous quirk, nor was any quirk inherently heroic. Quirks were simply that, quirks. It was up to the individual to decide how to use them, not anyone else. If her quirk required her to drink blood, then that was perfectly fine. It was natural and not a disease. He pointed out that the number 2 hero was often engulfed in flames, questioning if that was considered normal. She sniffled and shook her head tentatively, uncertain. He nodded firmly, confirming that while it might not be normal compared to others, it was normal for him. This meant that needing to drink blood was normal for her as well, and that was acceptable. Her normal was just that, hers. It was nobody else's normal, which meant it was nobody else's concern. She turned to face the ceiling from his lap, looking up at him with red-rimmed eyes, her voice weak as she asked if it was really true. He smiled down at her, revealing the sharpness of his fangs. He reminded himself that he should refer to them as fangs rather than teeth, since teeth belonged to humans. But he was a dragon, and his fangs were something special. A full day after making their deal, the protagonist landed in front of a plain 2-story house and gently placed Toga on the ground, the setting sun casting a warm glow around them. Toga pouted slightly but seemed to appreciate being carried instead of walking. It was unexpected for her, considering she hadn't jumped into their arms this time. The protagonist looked into her eyes, noticing the weight of the moment settling on her like a heavy burden. They reminded her that this was her last chance to turn back. Once they walked through that door, her decision would be final. She would be leaving free, no matter what she left behind. Toga stared back, taking a deep breath before releasing it slowly with her eyes closed. When they opened again, they were filled with determination. She squared her shoulders, shaking off the weight of expectations. She declared her desire to be herself. The protagonist smiled, reassuring her as they patted the bag at their side, which contained a meal they had picked up on the way. They affirmed that she would indeed be herself. With that, they knocked on the front door. Footsteps echoed from inside, and the door opened to reveal a blonde woman with yellow-slit eyes. Her expression shifted from confusion to fear as she caught sight of Toga, who was half hidden behind the protagonist. The woman, presumed to be Toga's mother, offered a hesitant smile and stuttered a greeting. The protagonist noted the woman's reaction, finding it curious that her only question was accompanied by an apology. They had expected more concern about Toga's well-being after her absence. However, given what Toga had shared about her parents, the protagonist wasn't too surprised. They explained that they were there to talk about Toga and her quirk. The woman's shoulders tightened, and she inhaled sharply, as if the mention of Toga's quirk was alarming. The protagonist observed her flinch at the mention of it. The woman's voice was small and resigned as she invited them inside, leading the way with slumped shoulders. The protagonist glanced back at Toga, who appeared just as resigned. Toga explained that her quirk had been mentioned, and the protagonist sighed, realizing that mending their relationship seemed unlikely. Toga expressed a desire to see things through, despite the tension in the air. The protagonist offered encouragement by gently petting her head before they followed the woman inside, closing the door behind them. They entered a modest dining room where a man, presumably Toga's father, sat next to her mother at the table. He had slicked-back blonde hair, slightly lighter than his wife's. The protagonist noted that he showed no visible signs of a quirk. As they took their seats, the man addressed them, acknowledging that he knew about Toga's quirk. The protagonist confirmed this, lacing their claws together in front of them. The man's gaze shifted to Toga, disappointment evident in his eyes. She nearly flinched but steadied herself, gripping the edge of the table tightly. When the man received no response from Toga, he sighed and turned back to the protagonist, bowing his head in apology. He expressed regret that they had to witness a disturbing sight and requested that they keep it a secret. The protagonist glanced at the woman, who was also bowing her head, tears falling onto the table. They took a moment to calm themselves, knowing that these two would face consequences, but not yet. Toga needed to shine without doubt clouding her potential. The protagonists kept their tone light but couldn't hide the underlying warning as they asked what exactly the man was apologizing for. The man raised his head, scowling as he explained that he was apologizing for Toga. He lamented that despite their efforts to prevent her from using her quirk, she didn't listen. He expressed concern that it wouldn't be long before she would be sent away. Toga whimpered beside the protagonist, who reached out to gently rest a hand on hers. She released her grip on the table and clung to the protagonist instead, squeezing tightly. The man noticed but chose not to comment. The protagonist tapped a claw against their jawline thoughtfully, inquiring about the quirks of Toga's parents. The man seemed taken aback, and his wife looked surprised as well. He explained that he could change the texture of his skin, while his wife had sharp teeth and an eye mutation that allowed her to see better in the dark. The protagonist nodded, considering their responses. The silence lingered as the parents began to fidget, the minutes stretching on. After 10 minutes, the mother seemed ready to speak, but the protagonist interjected, anticipating her words. The protagonist inquired whether they disapproved of the fact that their child's quirk required the ingestion of blood to activate. They recalled that a hero in the top 100 also possessed a blood-related quirk and tilted their head, raising an eyebrow at the couple. They questioned if the man's position was a mistake in their eyes. The father scowled, crossing his arms defensively. He insisted that the situation was different, stating that the hero used his own blood and did not have to resort to anything monstrous to wield his power. The protagonist turned their gaze to the mother, noting her shiver as she hugged her shoulders. She expressed her discomfort, finding it disturbing to trust someone perceived as villainous with their safety. The protagonist acknowledged her feelings with a cold, flat tone, observing the couple's reaction as they shuddered. Then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, they clapped their hands together. They reached down to grab their bag, placing it on the table with a light thud that hinted at its contents. With a grin, they explained that they had forgotten to eat on the way and asked if it would be all right to have a snack. Mei Hatsum stood at the entrance of the lair, a wide smile on her face as she waved enthusiastically. Izumi had just returned with Himiko and was surprised to see the inventor girl outside her territory. It was odd, considering she hadn't shared the location of her newly completed lair with anyone yet. Himiko looked at Izumi with a curious expression, her body wiggling slightly. Mei's cheerful voice broke the moment, teasingly suggesting that Izumi had a special interest in girls and could even make them PRGNT. Izumi blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend what Mei meant. She had no idea how to respond to such a statement. Himiko tilted her head, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. She asked Izumi how old she was, which caught her off guard. Wasn't it obvious that they were the same age? Izumi replied that she had turned 12 a few weeks ago, but Himiko dismissed her answer with a wave of her hand, insisting that Izumi looked older. Frustrated, Izumi crossed her arms and let out a small puff of fire. She insisted that she was indeed 12, recounting her timeline of events since her awakening. Himiko challenged her math, but Izumi was adamant about her age, feeling misunderstood. Just then, Mei interjected, proudly announcing herself as the future CEO and top inventor of Hatsum Industries, claiming to have obtained a patent. Himiko raised an eyebrow, questioning Mei's age for such an accomplishment. Mei's grin widened as she confirmed that she was indeed young for a patent holder. Izumi shrugged, explaining that she had asked DB to make Mei's claim official, and since no one else cared, it was done. She turned to Mei, curious about how she had arrived. Mei excitedly explained that she had found a half-wrecked car and managed to fix it up enough to get to Izumi's lair, although it had exploded on the way, causing her to roll down a cliff. Mei waved off the incident casually, already brainstorming improvements for her next vehicle. Izumi found it fascinating to listen to Mei's passionate thoughts, realizing that it was refreshing to hear someone else dive into their interests. Himiko sighed, feeling lost amidst the conversation. She decided to focus on the plan instead. Izumi smiled and clapped her hands, drawing Mei's attention back to the present. She explained that they would stay hidden until the heroes and police moved on from searching for Himiko. Himiko nodded in agreement but pointed out Mei's presence, wondering what would happen to her. Izumi shrugged, leading both of them into her lair. As they entered the dining room, Izumi instructed them to wait while she prepared some food. Despite her unusual diet, she wanted to ensure her guests had something to eat. However, Izumi faced a dilemma. She had no idea how to cook. Her flames were typically used for cooking in a very different way, and she realized there was a lack of food in her freezer that wasn't people. She pondered whether Himiko's quirk protected her from the dangers of consuming human food, but the uncertainty lingered in her mind. Hatsum probably doesn't have a way, even if Himiko somehow does. A sense of relief washes over me when I reach the back and spot a whole cow hanging from a hook. That's a relief. It would have been embarrassing not to be able to feed my guests. I decide to call DB to bring some long-lasting supplies. My thoughts drift to how I'll prepare the food after I break off a leg and head to the kitchen. Honestly, there isn't much to consider. All I can do is roast it with my fire. Before long, I place 3 plates of cooked meat on the table in front of the 2 girls, along with tall glasses of water for each. If Himiko wants something extra with her meal, I might see what I can do, but all the bodies are frozen, so I don't hold out much hope. I certainly won't offer her my blood. Perhaps Hatsum will let her have some of hers if she asks nicely. I encourage them to dig in as I grab the hunk of meat in front of me and take a big bite. I chew happily, even though it's not as satisfying as eating human flesh. Meat is meat, and it's glorious. I recall hearing about a group of people called vegetarians who claim eating meat is cruel, opting instead for a plant-based diet. I wonder what they would taste like. They seem to have lost their way due to a lack of meat, but perhaps it makes different parts of them taste better? Something like grass-fed, perhaps? After marking the newest additions to the horde and providing them with proof of ownership, the protagonist flies the two of them to Mei's vehicle, reassured by her promise to get it working again. After giving them specific instructions and returning to the lair, they finally lay back and relax. Stretching out on the bed with closed eyes, their limbs tremble from the effort. A contented sigh escapes as they take in the non-sentient parts of the horde. While it may not be much, just enough to fill the pedestals around the cavern, it brings a smile to their face. They promise themselves that this is only the beginning before a large yawn overtakes them, stretching their muzzle wide. Feeling tired after a long day, they curl around one of the pillows, their tail wrapping around it completely. After one last lazy look around, they close their eyes and lay down their head, declaring that this is their lair. With that thought, they drift into a deep sleep. From Izumi's lair, a ripple spreads across the world, neither fast nor slow, but at the perfect speed to reach all corners of the globe by the end of a 24-hour PRD. Most beings cannot feel it, and the majority of Japan's population remains unaware. However, not everyone is oblivious. All Might, the symbol of peace and Japan's #1 hero, feels a shiver run down his spine. He looks around, searching for the source of his sudden ominous feeling. Finding nothing, he shrugs it off as his imagination and continues his journey home to enjoy dinner, even if it is just a bland soup that won't upset his stomach. Meanwhile, All for One, the ruler of Japan's underworld, tenses as an emotion he had nearly forgotten washes over him. The medical devices attached to him begin to beep rapidly after he takes a sharp breath. His personal doctor, a short bald man with a bushy mustache and oversized goggles, rushes in and frantically scans the readings, trying to determine what is wrong. The results baffle him as they show no signs of medical complications or mechanical failures. Instead, they indicate that All for One is afraid. The fear does not linger long, and the ancient figure slowly releases the breath he had been holding. Moments later, the machines calm down, returning to their near-silent operation as he absent-mindedly waves the doctor away. His heavily scarred head tilts upward in thought, despite the absence of eyes. The scar tissue covering most of his head also stretches over where his nose and ears would be. One might wonder how he survived such injuries, if they did not know what he knows. He contemplates that he may have to call in a favor sooner than he had hoped, though he had wished never to need it in the first place. Jiren slaps his arm with a curse, pulling up his sleeve and glaring at it as if it had offended him. Seeing nothing unusual, he waves it in the air, his face contorted in a scowl while he chews on the end of his cigarette. Not feeling the new sensation fade, he huffs in annoyance and pulls his sleeve back down. He mutters to himself, convinced that Bush has done something. Although he claims it is not his problem anymore, he walks with a newfound confidence, his every movement exuding assurance. What was once an act has become his reality. The two girls who had just left their new owner's home feel a rush of warmth coursing through them, causing their faces to flush. Their hands instinctively reach for their calling cards, squeezing tightly as the marks given to them seem to gain weight. Realizing they both experienced the same sensation, they turn to each other, acknowledging the moment. Mei answers Himiko's unspoken question simply, knowing there is no other explanation. Alone on their drive, it couldn't be anyone else's quirk. Given that they had just left Izumi's lair, the origin of the feeling is clear. Yet, understanding its source does not clarify its implications. Mei grins maniacally, thrilled by the new connection to the powerful individual she has made a deal with. Himiko, on the other hand, furrows her brows, contemplating the sensation. The warmth lingers but is not as overwhelming as before. By focusing on it, she senses a kind of pull. Sniffing the air, she realizes something about her has changed. Although she does not know what it is, she feels certain she will enjoy it. Hyoka Jiro suddenly sits up in bed, her eyes narrowed as she scans her surroundings, the earphone jacks from her ears raised defensively. After thoroughly examining her room and finding nothing amiss, she relaxes but does not return to sleep. Instead, she reaches for the golden pendant her friend had given her over 3 years ago, just a day before her father took her life. Staring at it thoughtfully, she sighs and ties the cord loosely around her neck. She had considered replacing the cord with a choker, more in line with her style, but hesitated, unsure if it would be disrespectful to Izumi's memory. Now, however, she feels it would be acceptable as long as the golden medallion remains untarnished. She smiled as she lay back down, already planning a few stores to check out in the morning when a notification chimed on her phone. Frowning, she picked it up, knowing that she rarely received alerts this late at night. Enhanced hearing could be a burden sometimes. Yui Kodai rolled from her bed and grabbed the tonfa she kept nearby, raising her arm into a guard as she scanned her surroundings with an impassive gaze. Even after 5 minutes passed without incident, she remained tense, silent, and still, waiting for whatever had disturbed her slumber to reveal itself. Despite her vigilance, she couldn't help but check her bracelet, reassured to see it still on her wrist, exactly where it belonged. Only when another notification sounded did she fractionally relax. Keeping her eyes moving to catch the slightest hint of movement, she picked up her phone and glanced at the text she had received. Hitoshi Shinso let out a yelp as he was struck in the face by the arm of a wooden training dummy. He stumbled backward, hands flying to his nose, groaning as he felt the warmth of blood staining his fingers. Quietly cursing to himself, he made his way to the first aid kit on a table pushed to one side of the training room. This was not the first time he had been injured here, and he knew it wouldn't be the last, especially with how often his friends came over to spar with him. If he didn't know better, he might think the girls used sparring as an excuse to get the upper hand on him. But he did know better, and he wasn't the only one who ever got hurt. Still, this incident felt different. He had sensed a powerful presence wash over him, causing him to freeze momentarily, which likely led to his injury. After stuffing gauze into both nostrils to stop the bleeding, he washed his hands in the sink and grabbed his phone before heading to his parents' room. He knew they would prefer he tell them now, ensuring it wouldn't worsen before breakfast. He glanced at the time on his phone, realizing it would be 2 hours until then. As he walked, a sudden thought struck him. He brushed his fingers against the golden hair clip that adorned his hair, feeling reassured by its presence. Acting on his thought, he navigated through his phone to a group chat. Katamnia, Violence, and Vibing are online. Katamnia mentioned feeling a super ominous yet reassuring sensation, wondering if anyone else experienced it. Violence acknowledged the ominous part but focused more on that aspect than the reassuring one. Vibing teased about a wall incident, and Katamnia defended their penchant for numbers over small words. Violence prompted the group to focus on whether they should be concerned about the feeling. As the conversation unfolded, Katamnia noted a broken nose and anticipated a patch for the day. Vibing urged everyone to sleep, signing off, while Violence expressed hope for Katamnia's recovery before leaving as well. Humans were not the only ones to feel the ripple, and it was not the humans who understood its significance. 7 beings of immeasurable power raised their heads as the ripple passed over their territory, but most acknowledged it only briefly. 3, however, took special notice. A long, sinuous dragon with aquamarine scales tilted its head, flicking its tail against a large glass container, creating a melodic sound that echoed down from the mountain it coiled around. A middle-aged human woman emerged from a nearly imperceptible hatch nearby. The dragon informed her that a new presence had claimed its territory and entered its sleep. The woman nodded, thanking the dragon, who smiled widely. To those unfamiliar, it might seem threatening, but she had served as the dragon's attendant for over 20 years and was well acquainted with that smile. She mentally sighed, lamenting the difficulty of obtaining the dragon's payment, especially considering its fondness for fine spirits. Nestled within the caldera of the tallest mountain, a large western dragon with cloudy silver scales raised its head, grinning at the news of a new whelp, eager to see what they were made of once they awakened. On the edge of the Central Park Tower, a little girl with pitch-black hair styled in pigtails gazed out to the sea toward Japan. She frowned, noting how quickly events had unfolded. She suspected that a group of humans had been used to find something of interest. With a long-suffering sigh, she resolved to explain to them just how terrible humans could be once they woke up. With those thoughts lingering, she jumped from the building, plummeting several floors before a swirl of energy enveloped her. Moments later, the energy cleared to reveal a massive pink dragon diving toward the crowd below. Screams of terror erupted, quickly silenced as she snapped out her wings, redirecting her course. The wind surged, creating a powerful force that sent the humans crashing against the walls of the buildings, leaving a stunned silence in its wake. Those who do not become puddles staining the ground are often the ones who rise above adversity. In a world where darkness looms, the strength of the human spirit shines brightly. The battle against despair is relentless, but hope remains a guiding light. As the sun set, casting long shadows across the landscape, the heroes prepared for the challenges ahead. They knew that every step taken could lead them closer to victory or deeper into the abyss. With determination in their hearts, they forged ahead, ready to face whatever trials awaited them. Each encounter tested their resolve, pushing them to their limits. They fought valiantly, their movements fluid and precise, as they navigated through the chaos. The air crackled with tension, and the stakes grew higher with every passing moment. Yet, amidst the turmoil, they found strength in one another, their bonds unbreakable. In the end, it was not just their skills that would determine the outcome, but their unwavering belief in a brighter future. Together, they would rise, refusing to let the darkness consume them. Their journey was far from over, but with hope as their ally, they would continue to fight for a world free from despair. The ground where they stood was marked by the remnants of their fierce battle, a testament to their strength and determination. The air was thick with tension as they prepared for the next confrontation, each aware of the stakes involved. The atmosphere crackled with energy, and their resolve only grew stronger in the face of adversity. They exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them, fueling their courage as they faced the unknown ahead. Yakumura Mera, the new head of the HPSC, began the mandatory assembly of the top 50 heroes with a universal sentiment: he needed a nap. Beside him stood Hawks, wearing a lazy smile, and Lady Nagant, who had reluctantly returned to hero work after witnessing the organization's efforts to cleanse itself of past corruption. The near outlawing of the death penalty for those involved in that corruption had significantly influenced her decision. As the heroes gathered, some whispered among themselves, particularly those unaware of the reasons behind the HPSC's restructuring. Those who were informed nodded in respect to Lady Nagant, which she acknowledged with a stoic demeanor. Mera stifled a yawn, a tear forming in the corner of his eye. After blinking to clear his vision, he sighed and addressed the assembly through the microphone. He decided to skip the formalities and get straight to the point. All Might would have his license partially suspended for 2 years. The room fell into stunned silence, the weight of Mera's words hanging heavily in the air. For 10 long minutes, he allowed himself to doze with his eyes open, grateful for the brief respite from the chaos that would inevitably follow. When the silence finally shattered, it erupted into a cacophony of voices, each hero expressing their disbelief and frustration. Mera, fully aware of the uproar he had caused, remained calm, knowing this reaction was expected. He had 2 HPSC-trained operatives beside him for protection, aware of the tension in the room. He glanced at Lady Nagant, who rolled her eyes but complied, revealing her weapon. The sight of it silenced most of the heroes, while others panicked at the sight of the gun. Hawks found amusement in their fear and smirked, attempting to lighten the mood with a playful remark about the weapon not being loaded. His attempt at humor did little to ease the tension, but All Might raised his hand in a calming gesture, assuring the heroes of Lady Nagant's character and intentions. Mera expressed his gratitude to All Might but reiterated the suspension of his license. All Might, visibly confused, questioned the reasoning behind this decision, expressing his uncertainty about what could have prompted such action. Mera sighed, pointing out that All Might's lack of awareness was part of the problem. He then asked the assembled heroes if anyone could explain the situation, emphasizing that they should be informed given the social media discussions surrounding it. A voice broke through the crowd, suggesting that Endeavor was out of the running. The number 2 hero glared around, trying to identify the speaker but found no one. Best Jeanist raised his hand, patiently waiting for Mera to acknowledge him before speaking. He pointed out the email sent months ago, warning against challenging a certain individual, followed by All Might's actions that escalated the situation. Mara nodded, acknowledging the accuracy of Best Jean's statement, though he clarified that All Might being thrown out of the city was less significant than it seemed. All Might, still confused, suddenly realized the implication of Mara's words and asked if the child referred to in the email was indeed the same girl he had encountered. Mara pressed a button on the podium, displaying an image of the girl, a teenager in an oversized pink hoodie. He reminded All Might that the email had instructed them to leave her alone, noting that his status as a symbol of peace was the only reason he hadn't faced consequences for his actions. All Might struggled to comprehend the situation, his years of dedication to heroism seemingly disregarded. Many heroes shared his surprise, except for Hawks and Lady Nagant, who were privy to more details. Fat Gum voiced his disbelief, questioning whether such a response was an overreaction. Hawks interjected, recalling a moment when they had seen the girl flying with a safe in her arms, confirming that it was no mere story. Mara then changed the image behind him to reveal a desolate landscape, marked by ash and a bubbling pit of lava. He asked the heroes if they were aware of Mizudafu's latest geological feature, noting the mixed reactions in the room. On a random day last year, an unexpected explosion of green flames erupted outside the city of Mizudafu. An investigative force was quickly assembled and dispatched, discovering a pool of lava surrounded by nothing but ash. The head of the HPSC asked if this sounded accurate, and the majority of the heroes nodded in agreement. He then revealed that about 30 to 40% of the story was fabricated to obscure the truth. Shocked silence fell over the heroes, but the HPSC head pressed on with his explanation. This area had been artificially constructed by a girl they were advised to avoid. In fact, she had created it in the 2 hours between the first reports of the flames and the dispatch of a team to quell the fire. He then posed a question: would they like to know why she did this? Curiosity piqued, the heroes nodded, eager to understand the larger plan at play. Many speculated it was quirk-related, perhaps allowing her to gain power from the area. Some wondered if she was a villain trying to assert her dominance over the heroes with a display of power. However, they were unprepared for the answer Hawks provided. He explained that she had acted on a whim, simply wanting to see if she could create lava. He observed their reactions, smirking at those who clearly didn't believe him, like Endeavor. Hawks affirmed that this was indeed a fact. She had no larger goal in mind. According to her, she had been flying, felt curious, and decided to try making lava nothing more, nothing less. After a few moments of processing this information, Endeavor voiced his skepticism. He questioned how Hawks could be certain she wasn't lying. Hawks couldn't suppress a disbelieving laugh, insisting there was no chance she was being dishonest. He explained that she believed lying was beneath her and had been genuinely offended by the suggestion. He also noted that she had never returned to the site. Endeavor frowned, his frustration evident as his conjecture was dismissed. All Might seized the opportunity to ask about the damage done to the area and any potential casualties, questioning whether she had considered the consequences of her actions. Hawks replied that she had not. He likened her thought process to someone who, while shopping for dinner, impulsively grabs a dessert they hadn't planned on buying. All Might frowned deeply, expressing concern about the danger of having someone so powerful yet impulsive wandering without supervision. Hawks shrugged and glanced at Mara, who was expected to provide more insight, though he himself was unaware of her circumstances. Mara, feeling the pressure, stated that she was under the supervision of Dabi and that they had informed him she wouldn't be causing trouble for at least a few years due to an important matter. He made air quotes, indicating his own confusion about her situation, but he was relieved that she wouldn't be a problem for the foreseeable future. The heroes present were unwilling to accept such a vague answer, causing Mara to wish he could have been sleeping instead of dealing with their skepticism. He emphasized that regardless of their opinions, the fact remained that she was stronger than all of them, a child, and should not be disturbed. He encouraged them to appreciate the current peace and use it to strengthen themselves as heroes. Mara then recalled another reason for the meeting. He announced that investigations would be conducted into every hero to look for abuses of power and other questionable actions. Given the corruption in the upper ranks of the HPSC, there were concerns that it had affected the behavior of heroes. Although the investigations had been delayed to allow heroes a chance to come forward for reduced punishment, he urged anyone who had done something wrong to speak up. After concluding his remarks, Mara furrowed his brows, attempting to remember anything else he needed to address. Unable to think of anything further, he ended the meeting and left, determined to get at least 8 hours of sleep, even if he doubted it would happen. Meanwhile, one hero in particular was making plans to seize the opportunity presented to him, determined to finally achieve his own dream. 3 students stared at their substitute teacher with the most unimpressed expressions anyone in the school had ever seen. This was quite a statement, considering these 3 were rarely impressed. The substitute, feeling distinctly uncomfortable, tried to wrap up her interaction with them quickly. The substitute urged them to return the items in question, suggesting they could dismiss the incident as a joke that had gone too far. Next to her stood a recent transfer student, a boy with a strong quirk, smirking smugly at the trio. Upon hearing the woman's demand, the 3 rolled their eyes. Their 4th friend had already gone to fetch a competent adult, so they were not worried about the situation, but that didn't stop them from escalating it. A girl with violet hair and earphone jacks hanging from her ears pointed out that the items were theirs, questioning if they could possibly fit around the neck of the boy in question. An expressionless girl spoke in a monotone, stating that the boy was simply a greedy individual who had misidentified them as his people. She suggested that anyone in the school could confirm that the items did not belong to him, drawing attention to her own solid gold bracelet. The boy's face turned red, and he opened his mouth to retort, but the 3rd of the accused stepped forward, meeting the substitute's gaze directly. He expressed concern that she had assumed the boy was telling the truth and that they had stolen from him, which was both troubling and unsettling. The substitute gritted her teeth at the blatant disrespect. She introduced herself as Ms. Chickle. The boy stared at her silently for a moment, his deep-set eyes adding to his intimidating presence, and remarked on her name, implying it was no wonder she was not married. Miss Chickle's eyes flashed with anger as she raised her hand, but she froze when a deep voice interrupted from behind her. The principal, Mr. Burrido, stood there with a frown of disapproval on his bulldog-like face, questioning whether she was raising her hand against a student. Turning slowly, Miss Chickle acknowledged Mr. Burrido, who had unexpectedly appeared. He sighed deeply before glancing at the 3 students behind her with tired eyes, allowing them a chance to explain themselves. The substitute immediately launched into her justifications, claiming the trio had used their friend's quirk to steal from the boy and that she had approached them to ask for the items back. She accused them of refusing and insulting her in the process. Mr. Burrido stared at her silently for a moment, a bead of sweat trailing down her face. He looked upward as if seeking help, but receiving none, he turned his attention to the 3 students. They responded in unison, pointing out her bias, her failure to investigate, and making a comment about her being single. Ms. Chickle shouted in protest, turning back to the principal with a frustrated expression. Mr. Burrido sighed again, looking at her with an expression that conveyed he did not get paid enough to handle this situation. He asked if she had made any attempt to determine whether the 3 had indeed stolen from the boy. With her arms crossed, she gave him a confused look, questioning why the boy would lie and expressing doubt about the girls standing by him willingly due to his brainwashing quirk. Mr. Burrido let out a long-suffering sigh, reminding her that it was her first day substituting for homeroom 2A and asked if she knew the names of the top 5 students in the grade. Taken aback by the sudden change of topic, she attempted to answer, listing the names of the top students. Mr. Burrido nodded slowly, confirming her answer, and then asked if she knew what those students looked like. She hesitated, sensing she had made a mistake, and admitted she did not know their appearances since classes had not yet started. He pointed to the 3 students behind her, identifying them as Kyoka Jiro, Yui Kodai, and Hitoshi Shinso, the top 3 students in the school. He then moved aside to reveal a boy with a bird head standing behind him, who had come to inform him that she was conducting quirk discrimination. Ms. Chickle flushed, denying the accusation, but Mr. Burrido reiterated that she had indeed discriminated based on the boy's quirk without any effort to investigate. He explained that the students had worn the items in question every day since they began attending school and had taken it upon themselves to fight against discrimination. He gave her a withering look as she hunched in on herself. With a zero-tolerance policy regarding discrimination, he informed her that she would have to leave. He assured her that he could handle the students' lesson plan until their teacher returned. Ms. Chickle opened and closed her mouth in shock, trying to process what had just happened. Once she understood, her face turned a deep red, and she stormed off the campus. Mr. Burido then turned his glare to the instigator of the incident, Mr. Tsuyoi, stating that this was the third time since his transfer that he had attempted to steal from these 3 students, not to mention other students he had accosted. He ordered him to his office. The boy cowered under the principal's authority, slinking away to await his punishment, but not before casting a spiteful look at the other 4, promising vengeance. However, they remained unimpressed, returning his glare with their own. He flinches at the disdain in the glares directed at him and quickens his pace to escape. For a moment, he swears he sees something powerful flash in their eyes, but he brushes it off as his imagination. The principal observes the interaction with a weary expression, having grown accustomed to such scenes ever since the trio arrived at the school. While he appreciates that they help maintain a respectful environment for everyone, students and teachers alike, he wishes they weren't so confrontational about it. He considers whether they did something warranting a conversation, but the 3 shake their heads in unison. They assure him that everything is fine, with one of them even expressing a preference for cats. The principal chuckles at the bluntness of the comment and gives a nod. He instructs them to head to class and informs them that the first PRD will be self-study while he has another discussion with Mr. Shanamuka, hoping this time it will be effective. As the principal departs, he leaves the 4 middle schoolers in the hallway, trusting them to behave and head to class. While he doesn't fully trust them, he believes they won't get into trouble as they haven't so far, despite their involvement in various situations. The top 3 students share smiles after yet another successful defense of basic human decency. They flash their golden ornaments at each other, though they can no longer tap them together since Kyoka turned hers into a choker. Hitoshi doesn't mind, as pulling the hair clip out of his unruly hair is always a hassle. They then glance at their 4th friend, the only one without a golden symbol of friendship. Fumikage rolls his eyes and declares that the invading darkness has once again been repelled, leaving their territory untainted. Suddenly, a shadowy figure resembling a bird emerges from his stomach, excitedly proclaiming their awesomeness and expressing a desire for gold to join in on the flashy display. The 3 friends exchange sympathetic smiles with the sentient quirk. Kyoka shakes her head, explaining that even if Dark Shadow and Fumikage obtained some gold, it wouldn't hold the same significance. Yui adds that the ornaments were gifts from someone important to them long ago. Hitoshi leans against the wall, crossing his arms and suggesting they could find a way to create something special with Dark Shadow's feathers. Fumikage shakes his head, stating that their current mission, entrusted to them by their benevolent overlord, should take precedence. Dark Shadow twists around to look at him, teasing that he sounds more like a medieval knight than an edgy character. Embarrassed, Fumikage turns away, mumbling about a mad banquet, which elicits laughter from the group. They walk in comfortable silence until they reach their classroom. Upon opening the door, they find everyone already seated, chatting with friends. However, all heads turn toward the door as it opens, and once they recognize the newcomers, the students return to their discussions until Yui claps her hands to get their attention. She announces that the principal is punishing Shanamuka again, granting them a self-study PRD to start the day. Cheers erupt as students rise from their desks and gather into groups of friends. Whether they will actually study is another matter, but the group of friends feels no obligation to intervene, nor would they want to. They aren't class representatives, after all, and their reputation for being intimidating precedes them. On quirk use days, the trio excels, with Fumikage often coming close to claiming 3rd place, occasionally achieving it thanks to Dark Shadow's power rather than their teamwork. They have been working on their dynamics, but progress is slow. However, those thoughts are for training days. For now, they gather their desks together and study for their upcoming midterms. None of them are particularly worried, they know they will perform well. They all aspire to attend UA, the school for the best of the best, and they prepare diligently for the day they can apply. They share a common goal, to ensure that no one suffers as Izumi once did. They will do everything in their power to convince others that discrimination for any reason is utterly foolish. They aim to demonstrate that those who were once pushed down can rise above the limitations imposed on them. Izumi's horde will rise to its rightful place at the top. The daily updates had come to an end, and now the schedule would switch to weekly. Readers could still access content ahead of time on a certain platform, along with commissioned artwork. Suddenly, she shot up from the bed, memories of the previous night flooding her mind more effectively than any alarm clock. Panic surged through her as she realized. What had happened? Had she really harmed someone? The thought made her stomach churn, and she rushed to the bathroom, her hand covering her mouth. She leaned over the toilet, bracing herself for the worst. The horrifying meal from the night before threatened to return, but nothing came. No retching, no gagging, not even a hint of nausea. Most strikingly, there was no sense of guilt. Her mind insisted she should feel sick about her actions, but she brushed that thought aside. If thoughts could easily sway her, she would have been a hero by now. Yet the idea of being a hero felt distant, especially after everything that had transpired. Surprisingly, she found herself accepting that she no longer desired to be a hero. This realization pushed aside her worry about her lack of disgust. It didn't make sense. She had always aspired to be a hero, even after being declared quirkless and facing betrayal. Then it hit her. It was All Might's laughter that had extinguished her dream. The moment he mocked the idea of someone quirkless becoming a hero was when she had truly understood her aspirations were over. She had known it, but acceptance had come slowly. Perhaps it was linked to her past, but she could acknowledge that the desire to be a hero was gone. Whatever abilities she possessed now were not a quirk, and that was the strangest part. By all accounts, her powers should be classified as a quirk, rare and powerful, akin to warp abilities. Yet, the thought of labeling them as such made her stomach turn. She fought back the bile with a grimace. If she wasn't going to feel sick from nearly harming two people, one of whom she had consumed, then she wouldn't let herself feel ill over comparing her abilities to those of others. She blinked and moved to the sink, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. The girl staring back had a freckled face, long tangled hair, and slitted green eyes. She hadn't bought pajamas, leaving her unclothed, but it was the two small horns protruding from her head that captured her attention. They were small now, but she sensed they would grow as she aged. That strange feeling lingered, a sense that her abilities placed her above others, a notion that felt natural. Yet she had lived so long with the opposite belief that it was hard to reconcile. It was as if two parts of her were at odds, not in a grand battle like the one she had seen in heroic tales, but in a subtle struggle, like the aftermath of a fight being quietly resolved. On their way to school, one member of a trio of friends expresses a universally relatable sentiment. It's a truth that resonates with many, transcending cultures and experiences: the disdain for Mondays. Kyoka, with a deadpan expression, remarks that Hitoshi isn't Garfield. Hitoshi meets her gaze, determined to challenge her assertion. He playfully responds, likening himself to the cartoon cat. Yui, tilting her head in thought, muses that Garfield has never actually meowed, recalling his lazy antics and his tendency to tease the dog. This prompts Hitoshi and Kyoka to try and remember any instance of the orange tabby meowing, but they come up empty. Hitoshi blinks in realization, acknowledging Yui's point. Yui continues, stepping around a street sign, noting that people are often surprised by such observations. The other two share a look of disbelief, but Yui simply returns their expressions, leading them to roll their eyes instead. Hitoshi then quips about Yui's potential hero costume resembling a pirate, which makes her ponder the idea of asking Ms. Joke for advice. Kyoka raises an eyebrow, reminding Yui that the bandana was added for practical reasons during fights. Yui concedes but argues that Ms. Joke likely chose the bandana for its aesthetic, inspired by her love for the classic Pirates of the Caribbean movies. Hitoshi agrees, pointing out that the original films had a charm that the reboots lacked, particularly praising Johnny Depp's portrayal of the character. As the trio discusses movies, an unexpected force pulls them into an alley they happen to be passing. Surprisingly, they don't panic or struggle. Instead, they let out collective sighs of irritation. They find themselves hidden from casual passers-by, aware that anyone witnessing the scene might dismiss it as mere youthful antics or call for help. Having faced similar situations before, the trio is not surprised by their current predicament. They've become so familiar with these encounters that the police have even provided them with their own coffee mugs at the station. One of the delinquents, Shanemuka, sneers at them, boasting to his gang leader, who bears a noticeable scar on his bald head. The trio instinctively steps back, pointing at the scar as the light catches it. The gang leader, visibly irritated, shifts his focus back to the trio, declaring that they would have let them go if they had surrendered their belongings without a fight. Now, he insists they will face the consequences. His head begins to glow ominously. Hitoshi, maintaining his monotone, feigns distress, while Kyoka deadpans her reaction. Yui, with her hands in her pockets, curiously asks if any of them possess a transformation quirk related to canines, specifically coyotes. The question leaves the gang confused, causing their readiness to dissipate. The gang leader responds negatively, and another member questions Yui's choice of inquiry. Yui shrugs and, with a flick of her wrists, tosses objects toward the delinquents. The items expand rapidly, landing on their legs with a resounding thud that elicits cries of pain. The remaining delinquents stare in shock, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Yui, unfazed, prepares her brass knuckles, having already passed Kyoka her staff and Hitoshi his eskrima sticks. Her calm demeanor in the face of their pain unsettles the attackers. With a shared determination, the trio launches into action, teaching the delinquents a lesson about the consequences of their choices. Later, Detective Tsukachi observes the aftermath, glaring at Hitoshi, who agrees with him about Mondays. Officers are seen escorting the attackers into police cruisers, while two of them, with injuries that suggest a rough encounter, are loaded into an ambulance. Hitoshi sips from a coffee mug that proclaims its disdain for Mondays, featuring a glaring black cat. Beside him, Kyoka enjoys her coffee from a mug adorned with a stylized music note, while Yui's mug, with a hand making a bold gesture, declares a more ominous sentiment. The detective can't help but find the girl intimidating, something the vast majority of those who had faced her wrath would agree with. Detective Tsukachi decided that engaging in a battle of wits with the teenager, who would likely win, would not improve his day. Instead, he took out his notebook, flipped to an empty page, and poised his pen to record their statements. He introduced himself formally, stating that he was Detective Tsukachi and that his quirk was lie detector, which allowed him to discern when someone was lying. After receiving the obligatory nods from the three individuals, whom Eraserhead would refer to as problem children, he began taking their statements. He asked them to describe how they ended up in this situation. Hitoshi started by saying they were simply walking. Kyoka added that they felt something drag them into the alley. Yui concluded that they had responded appropriately to threats from some ruffians. Tsukachi met Yui's gaze with a deadpan expression and pointed out that they had caused significant injuries to a number of people, two of whom would require extensive physical therapy. Kyoka dismissed the assertion, claiming it was not their fault. Tsukachi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the truthfulness of her statement. He pressed for clarification, to which Hitoshi responded that the assailants should not have attempted to mug them, and they had done so poorly. Yui casually mentioned that the Zodiacs had warned everyone to be cautious of heavy objects that day, implying that it was not their fault the assailants had neglected to check their horoscopes. Tsukachi braced himself, knowing he would regret asking, but felt obligated to do so. He inquired about the heavy objects that had fallen on the two assailants. The trio exchanged mischievous grins, and in unison, they made a playful reference that Tsukachi chose to ignore, unwilling to engage with their penchant for pop culture references. After gathering the full story, minus their usual sass, Tsukachi posed one last question about whether any of them had used their quirks. Yui raised her hand, prompting him to note it down before closing his notebook and slipping it back into his coat. He reminded them how fortunate they were that the vigilante laws had relaxed. If the self-defense clause had not been added after the HPSC's restructuring, he would have been compelled to take them in. Yui reminded him that she had a permit to use her quirk for training outside designated areas. The other two smirked in agreement. This new regulation allowed aspiring heroes to obtain a limited-use quirk license, provided their teachers deemed them responsible. There had been discussions about expanding this to a full quirk use license for the general public, but many long-standing politicians had resisted such changes. Yui continued, explaining that it was not her fault the actions of others had disrupted her concentration and forced her quirk to activate. She claimed it was merely a coincidence that the individuals who interrupted her had landed on the very people who had threatened them, and that she had been using items suitable for self-defense during her training. Tsukachi groaned, well acquainted with the headaches the trio often caused him. Even before the self-defense clause was introduced, they had consistently skirted the line of vigilantism, and he would argue they had completely erased it. The frustrating part was that they always managed to present reasonable arguments against any accusations, even if those arguments were not entirely logical. They had spent 20 minutes trying to explain why they had bags of zip ties, an excessive amount of salt, and 37 burritos. To this day, Tsukachi was unsure how they had managed to escape the situation, and he suspected he had blocked part of the memory out of sheer confusion. He advised them to avoid further trouble, noting that while they had not technically engaged in vigilantism, any hero schools they applied to would not look favorably on their extensive involvement in chaotic events. Kyoka smirked, asserting that UA was for the best of the best. Hitoshi chimed in, agreeing that it was the perfect place for them. Yui added with a hint of excitement that the principal loved having the most interesting students. And in unison, they declared that no one could be more interesting than the members of the Horde. Tsukachi resolved to get to the bottom of their synchronized speech one day, although today was not that day. Nor was it the day he would inquire about what they meant by being part of the Horde. He feared they might actually be involved in some low-profile vigilante group, which would make sense for their quest for experience before the UA entrance exam. However, he was certain that even if all other members were caught and arrested, these three would manage to escape without a blemish on their records. Endeavor scowled as he stared up at the mountain in front of him, his arms crossed over the chest of his hero outfit. He glanced at the sidekick who had brought him to the location, his glare promising consequences if the number 2 hero did not like the answer to his next question. He asked if the sidekick was certain that this was where he could find the girl. The sidekick swallowed nervously, nodding his head. He explained that before she disappeared, a nature enthusiast had snapped a picture of her in the area, before the wild pussycats found out and escorted them off their territory. Endeavor frowned at the phrasing used to describe the wild pussycats' property. The term, territory, had been circulating in the hero, villain, and vigilante communities, particularly regarding those with areas they frequented or had a base of operations. He found it ridiculous, especially since those with acknowledged territories were treated as more notable than those without. With All Might still a year away from officially returning to hero work, Endeavor had been doing his utmost to overtake him in the hero rankings. He had traveled all across Japan in pursuit of high-profile villains, even branching out into rescue work. He had responded to a call about an out-of-control fire at Nikko National Park, using his flames to create a firebreak. Yet it was not enough. Even after a year of All Might being out of the picture, a year during which crime rates had started rising, and a year in which Endeavor had run himself ragged, his position as the number 2 hero had not budged. Almost as frustrating was the rise in crime that allowed those who would normally remain unnoticed to shoot up the rankings. The rabbit hero, Mirko, had recently broken into the top 10 after single-handedly fighting back an attack by the Creature Rejection Clan at a facility where those with animal quirks could express their instincts. Reports estimated that without her intervention, the casualties would have been in the hundreds. There was also Crust, who had managed to displace Best Jeanist and achieved rank number 7 after preventing an out-of-control fuel truck from destroying the supports for a highway bridge during rush hour. But the worst offense, the one that made his blood boil, was Lady Nagant. After her return to hero work following her release from Tartarus, she had been rising through the ranks effortlessly. Despite her criminal record and the protests against her being allowed to be a hero, she was currently ranked number 4. Learning of that was the last straw for Endeavor. He ordered everyone at his agency to redouble their efforts in finding the girl who had supposedly defeated All Might, the one responsible for his license suspension. Those who resisted, like Burnin, were immediately dismissed. The remaining staff worked tirelessly to find any trace of the girl, culminating in Endeavor and his sidekick standing on the wild pussycat's property where she supposedly hid. Thankfully, there was something to back his claim. Endeavor glanced to the side of a path leading up the mountain, snorting at what a sign proclaimed. It warned that continuing beyond that point was a legal acknowledgement of disregarding previous warnings and seeking danger. The wild pussycats were formally exonerated from any liability regarding the consequences of such actions. The warning seemed absurd, something a child might have thought of. In the cafeteria of the DAB's Japanese branch, Kami sneezed, causing his partner Odiakana Ora to look at him suspiciously from across the table. She asked if he had done something foolish that he had forgotten to mention. Kami looked properly offended at the insinuation and clarified that they had not had much to do since Izumi started establishing her lair. He assured her that he had put up the signs as instructed, so they should still have another year before dealing with her granting people's wishes. Ora groaned around a mouthful of salad, swallowing before continuing. She expressed her concern about the impending headache that would come with it, but as long as Izumi did not cause significant destruction as part of someone's wish, they should be able to manage the situation. They shared a quiet laugh, unaware that their timeline was about to shift. Endeavor ordered his sidekick to stay put, asserting that he would apprehend the villain. The sidekick looked like he wanted to protest, but the open threat emanating from Endeavor silenced him. The heat radiating from Endeavor added to the intimidation. Without a second glance, Endeavor stomped up the path, his eyes scanning the ground and mountain face carefully. He could not afford to be inconvenienced by any traps before reaching the girl. Finding nothing only reinforced his view that the girl he sought was merely a child. He huffed to himself as he reached a platform at the end of the path and entered the cave he found there. Her supposed victory against All Might was likely a ploy to justify his retreat from heroics, aimed at demonstrating to the public how much they needed him, further cementing his place at the top of the leaderboard. Though Endeavor refused to entertain the thought, a nagging doubt lingered in his mind, warning him that the girl might indeed be as dangerous as Mara claimed, and that he should proceed with caution. But there is more at stake for him here than simply obtaining his dream as quickly as possible. The Commission has fulfilled its promise to root out the corruption that has seeped into the hero system, with a staggering 10% of the total heroes across Japan facing various criminal charges. This figure does not even include those who relinquished their licenses and vanished to avoid investigation, nor the ones who resisted arrest when cleared heroes attempted to apprehend them for more serious offenses, resulting in their complete removal from the hero ranks. In reality, the 10% statistic pertains only to the heroes who were charged and managed to retain their licenses. Meanwhile, those who lost or voluntarily retired their licenses account for an additional 15%. Thousands of heroes have disappeared, and the Commission has yet to address the top 500. Reinstated pro-hero Lady Nagant, civilian name Kana Tsutsumi, strives to maintain an open mind about her day, allowing her to assess situations without bias. When a hero anticipates encountering a villain and sees someone running while glancing around, they are likely to assume that person is a villain trying to escape. However, without expectations, one is more inclined to consider alternative scenarios. Perhaps the individual is fleeing from a villain or seeking help in an emergency. There have been instances where heroes apprehended innocent people under suspicion, only for police questioning to reveal that these individuals possessed crucial information about a crime in progress, inadvertently allowing the real villains to escape. Despite her efforts to keep expectations low, Tsutsumi believes it is reasonable to anticipate certain things. For instance, witnessing what appears to be a larger, more intimidating green version of Ryukyu's dragon form soaring over the city is not something she expected to see on her day off. Seeing this dragon-like figure nearly collide with a building leaves her feeling quite unsettled. When the creature's tail crashes into the corner, sending debris raining down, she knows she will be the one called to handle the situation. While it would make sense to contact the dragoon hero, Ryukyu, who is currently occupied with a family matter in Okinawa, There are few flying heroes with the strength to subdue such a creature. Tsutsumi sighs as her phone begins to ring, just as she anticipated. Reluctantly, she retrieves it from her pocket and answers without hesitation. She expresses her desire for a vacation, to which Mera responds tiredly, acknowledging the sighting of the dragon. Tsutsumi, hoping to avoid her impending orders, denies having seen it. Mera informs her that Hawks is unavailable and that analysts suspect the creature is an animal with a quirk rather than a person. They advise Tsutsumi to aim for the wings to ground it instead of attempting to eliminate it. At least that offers some clarity. Lady Nagant stands on the rooftop where the HPSC helicopter dropped her off, peering through her scope. She focuses on the beast's wings, though its erratic movements make aiming challenging. It resembles a creature that is unsteady. Nevertheless, she has earned her reputation as Japan's best sharpshooter for a reason. Taking a deep breath, she steadies herself and aims at the soft membrane of the creature's wings. As she releases her breath, she mentally pulls the trigger, sending a bullet arcing through the air, leaving a distinctive purple trail. Even if someone traced it back to her, she is trained in hand-to-hand combat, which she hopes will not be necessary. To her surprise, the bullet seems to vanish upon reaching the beast, which does not react at all. This lack of response leads her to believe it was not hit, as even a creature with enhanced durability would typically react to being struck. Frowning, she prepares another bullet from a lock of her hair and takes aim again, watching closely for any sign of impact. When her second shot lands without eliciting any response, a sense of unease grows within her. She sets up another shot, this time aiming for the creature's stomach, but it too fails to produce any reaction. Frustrated, she zooms in on its head, planning to target the jaw in hopes of achieving some effect. However, when she examines its face closely, she stops. Taking a moment to confirm her observation, she deactivates her quirk, retracting her arm and compressing her weapon. With her gun stowed away, she throws her hands up in exasperation and turns to head down the stairs. No way! I don't get paid enough to deal with this. Meanwhile, Hawks, on the other end of the communication, expresses confusion at what he just heard. Mera relays that Lady Nagant attempted to ground the beast by targeting its wings but failed, and she has requested not to be disturbed on her days off without a significant pay increase. Hawks is taken aback by the news. The fact that Lady Nagant could not subdue the creature surprises him, and he feels uncertain about his own ability to do better. Mera then suggests a new plan. Instead of attacking, they will hope the creature is intelligent enough to communicate. If that fails, Hawks should look for any weak points and try to lead it away from populated areas. Feeling overwhelmed, Hawks mutters about needing a vacation. Mera chuckles, mentioning that Lady Nagant has requested the same. As he approaches the beast, Hawks observes its features more closely. It resembles a Western-style dragon, bulky rather than sinuous, with deep green scales covering its body and darkened silver wings. Two horns curve forward, rising to a point above its head. As he descends, something about the horns triggers a memory, but he cannot quite place it. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, and he waves goodbye to a peculiar girl, wondering if her horns ever interfere with her hairstyle. He had to pluck the feathers that grew in his hair to maintain his popularity. However, with the HPSC undergoing significant changes, perhaps he could start leaving them alone. Unlike the feathers for his wings, those were not meant to come off. He watched as Izumi, with a wide, sharp-toothed smile, beat her wings and launched into the air, declaring herself a dragon. The hero abruptly halted, staring at the dragon as she began to pull ahead of him. Though not flying fast or steady, she was gaining distance. He shook himself back to reality and continued moving closer, raising a hand to his earpiece to contact someone who dealt with matters beyond his pay grade. He casually addressed Mera, asking if she had been contacted by the DB. After a moment of silence, the head of the HPSC responded, confused and unaware of any communication from them. As he flew closer to Izumi, he hoped he was mistaken about her being the girl every hero had been warned against agitating. The idea of her transforming into a massive dragon was far-fetched, but the thought lingered. His concerns were confirmed when Mera made a surprised noise, revealing she was indeed receiving a call from the DB. He urged her to answer, suppressing his internal panic, a skill honed through training. Knowing that this dragon was likely Izumi, he continued his flight toward her head, hoping to apologize for Lady Nagant's actions and avoid any desire for vengeance on her part. The consequences of that incident had been severe, with injuries that left heroes in critical condition. He wished to smooth things over, but he feared she might be offended and seek retribution against Lady Nagant. Perhaps he could appease her with food as he had done before, hoping to pass the expense to the HPSC for saving their reputations. Just as he approached her head, Mera's voice came through the earpiece again, noticeably more strained. Unfortunately, his focus was interrupted when the dragon suddenly beat her wings harder and jerked upward, forcing him to roll out of the way. They dipped back down, leaving him confused about their intentions, adding to his anxiety about the upcoming conversation. He pressed the earpiece, keeping a wary eye on the dragon below. Mera repeated the message, clearly trying to maintain composure, informing him that the Dibi confirmed the girl they were warned not to annoy was indeed the one he was sent to intercept. Hawks acknowledged this and inquired if they had any suggestions for calming her down or addressing her sudden transformation. Mera relayed that the Dibi had no idea what was happening and requested that he try to communicate with her to understand why she was flying around. Hawks snorted, feeling like a sacrificial lamb, and joked that if she were to eat him, he would return to haunt Mera. He turned off the earpiece, anticipating Mera's reaction would be amusing to anyone nearby, but he had a job to do. He flew down to her head, ready to engage her as they had when they first met. However, what he saw caused him to lose focus, and his feathers faltered, sending him plummeting from the sky. The sudden drop jolted him awake, and after regaining his altitude, he reflected on what he had just witnessed. When he reached her head again, the evidence was undeniable. She was snoring, her eyes closed, and a deep rumble escaped her chest, accompanied by a burst of green flames. He couldn't believe it, she was asleep. Aura expressed disbelief at the sight before her, questioning how someone could be asleep while flying. But, sitting across the table at the HPSC headquarters, shrugged in response. He relayed the information they had received, noting that the lack of reaction from Hawks, combined with the unusual flying behavior, supported the idea that she might be sleep-flying. Aura and Cammy exchanged concerned glances, realizing that none of the other dragons had ever exhibited such behavior while asleep, especially during their bonding PRD, which typically lasted a minimum of 2 years. During this time, the only thing that could rouse them was a threat to their horde. Although a team had been dispatched to check on Izumi's lair, they had yet to receive any updates, which was expected given the distance. With a sigh, Aura suggested that the hero should follow her for the time being without attempting to wake her, as they had no idea how she might react. Mera nodded and communicated the instructions to the top hero, and the three of them settled in to wait for more information from their investigation teams or the heroes. Izumi Midoriya was a man known for his disdain towards the quirkless. Those around him in the prison were well aware of his sentiments, and even some who once shared his views began to reconsider. After all, if someone like him held such opinions, perhaps they were worth re-evaluating. He often lamented how different his life would be if it weren't for his daughter, whom he blamed for all his misfortunes, no matter how absurd the connection. His imprisonment was her fault. The beatings he received from guards for ranting after lights out were her fault. Even the blandness of his food and the mishaps that led to his pillow catching fire were her fault. So, when a giant scaled beast crashed into the prison yard, causing chaos and crushing several prisoners, he naturally blamed his daughter. As prisoners rushed toward the creature, seeking an escape, he was shoved to the ground in the frenzy. When someone stepped on his leg, causing pain, it was his daughter's fault. When flames erupted from the beast's mouth, incinerating many prisoners, he blamed her once again. As the creature turned its attention to the fleeing prisoners, Hisashi found himself in its grasp. He felt a sharp pain as its claws pierced his stomach, and in his final moments, he thought of his daughter, convinced that this was all her doing. Hisashi, along with many others, met a grim fate at the hands of the Emerald Dragon, never realizing that in this instance, Izumi truly was the cause. Meanwhile, Cammy expressed shock at the revelation that Izumi was sleep-eating, a concept that left Aura in silent agreement. During the bonding process, dragons typically entered a state of stasis, requiring no sustenance, which explained why they hadn't been collecting bodies for storage. As the two DB agents worked to comprehend the situation, Mara assured Hawks that he would receive a month's vacation for ensuring the guards at the prison remained unharmed. While the loss of prisoners was unfortunate, the public would likely react more favorably to the death of villains rather than innocent people. Mara attributed this disparity to his predecessors. Suddenly, a loud ringing interrupted his thoughts. Cammy answered the call, placing it on speaker so they could all hear. The report began with the unsettling news that someone had been in Izumi's lair. The dread pooled in Mara's stomach as he listened, and he noticed Aura's face pale as she clasped her hands together to steady them. Thankfully, nothing seemed to be missing, which relieved them, as the theft of a dragon's hoard could lead to catastrophic consequences. However, the confirmation that someone had intruded was alarming. Aura inquired about the intruder's identity, and the response indicated that it was likely a hero, based on the remnants of clothing found at the scene. The voice on the phone sounded disturbed, noting that the clothing appeared to belong to someone who had met a grim fate. After thanking the caller for the information, Aura's phone rang. She answered promptly, and the woman on the other end reported that they had apprehended one of Endeavor's sidekicks attempting to flee the forest, prompting a groan from Mara as he rested his head on the table. According to the information received, Endeavor had spent the past year searching for the girl in an effort to capture her, thus proving his superiority to All Might. Mara let out a loud groan, muffled by the table, while Aura and Cammy ignored him. Aura inquired if there was anything else to report. The response indicated that the sidekick had fled after witnessing her flying out of her lair and did not know what had happened to Endeavor. Aura instructed the individual to return to the base of the lair and regroup with the other team, emphasizing the importance of not letting the sidekick escape. After receiving confirmations, she ended the call and exchanged a look with Cammy before they both turned to face the head of the HPSC. Mara took a deep breath, filled with the smell of the steel table, and reluctantly looked up. Noticing the accusatory expressions on their faces, he quickly explained that he had specifically instructed every hero not to pursue the girl, ensuring they understood the gravity of the situation. Most accepted without much trouble, and those who hesitated agreed not to seek her out after he informed them that she was the one who had created the Emerald Lake on a whim. All Might and Endeavor were present at that meeting, where he mentioned that All Might's license would be suspended for aggravating the girl. He sighed, reflecting on Endeavor's doubts about her strength, even after he had brought up the incident that led to All Might's license suspension. He grimaced, realizing that it might have been a mistake. At Aura's raised eyebrow, he elaborated that Endeavor had always aimed to surpass All Might, even before he became the #1 hero, the symbol of peace. Hearing that a child accomplished what he could not must have disturbed him more than he let on. Alternatively, he might have believed that defeating her would mean he had surpassed All Might, which could explain his relentless search for her. Aura took a deep breath, holding it for a few seconds before exhaling slowly. Regardless of the circumstances, she noted that Endeavor had interrupted something exceedingly important, and they were at a loss for how to proceed. Even with an understanding of the cause, none of the other branches had encountered a situation like this. She shook her head, expressing concern that informing others of her kind about what had transpired could exacerbate the situation, given the significance of the bonding. She sighed, resting her head in her hands. All they could do was wait and hope she returned to her lair after satisfying her hunger. May hummed to herself as she finished hooking everything up, spinning the blades by hand to ensure they wouldn't jam. That would be unfortunate, but she also had her jetpack with her just in case. After completing her checks, she felt someone's arms wrap around her. Not surprised, she had sensed the approach long before she could see her. Apologizing for being late, the newcomer explained that she had grabbed a quick meal on the way due to some discomfort. May shrugged, assuring her that she had just finished setting everything up. The girl acknowledged this, her interest piqued by their latest mode of transportation, which resembled a helicopter made from scrap materials. May chuckled, defending her creation by saying she had done much more than just strap 3 engines and a propeller to a bathtub. She paused, tapping her chin thoughtfully while looking skyward, clarifying that they were simply bringing Boss back home. The other girl jumped inside the makeshift vehicle, finding the bottom surprisingly comfortable. She scowled as May climbed in and took her place in front. She expressed frustration over someone bothering Izumi, noting they were fortunate she was merely hungry. As May started the engines, the control panel lit up, and she grabbed the handles. She agreed that it was especially lucky Izumi was still asleep, imagining how upset she would be if someone had actually woken her. The other girl laughed, envisioning Izumi's wrath if food went to waste. As the bathtub plane launched off the beach in a burst of sand, it soared into the sky, trailing a sturdy net filled with shiny objects that glinted in the sunlight. May remarked on their marked status, pondering what might happen if they weren't around to manage the situation. The other girl laughed heartily, imagining Izumi throwing a fit over the food. May rolled her eyes as she steered the plane toward their destination, reminding her companion that not everyone viewed people as food. She recalled how, when they first met, the girl had claimed she only drank blood. The girl shrugged casually, gazing out at the landscape below with a small smile, attributing her change to Izumi's influence. Hawks was having a long day. He had just discovered that the incredibly amoral girl he met over a year ago could transform into a dragon. To make matters worse, she apparently sleep-eats and sleep-flies. Even more frustrating was the fact that when she was fully transformed, his feathers couldn't exert enough pressure through her scales to get her attention. At least he could take solace in the fact that none of the guards had been caught up in her meal back at the prison. He was fairly certain she hadn't eaten all the prisoners before taking off again, and since she had knocked a hole in one of the walls, he called in some heroes to handle the inevitable escape attempts. He wouldn't be nearly as stressed if he could just figure out where she was going. After today, Hawks decided he needed a vacation. Not a short one either. The month Mara promised was nowhere near enough to make him feel better. He thought something closer to half a year would be ideal, especially considering the current situation. If he had to endure whatever this new development was, then so did Mara. He reported into his boss, who seemed incredulous. Hawks explained that it looked like two girls were piloting a flying bathtub dragging a large net filled with gold through the sky, the kind fishermen used. His boss, in a serious tone, suggested that the stress of the situation might be causing him to see things that weren't there. Hawks sputtered at the accusation, feeling frustrated. He decided to turn off his earpiece, determined not to turn it back on until the end of the day, or perhaps even a week. He deserved a break before his vacation. But for now, he had to deal with the flying bathtub girls. As he swooped down towards them, he couldn't help but notice that Izumi seemed eager to follow him. He sighed heavily, contemplating retirement. Now that he was closer, he could make out more details. The girls were indeed both girls, a blonde and a pink-haired one. The pink-haired girl was piloting the bathtub, while the blonde was standing and waving something at him. Once within earshot, he realized the blonde was shouting profanities at him, threatening to roast him over a fire and use him as a strainer. It seemed these two knew about Izumi, at least enough to swear by her name. Hawks pondered whether Izumi had a cult, something he wouldn't be surprised about, especially if they engaged in mischief in her name. He made a mental note to inform someone about it later, perhaps after his long vacation. Though he couldn't hear what the pink-haired girl said in response, it was enough to divert the blonde's attention. The blonde continued her tirade, allowing Hawks to catch snippets of their conversation. He couldn't help but feel a bit offended. There was no way he would bully a child. When he got close enough to hear the pink-haired girl's voice, he realized they were protective of Izumi and had come to ensure he wasn't causing her trouble. He felt a mix of indignation and amusement at the thought. Meanwhile, a crow-headed boy sneezed nearby, drawing a chorus of blessings from his friends. He waved them off silently before dramatically looking off into the distance, attempting to sound ominous and wise. However, his companion, who had claimed the name Maleficent Nightingale, interrupted him by grabbing a cup of frozen yogurt and shoving a spoonful into his mouth. Hawks thought to himself that if anyone was being bullied, it was him. Yet he would never voice that sentiment. He had been raised by an organization of corrupt individuals, but he still held onto some pride. Once he was close enough, he interrupted the girls' argument about attacking him. They looked at him in surprise before silently communicating with each other and nodding. The pink-haired girl challenged him to prove his friendship with Izumi by asking about her favorite food. Hawks wished he could answer with something lighthearted, but instead he casually replied that her favorite food was people, glancing back at the sleepy dragon girl who was keeping a steady distance behind them. He wondered if she could sense the girls nearby and why she was interested in following them. Returning his attention to the girls, he noticed the pink-haired one frowning while the blonde tapped her chin with a knife. He decided to stop questioning things at this point. A dragon quirk? Sure, why not? A girl with a dragon quirk hating people saying it's a quirk? Reasonable. 2 girls flying a bathtub with enough gold to buy a town? No problem. One of those girls being overly familiar with knives? Perfectly natural. The blonde pointed the knife at him with narrowed eyes, and Hawks braced himself for whatever would come next. That was too easy. If you're really Izumi's friend, tell us her last name. Hawks felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thanks to his investigation into the elementary school they had passed when they first met, he could actually answer that question. Just as he was about to speak, however, his instincts flared up, causing him to hesitate. He quickly turned to look at Izumi, ready to drop and use his feathers to pull the girls with him if necessary. But she was still sleep-flying behind him, so he wondered what had triggered his instincts. Frowning, he turned back to the girls, trying to decipher the warning his instincts had given him. They were silent now, and he hummed thoughtfully while scanning the bathtub and the girls. Nothing seemed too alarming, except for the knife the blonde was rolling across her knuckles. One of Pink's hands was hidden from view, suggesting that if he answered incorrectly, they might attack. He opened his mouth to respond again, but his instincts screamed once more. Why was this happening? All he was doing was sharing Izumi's last name. "My name is Hawks," he said, trying to regain control of the situation. The girl smirked and extended her hand. "Izumi, something tells me this is the start of a beautiful friendship." Hawks realized she had never told him her last name. It was unusual. Why would she give her real first name but not a last name? He hadn't thought much of it before, but now he wondered if there was more to it. Did she simply not use her last name? And why were the girls so calm? If they were giving him a chance to prove his friendship with Izumi, shouldn't they be suspicious of his hesitation? Or was this all part of their plan? What if Izumi never shared her last name? Hoping he wouldn't have to engage in a confrontation with the teenagers, he finally answered, "She doesn't use one. At least, she didn't back when we first met. As far as I'm concerned, she's just Izumi." The girls stared at him for several tense moments, then the blonde let out a sigh of disappointment, vanishing the knife down her sleeve with a flourish. "Boo! I was hoping for some mid-flight chicken." Hawks let out a startled laugh, discreetly wiping the sweat from his forehead. That had been too close. If his instincts were that loud, these girls had to be dangerous. "You know, Izumi said basically the same thing when we met. I nearly cleaned out my bank account offering to buy her all the chicken she wanted." Pink looked at him in shock. "Seriously? How did you not go into debt?" Hawks shrugged. "The HPSC reimbursed me for half of it, and she didn't eat too much." It was a lie. She had eaten enough chicken to buy a brand new car. Still, he waved the question aside, hoping to gather more information about what they were doing there. "So, care to explain how you managed to catch such a good haul while sky fishing?" He tilted his head toward the net, earning a snort of laughter from the blonde before she answered. Well, someone kind of woke up Izumi when she was supposed to be asleep, and since she won't just wake up, we decided to bring her back home." Hawks raised an eyebrow, processing this new information. It was interesting that they knew she had been disturbed. Despite flying much slower than when they raced, she was still faster than any news helicopter. This suggested they either heard something about a dragon and assumed it was her, or they had a way of monitoring her. The second point was their confidence in being able to lead her home without waking her. That could be useful if something like this happened again. Maybe he should contact Mara to look into these too. Then he remembered how much he disliked Mondays and decided to take a week off before discussing it with his boss again. "Mind if I join you?" he asked. Knowing where the girl lived could be beneficial for various reasons, especially for the HPSC to ensure something like this didn't happen again. Pink shrugged. "I don't mind. And if you're really friends with Boss, I don't think she would either. She doesn't have a lot of them, I think. Hawks raised a doubtful eyebrow at that claim. Well, considering you both came all the way out here just to make sure she gets home, I'd say she prefers quality over quantity. For some reason, that elicited raucous laughter from both girls. Once one of them calmed down enough to respond, she revealed a wide smile full of sharpened teeth. Oh, we are much more than friends. The pink one smirked at him, and he honestly couldn't tell which of the two was more intimidating. We're part of her horde. And that's much better than friendship. The representatives from Day B and the head of the HPSC all breathed sighs of relief together, tension leaving their shoulders at Hawk's report. According to him, the girl had returned to her lair without causing any further trouble and had made herself comfortable before laying down to sleep again. He also confirmed that Endeavor was the one who had disturbed her in the first place, though he had to scrape what remained of him off the floor so the man's family could hold a proper funeral. When asked how he could be sure it was Endeavor's body if it was left in that state, he credited an invention made by one of the bathtub girls who had been flying around. He also mentioned they were the ones who got the dragon-quirked girl back to her lair. He hadn't attempted to bring them to HPSC headquarters because, in his words, he enjoyed being alive. Thankfully, he managed to get their names before parting ways. Mara would have to look into Mei Hatsum and Himiko Toga at a later date. But for now, he turned to the Davy representatives, feeling a headache pounding away at him. It was clear they would be seeing a lot more of each other, so he asked them directly about the situation with the Izumi girl. Izumi Midoriya hung up the phone, emotions swirling within her, leaving her uncertain of what she truly felt. It had been years since she last saw Hisashi, years since the trial that changed everything. She shook her head, clapping her hands to her cheeks in an attempt to clear her mind. He was a terrible excuse for a human being, and she refused to feel sorry for him. Yet, despite her resolve, memories of their younger years crept in. She recalled how enthusiastic he had been in college, trying to win her affection with ridiculous tricks using his quirk. The joy on his face when she finally agreed to go on a date was a moment she could never forget. They shared so many good times throughout their relationship, especially the day Izumi was born. The excitement they felt as they held their daughter in their arms was palpable. Then came the moment that changed everything. Izumi was declared quirkless. Inko often wondered if that was the day their family truly fell apart or if it took longer to unravel. Did their family die when she could only apologize to her daughter for not giving her a quirk? Did it fade when Hisashi learned that the promotion he had turned down had gone to someone else? Was it when Izumi came home with bruises and burns? Inko didn't have the answers. What she did know was that by the time Hisashi had taken their daughter's life, they had not been a family for a long time. She had hoped that a trip would be their chance to mend their broken bonds, to make things right among the three of them. Perhaps it would have even deterred Izumi from pursuing her dream of becoming a hero, or maybe it would have strengthened her resolve. But that opportunity was lost, overshadowed by Hisashi's actions. With a tired sigh, Inko let her head fall into her hands. Hisashi was dead. A quirked beast had somehow infiltrated the prison where he was incarcerated, leading to chaos and destruction. The news reported that most prisoners had been killed before the creature was driven away. However, the lack of video evidence raised suspicions, and many believed foul play was involved. Families of those who had perished were vocal, sharing their theories and demanding the truth. Despite their efforts, little progress had been made, although a proposal for thorough investigations in all prisons had gained some traction. Inko looked up from her hands, unable to shed a single tear. Perhaps that was the answer she needed regarding her feelings. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and slowly exhaled, releasing the last remnants of emotion she held for her ex-husband. It felt symbolic, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She decided to embrace her newfound sense of relief. Rising from the room filled with medical supplies, Inko made her way to the hospital director, informing him that she would be taking the rest of the week off. He was surprised and hesitant, concerned about the unpredictability of the coming days. Inko, however, firmly stated that she was not asking for permission. She left the hospital, sending a quick text to her dear friend Mitsuki, letting her know she would be home earlier than usual. Inko was grateful for Mitsuki's presence in her life, and she felt certain that the sentiment was mutual. While Mitsuki's husband had not taken their child's life, the grief they both shared was equally profound. Even in a world filled with quirks, Inko never expected a B-ranked villain to crash through the roof of her workplace, especially on the top floor of a high-rise building. Mitsuki had helped Inko navigate her grief for Izumi, and it was only natural that Inko would return the favor, helping Mitsuki cope with her own loss. The distraction it provided for both of them was a welcome relief. At this point in her life, Inko felt a sense of happiness. Hisashi's death, though unexpected, felt too distant to affect her now. It was far too late to mourn the man he once was. She pulled into the driveway of the house she had purchased with Mitsuki, a decision made easier by their frequent visits to each other. They had both agreed that living together made more sense, especially since Mitsuki could no longer bear to stay in the home she had shared with Masaru. Moving away from the toxic environment of Mizudafu had been a necessary step, especially after the teachers at Aldra refused to discipline Katsuki for his misbehavior. Thankfully, Katsuki was improving through therapy, though neither woman had managed to address his habit of shouting and cursing. Inko often pointed out that this behavior was a reflection of Mitsuki's own tendencies, which Mitsuki would dismiss, claiming that it was acceptable for her as an adult to express herself freely in public until Katsuki began to test her patience. Still, Inko found herself thinking fondly of the boy. She was glad he was learning to consider others. Although Izumi and Katsuki had not been friends during their school years, Inko had always given in to her daughter's pleading eyes whenever she asked to continue attending school with him. Inko knocked on the door and waited a moment, allowing Mitsuki time to hide anything she might not want her to see. It was a small gesture to make sharing their space easier, though Mitsuki rarely returned the favor. Inko didn't seem to mind Mitsuki seeing her belongings. Recently, Mitsuki had insisted they share a bed to save space, which Inko found quite peculiar. It felt almost as if there was something more to their relationship. As Inko entered the house, she tripped slightly, stumbling forward and flailing her arms to regain her balance. She managed to catch herself just in time, but her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shook her head, trying to dismiss the thoughts swirling in her mind. There was no way Mitsuki felt that way about her. She would know if that were true. After all, she had dropped hints back in high school, and Mitsuki had never responded. If anyone was dense, it was Mitsuki, not her. Once she composed herself, Inko took off her shoes and slipped into her slippers before searching the house for her friend. She shook her head again, relieved that her blush had faded somewhat. If she couldn't control her imagination, she wouldn't be able to face Mitsuki when she found her. However, after checking the entire house in a matter of minutes, Inko realized she couldn't find Mitsuki. Confused, she checked her phone and saw a message from Mitsuki, stating she was out running errands and wouldn't return until around 5. Inko sighed, feeling disappointed that her plans to spend the day with the energetic blonde had fallen through. For a moment, she considered turning on the TV and simply passing the time, but unlike her daughter, she disliked being lost in her thoughts. Instead, she decided to do something more productive. After a quick glance over her shoulder, she headed to the room she shared with Mitsuki. It was a decent-sized, tidy space, nothing particularly remarkable about it. She approached the closet with a heavy heart, carefully retrieving a cardboard box from the top shelf. She stood there for a moment, staring at it, before bringing it to the bed. Her fingers trembled slightly as she removed the lid, revealing its contents. Tears welled up in her eyes as she pulled out a simple notebook. The title, written in green crayon, read, "Hero Analysis for the Future." A small smile crept onto her face as she opened it, revealing childish doodles of heroes from a decade ago. Some were still active, while others had long since retired or perhaps even passed away. Inko had lost touch with hero news, especially since she no longer had a reason to follow it. Katsuki aspired to be a hero, but his motivations were different from Izumi's. Izumi had never been driven by pride or the desire to be the best, she simply wanted to help others. Yet, Inko understood that these notebooks weren't solely about Izumi's dream of becoming a hero. They reflected her fascination with quirks. Each drawing was surrounded by exclamations of "cool" and "awesome." As Inko flipped through the pages, she noticed a shift in focus from the heroes themselves to their quirks. She saw all the things Izumi had imagined they could do with their abilities, the various ways they could train to become stronger, and the support equipment that could help them overcome their quirks' weaknesses. As she slowly closed the last notebook, the final entry dedicated to an underground hero named Eraserhead, Inko couldn't help but think that, at some point, Izumi had shifted her focus from heroes to their quirks. Although Izumi would never have admitted it, being a hero was all she had ever envisioned for herself. Tears fell silently onto the front of the notebook as Inko mourned the loss of her daughter. She had grieved deeply over the past few years, and the infamous Midoriya tears had become harder to shed. Inko believed that if she could refrain from crying for a week, her tear ducts would return to normal, but that felt impossible. She felt she had failed Izumi by never encouraging her to pursue her dreams, by hoping she would choose a safer career path instead. But that hadn't happened. Izumi never had the chance to follow any career path. She had passed away without Inko ever being able to apologize or make amends. Inko remained there, tears streaming down her face, for what felt like hours. It wasn't until she heard Mitsuki's car in the driveway, accompanied by the excited voices of two children, that she finally moved. She carefully wiped the notebook before returning it to the box and placing it back on the shelf. Gently, she closed the closet door and turned toward the bedroom door. As Zuko and Azula Midoriya burst through the door, their excitement palpable, they launched themselves at her in a pair of enthusiastic hugs, which she returned with equal warmth. Inko may have felt she had failed Izumi as a mother, but she was determined not to repeat that mistake with her grandchildren. Kaizome Akaguro had once been an aspiring hero student, but he quickly became disillusioned with the way those around him sought fame and glory, often neglecting the very people they were supposed to protect. Disheartened, he left that world behind and became the vigilante known as Stendhal, striving to safeguard the innocent in his own way, targeting those who threatened unsuspecting civilians. However, vigilantism did not provide for his basic needs, so he accepted jobs that involved protecting others from unsavory elements or eliminating certain villains. After all, if his targets were willing to pay him to take out their rivals, why would he refuse? It was during an encounter with the Narahata vigilantes that he realized how far he had strayed from his original convictions, becoming merely a killer for hire. In a moment of clarity, he severed ties with his former identity, Stendhal, and made a drastic decision to mark himself, ensuring he would never forget his true purpose. On that day, Stendhal vanished, and Stain emerged, a figure of conviction determined to guide people toward the right path, using the downfall of false heroes to illuminate the truth. At that moment, the feared hero killer was sitting in a cafe, sipping coffee. Most would assume that someone with his reputation should not be so brazenly in public, and they would be right. Yet, no one knew of his past deeds. Occasionally, he would eliminate a fake hero in front of witnesses, but those witnesses were often individuals the fake had wronged in some way. They rarely reported his description to the authorities, if they reported anything at all. Kaizome Akaguro was not recognized as Stain, and that suited him just fine. His only interest in fame lay in spreading his message, ensuring that false heroes did not continue to rise. He took another sip of his coffee and sighed, glancing up at the large screen on a nearby high-rise building. The news was reporting yet another arrest of a fake hero. Iwabumi, known more for her modeling agency than her hero work, had always been too well protected for him to target, despite his wishes. But now, the landscape had changed. It had been over a year since the Hero Public Safety Commission and its heroes came under investigation, and one by one, the fakes were being exposed, revealing the crumbling foundation beneath their facades. At first glance, Iwabumi's crimes did not seem severe enough to warrant her arrest, but as the news delved deeper, Akaguro's expression darkened. Iwabumi often employed older teens to enhance her reputation as someone with an eye for beauty. However, the truth was that most of those girls were the daughters of her agency's employees, coerced into participating in shoots against their will, with little regard for their opinions or those of their parents. Iwabumi had even threatened to fire their families if they did not comply. She treated them like mere commodities, pocketing the money they should have earned from their work. They felt powerless to speak out, knowing that few would believe such a well-known hero could act so despicably. Now, however, people were coming forward to testify against her, and more were expected to share their experiences. It was projected that she would face a minimum of 5 years in prison, potentially up to 20 years, depending on the nature of her modeling work and whether she had coerced her subjects. But what did that mean for Stain? How could he guide people using the downfall of fake heroes if they were already being brought low? Even the most notorious excuse for a hero, endeavor, was no longer a concern. The man had challenged an opponent he could not hope to defeat and had perished due to his arrogance. In Akaguro's mind, it was a fitting end, though he wished he could have been there to witness the suffering of the man in his final moments, especially after the investigation into Endeavor's life and career revealed the countless lives lost during his tenure as a hero. Many had died at the hands of a hero license that had been misused, with little justification beyond the claim of resisting arrest. The investigation uncovered the troubling patterns in Endeavor's life, revealing a history of violence and neglect. Akaguro leaned back in his chair, staring up at the sky as he pondered his purpose now that it seemed to be fulfilled. So lost in thought was he that he did not notice a small figure approach his table and climb into the seat across from him. It was only when the individual spoke that he realized he had company. "Hello, Kaizome Akaguro. Or do you perhaps prefer Stendhal?" "Maybe." "Stain." Akaguro found himself facing the knowledge hero, Mr. Principal, who only took on that role when directly requested, as his skills lay primarily outside of combat. He nodded respectfully to the small, furred creature. Akaguro preferred to be called by his true name. Stendhal was gone, and the stain on society was in the process of being cleansed. Mr. Principal glanced at the news still airing, which now discussed measures being implemented to ensure that the next generation of heroes truly embodied the ideals they were meant to uphold. Hero schools are undergoing audits, with increased attention on their teaching methods. Akaguro suspects that the principal of UA's timely appearance for this announcement is no coincidence. Nizu glances at the wanted man and reflects on the long overdue changes. He admits that he had expected the system to collapse under its own corruption years ago, and had he waited longer, he might have taken it down himself. Akaguro chooses to set aside the hero's claim, mentally noting that Nizu has allowed false heroes to rise despite having the power to stop it. This is something to investigate later. For now, he questions the principal's presence. If Nizu intended to arrest him, he would have backup, and Akaguro would have noticed more heroes nearby. Nizu smiles, revealing a set of sharp teeth that sends a chill down Akaguro's spine. This unsettling grin only reinforces the rumors in the underworld about Nizu being more beast than human, and of his deep-seated disdain for humanity due to past experiments. Regardless, Akaguro feels that smile does not belong on a person. Nizu comments on Akaguro's underestimation of opponents based on appearance, taking a sip of his tea. As the tension eases, Akaguro lets out a breath of relief, much to Nizu's amusement. Nizu acknowledges that Akaguro's instincts are still sharp, confirming that his efforts to track him down were not wasted. Akaguro remains silent, eyeing the hero warily, still unsure of Nizu's intentions. The principal sighs and folds his paws on the table, stating that he wishes to hire Akaguro to work at UA. Akaguro stares in disbelief, processing the offer. He doubts that Nizu would genuinely offer a known vigilante and killer a position at a school for aspiring heroes. Nizu insists that this is precisely what he is doing. He believes that many deaths among newly debuted heroes stem from ignorance rather than a lack of skill or power. He explains that aspiring heroes often idealize the profession, failing to grasp the actual duties and risks involved. They mistakenly believe that hard work alone guarantees victory, not realizing that some situations are unwinnable and that they face a real possibility of death each time they don their costumes. The villains they confront have no such restrictions and are only limited by their own morals. Akaguro reflects on a past incident where he had dealt with a fake hero who charged at him recklessly. The hero panicked after being injured and begged for mercy, leading to a swift and harsh lesson about dignity in defeat. That hero retired the same day, declaring the profession too dangerous. At the time, Akaguro had thought of it as just another fake removed, but now he understands the gravity of the situation. Akaguro states that aspiring heroes must confront the reality of their duty. Nizu confirms that he wants Akaguro to teach them about the potential for death and the necessity of perseverance in the face of danger. Nizu believes Akaguro could also instruct them in close combat, both with and without their quirks. Although he has a troubled instructor already on staff, he hopes Akaguro will accept the position. Nizu mentions a newly implemented villain rehabilitation program, which has seen some success with test cases. He extends his paw expectantly, confident that Akaguro will accept the offer. Akaguro realizes he has no reason to refuse. This opportunity allows him to move freely without fear of recognition and to ensure that the next generation of heroes are genuine, not imposters, especially concerning Shoto Todoroki. Kaizome Akaguro takes Nizu's paw, hopeful that he has finally found a lasting purpose in his life. All Might, or Toshinori Yagi in his depowered form, let out a sigh. He understood that stepping back from hero work to address personal obligations, as stated officially, would lead to an increase in crime. However, he underestimated just how significant that spike would be. Out of the thousands of heroes who once patrolled the streets, a quarter had since left the occupation, either arrested or fleeing before investigations could occur. It was troubling to think about why they would go into hiding. A full 25% of Japan's heroes were gone, and he, the symbol of peace, was forbidden from providing aid to those in need. Well, mostly. After several instances of technically but not quite vigilantism, Mera concluded that the number one hero was simply incapable of ignoring a crime he witnessed, even if calling another hero and monitoring the situation would suffice. Toshinori had to admit that Mera was correct. It was a hero's duty to assist those in need, even if his doctor, former sidekick, friend, mentor, Nizu, and the occasional exasperated hero wished he would learn when to take a break. But that was essentially what his forced leave was. He could reluctantly acknowledge that it had done him more good than he expected. Since his injury in the final battle against All for One, the time he could utilize One for All had been steadily decreasing. By the time his license was suspended, he could only maintain his muscle form for 5 hours a day. However, now that he wasn't straining to maximize every second of his quirk, that time hadn't decreased at all. At least he assumed so. He hadn't had a reason to test his limits since he was only allowed to address crimes he encountered naturally in his daily life. If his civilian activities happened to lead him through areas with high crime rates, that was hardly his fault. Except those areas seemed to lack crime. While there were certainly incidents, the places he remembered being dangerous were notably calm. He noticed an increase in individuals with full-body mutations, altering their appearances significantly from what was typically considered baseline human, but that was hardly noteworthy. People were people, and their quirks didn't change that. Uncertain why those areas were labeled as high-crime zones, he sent an email to the head of the HPSC, suggesting an investigation. He moved on to more populous areas without considering the added burden he had placed on the perpetually sleep-deprived Mera, who was now tasked with auditing every member of the HPSC staff, both new hires and survivors of the previous purge. This led to even more individuals being fired or arrested for quirk discrimination and record sabotage. Mera was furious to discover that members of the Creature Rejection Clan had infiltrated his workforce, along with those from the Inhuman Supremacy Party and Quirkless Liberation Front. The hiring process had clearly been inadequate, and he would need to overhaul everything from the ground up. But such concerns were distant for Toshinori, especially since they had occurred months ago. At that moment, his focus was on the young lady who had been pulled into an alley before him. After taking a moment to gather himself, he leaped into action, striking what he thought was an intimidating yet heroic pose at the alley's entrance and preparing to deliver his signature catchphrase. However, it trailed off awkwardly when he saw the scene before him. Instead of witnessing a heinous criminal targeting a young lady for nefarious reasons, he found her with her fist frozen beside her head, arm pegged back, staring at him in astonishment. The criminal lay on the ground, groaning in pain. All Might was unsure how to react. He was self-aware enough to recognize that had he encountered this situation without witnessing the girl being pulled into the alley, he would have made the same assumption he had when confronting a scaled girl who had thrown him out of Tokyo. After reading the reports of that incident, he felt foolish for jumping to conclusions. He wanted to apologize to the girl, but he had been warned against any contact, or he would face severe consequences. Thankfully, no such repercussions would occur here. He expressed his relief that the young lady was all right, though he suggested that perhaps her self-defense had gone a bit too far. Before she could respond, the downed man lashed out at her ankles, his fingernails extending dangerously. All Might sprang into motion, appearing beside them almost instantly. In the brief moment it took for him to arrive, the girl had already begun swinging her foot toward the man's head. In the second it took for him to pull back his arm for a punch, her foot made contact with the man's head, knocking it into the ground with a loud thud. All Might stared in surprise as the villain's hands fell to the ground. He realized he hadn't been needed at all. Even being present, he had accomplished nothing while the young lady handled the situation herself. Notably, judging by the mutation on her ears, she hadn't even used her quirk, meaning no vigilante laws had been broken. His thoughts were interrupted by the girl's voice. She casually thanked him for his help, indicating that she had everything under control. Pulling out her phone, she pressed a couple of buttons before putting it to her ear. All Might could only stare at her, baffled. This was not the typical reaction people had when he appeared. Before he could collect himself, the person on the other end of the line began to speak, and the girl responded, indicating that the situation had occurred again. Nah, it was just her this time, but she expected a call from the others soon. Everything seemed connected for some reason. Using her quirk, she held the phone to her ear while rummaging through her pockets. It didn't take long for her to pull out several long zip ties, which she wrapped around the villain's hands and feet without pausing in her conversation. Of course, she had knocked them out. She wasn't foolish. She was handling it now. The villain could grow and sharpen their fingernails, but they hadn't returned to normal, indicating it was likely more complicated than that. She was pretty sure they didn't have any tricks up their sleeve, just a random mugger. Whatever was said on the other end made her roll her eyes. She had no intention of ending their bloodline. That was more Yui's style than hers. It was obvious that one of Yui's main motivations for becoming a hero was to avoid the temptation of joining an underground fight club. They had all gone to therapy when they were younger, yet Yui still ended up like that, leaving her unsure of what to say. She acknowledged the familiar routine and said goodbye before hanging up, finally remembering that All Might was there. With a sarcastic eyebrow raise, she shifted her weight to her back leg and shoved her hands into her jacket pockets, asking if he needed something. All Might blinked at her for a moment before shaking his head and clearing his throat. He needed her to accompany him to the police station so the villain could be properly processed, and she could give her statement. He assured her it shouldn't take long. Kyoka looked at the skeletal blonde man, his clothes hanging loosely on his frame, and expressed her disbelief that he was actually All Might. Recovery Girl let out a laugh, though her hands remained steady as she dabbed at All Might's eyes with saline solution. After Tsukachi had driven them straight to Yue following an incident, she was inclined to believe that the man she had pepper sprayed was indeed the #1 hero. However, she still questioned his approach. Who tells a middle schooler in an alley that they'll train their body and expects a positive reaction, especially after an attack? She chose to overlook the fact that she had emerged unscathed while the mugger had not. If All Might had mentioned training at his agency, Might Tower, she might have given him the benefit of the doubt. Instead, he had vaguely referred to their destination as the perfect place to train her, which raised numerous red flags. Therefore, she felt justified in using her quirk-enhanced pepper spray on him. Recovery Girl commented on All Might's behavior, noting that it was surprising he had managed to reach his status with such antics. She mentioned that this wasn't the first time he had been pepper sprayed, usually in his hero form. All Might protested, wincing as the cotton ball poked him in the eye. Recovery Girl advised him to attend classes on how not to come off as creepy, suggesting it would benefit him greatly. All Might argued that his reputation as the symbol of peace would be tarnished if he were seen attending such classes. Jiro pointed out that public faith had already been shaken by recent events, including the arrest of several heroes. Recovery Girl agreed with Jiro, expressing her surprise that All Might had chosen her as a successor, considering his usual behavior. Before All Might could defend himself, Jiro interjected, clarifying that he had only mentioned training. All Might attempted to explain that he had intended to tell her more about being a successor but had been interrupted. Recovery Girl, still skeptical, insisted he provide a proper explanation. Jiro, distracted by her phone, remarked that she needed clarification on the successor concept. All Might took a moment to gather his thoughts before explaining that he wanted her to inherit his quirk, one for all. He detailed how the quirk had been passed down through generations, but he noticed Jiro's lack of engagement. He began to question whether he had made the right choice in selecting her as a successor, especially after their brief interaction following her attack. He had hoped to build a rapport while helping her develop her strength, but now he wondered if it was too soon to decide. Jiro finally looked at him and asked about the side effects of inheriting the quirk, expressing her desire not to become overly muscular like him. All Might blinked in surprise, seeking assistance from Recovery Girl, who was now busy typing at her desk. He turned back to Jiro, relieved that she was paying attention. He assured her that she wouldn't become like him in his hero form. It had taken him years of training to reach that level, and she would only need to train enough to inherit the quirk safely. Jiro nodded, seemingly taking notes on her phone, and All Might felt encouraged that she was engaged with the information. He continued, explaining the potential risks involved in the training process. The minimum amount of strength discussed was more of a general requirement rather than a specific situation. All Might pondered this, realizing the girl had a valid point. He needed to train his body to a certain level to inherit one for all, which manifested as a simple yet powerful strength enhancement. His master, however, had been far less strong than he was now, especially in his prime. The girl's quirk had evolved from simple float to full flight. She had gained enhanced strength and durability, but perhaps she wouldn't need to train as rigorously as he did to inherit the quirk. Maybe he should consider that. He shook off thoughts of the terrifying man and focused on the girl, suddenly struck by a realization. He looked at her, eyes wide, and asked how she figured out he was quirkless. She raised an eyebrow, typed something on her phone, and explained that she recognized how quirkless individuals often spoke to avoid revealing their status. While he no longer counted as quirkless, she still noticed. A shiver ran through his mind at the thought of her and Nizu meeting. He could almost hear the principals cackling in his imagination. Changing the subject, he asked how she would inherit the quirk from him. He warned her that if she made it sound creepy, he might retaliate with his jack. All Might couldn't help but laugh at the thought, assuring her that she simply needed to accept his DNA. He yelped in surprise when her earphone jack jabbed into his shoulder, retracting quickly. As he rubbed the spot, he was relieved to find no blood. Recovery Girl groaned and dropped her head into her hands, urging All Might to think about what he had just said. After a moment of contemplation, he groaned and dragged his hand down his face, realizing the implications of his words. Jiro, with a hint of sarcasm, suggested that the classes Recovery Girl mentioned might be necessary. All Might decided to get to the main point. He explained that one for all might influence her quirk more than her body, but there would still be an effect. It was better to train beforehand to ensure everything went smoothly. Jiro nodded, tapping one jack against her cheek as she contemplated the ceiling. She then turned to All Might with a serious expression, questioning what would happen if she refused. She expressed concern that inheriting the quirk would put a target on her back, especially since she had friends who were perceptive enough to notice any changes. All Might furrowed his brows, and Recovery Girl agreed with Jiro, pointing out that young people had social lives. All Might crossed his arms, grumbling to himself about his own friendships, though he was aware of the distance that had grown between him and Night Eye since he chose to continue being a hero despite his injury. Jiro pressed for an answer, asking what would happen if she refused. She noted that knowing about All Might's two forms was already a significant secret, as his quirk was likely considered a national secret. All Might blinked, realizing he had never considered that before. Suddenly, the sound of cackling echoed through the room, drawing everyone's attention to the vent in the ceiling. A small, white-furred creature in a suit emerged, sipping tea while holding the saucer in its other hand. It regarded Jiro thoughtfully, and she returned the look. The creature explained that Jiro would need to sign a non-disclosure agreement, which would impose a hefty fine if broken. She would also face the risk of powerful individuals attempting to discredit her and her family, even though they were unaware of All Might's quirk. Jiro considered this, then raised her phone, pointing out that she had already told her friends. She continued, stating that sharing information before signing would mean she hadn't broken the agreement, and unless they were forced to sign one as well, they could easily spread the secret. Nizu laughed brightly at her response. Meanwhile, across campus, Eraserhead jolted awake, startling Present Mike, who spilled his coffee. Eraserhead groggily remarked that something problematic had just occurred somewhere on campus. Nizu reassured Jiro that he had activated a device made by Power Loader once he realized Yagi had brought someone to UA with him. Jiro raised an eyebrow and glanced down at All Might, typing into her phone that his name was Yagi. Nizu confirmed that his full name was Toshinori Yagi. Jiro continued typing, but Nizu expressed skepticism about what she hoped to achieve, noting that her messages weren't going through. In response, she simply raised her phone to show him the group chat, revealing that she had been receiving replies. Nizu blinked, feeling a surge of frustration at being unprepared for yet another unexpected development. He had hoped that his hacking matches against the DAB would be one of the few things to take him off guard. Seeing the realization dawn on him, Jiro wore a mischievous grin, emphasizing that a hero needed to be prepared for any situation at any time. A phone that operated on a non-standard network was the least one could do. Nizu stared at her for a moment before turning to All Might, a smile spreading across his face. He expressed his agreement with Recovery Girl, stating that he liked this one. Nizu chuckled at Recovery Girl's groan and All Might's dramatic reaction. "Trash," Kyoka remarked, observing the beach littered with debris as far as the eye could see. Hitoshi shrugged, his hands tucked in the pockets of his sweatshirt, suggesting that it could be worse since at least they wouldn't be alone. Yui nodded in agreement, her eyes glinting as she surveyed the heaps of garbage, prompting a sigh from Hitoshi. He reminded Yui that any bloodied weapons they found would have to be turned in to the police as evidence. Kyoka rolled her eyes, pointing out that hiding evidence was illegal. Hitoshi chimed in, explaining that it would be considered destruction of evidence, which was definitely against the law. Reluctantly, Yui conceded, and Kyoka celebrated her friend's first word of the day with a playful clap on her shoulder. Yui shot her a deadpan look, reminding her that she could easily toss Kyoka into a pile of trash. Kyoka smirked, noting that if they sparred today, Yui would have done that regardless. They all knew Yui was the most skilled fighter among them, though Hitoshi and Kyoka had been improving steadily. Sometimes, they could even win against her in one-on-one matches. Curious about their absent trainer, Hitoshi raised an eyebrow and asked where All Might was. The trio had been informed about the training details, but neither Hitoshi nor Yui was particularly interested in the heritable quirk. Hitoshi believed it wouldn't complement his current quirk, while Yui thought it would make any fights too predictable. They had debated the possibility of their quirks evolving into something more powerful, but it hadn't changed their minds. All Might had been impressed by their reasoning, questioning if he had underestimated their understanding of quirks. As they waited for their trainer, Kyoka suggested they explore the beach, hoping that All Might's plan wasn't just to have them clean up the area, as they already received enough physical training. Her friends agreed, scanning the beach for any signs of why it was considered the perfect place to train. Bored with the silence, Hitoshi asked if Kyoka had managed to obtain the infamous video of All Might. The video had become a legend, supposedly showing the symbol of peace being bested by a little girl. No one knew the context, but it had been such a public relations disaster that it was taken down shortly after being posted. Kyoka had convinced the principal of UA to let them have a copy under the condition that they wouldn't share it outside their group, except with Tokoyami. However, it had been a week, and they still hadn't received it. The principal was preoccupied with a hacking war, leaving them waiting for the moment he could send it to them. As they explored, Kyoka's keen ears detected a clicking sound near Hitoshi, who was inspecting a hill of trash. She shouted for him to duck just in time for him to drop to the ground. A projectile shot out from the hill, narrowly missing him before crashing into another mound and causing it to collapse. The sudden noise hurt Kyoka's sensitive hearing, and she covered her ears, stumbling backward. In her retreat, she stepped on a wire, unaware of what it connected to. Fortunately, Yui quickly pulled her out of the way of a cage that fell from the trash hill, preventing her from being trapped. The cage looked hastily constructed, so it was uncertain how secure it would have been. Having triggered 2 traps, the friends paused, cautious about encountering more. After a moment of silence, Hitoshi carefully stood up, avoiding the spot where the first trap had activated. He swept his leg across the sand to test for any other traps, and Yui followed suit, guiding Kyoka back to her side as her hearing gradually returned. They regrouped without triggering any further traps, though Hitoshi's foot brushed against another pressure plate. He managed to navigate around it without setting it off, and they continued their exploration of the beach, determined to uncover its secrets. They positioned themselves back to back, with Yui retrieving shrunken weapons for each of them. She held a long staff, Hitoshi gripped a knife defensively, and Kyoka wore brass knuckles, her fingers tightly curled around the handles as she scanned their surroundings with a fierce glare. Minutes passed in silence, and just as Hitoshi was about to suggest they leave the beach, Kyoka raised her hand to signal him to stop. She tilted her head, her jacks angling upward as her brows furrowed. After a moment, she cursed under her breath and turned to Yui, asking if she had any ranged options. Yui shook her head, the corners of her lips turning down slightly. She explained that the only way to create a ranged attack would be to throw something and enlarge it. Kyoka cursed again, realizing they had a potential threat in. Hitoshi asked if it was hostile, hoping it might not be connected to the traps they had encountered. However, they all knew the likelihood of that was slim, especially since they hadn't seen any heroes while making their way to the beach. Typically, they would note the presence of heroes to decide whether to defend themselves or call for help during an attack. Usually, they were targeted for their valuables rather than walking into a trap. This led to the question of whether All Might had set them up. It seemed unlikely, but his absence combined with the traps raised concerns. They would soon find out when the flyer arrived. The sound of jets approached rapidly, causing the teens to tense and ready their weapons, aware that they might not be able to reach their opponent. Yui, however, had been working on a new trick that could help her bring down whoever was coming. They were taken aback when a figure appeared on a jetpack. The girl looked around their age, with bright pink hair styled in dreadlocks, some parts singed or covered in soot. As she drew closer, they noticed she wore mechanic overalls over a sleeveless gray shirt, which was tattered and questionable in its functionality. She sported steampunk goggles with an unusual design green with a scaled pattern and a telescopic lens that appeared to be made of gold, clearly functional as they zoomed in on the trio. Their unease intensified when she pointed a cannon at them, declaring them trespassers and demanding they leave her property. Unsure how to respond, they hoped her request to leave was a good sign rather than an immediate threat. However, Hitoshi shouted back that they didn't know where the traps were and reminded her that a beach wasn't a lawn. The girl retorted that the beach belonged to Hatsum Industries, and as Mei Hatsum, the CEO and top inventor, she could call it her lawn if she wished. The trio decided to focus on the more pressing issue at hand, reiterating that they needed to know where the traps were to leave safely. The girl sighed audibly, swinging her cannon behind her, where it latched onto her jetpack. She lowered herself closer to them and asked if they promised to leave without a fight. Unaware that All Might had intended for them to trespass for training, they nodded and lowered their weapons in a show of trust. This earned another sigh from her as she raised a hand to lift her goggles. She expressed disappointment at not being able to test her invention but abruptly stopped when she looked at them without her goggles. Lowering herself further, she revealed her eyes, which had green irises with crosshair pupils that seemed to zoom in on them. Her pupils narrowed, causing the trio to tense again. Suddenly, her jetpack cut out, and she dropped to the sand, bending her legs to absorb the impact. They raised their weapons once more, confused by her unexpected descent. Straightening up, she planted her fists on her hips and smiled brightly at them. She exclaimed that they should have mentioned they were the boss and wondered when her boss had given them their marks since they appeared incomplete. Ignoring their bewilderment, she waved a hand dismissively and declared she could finish them up, instructing them to follow her closely to avoid triggering any traps. Without waiting for a response, she strode deeper into the piles of debris. The trio exchanged puzzled glances before turning back to watch her retreating figure, the strange feeling from earlier returning. Kyoka, being the most outgoing, stepped forward and called after her, asking who this boss was. The girl answered without looking back, completely missing the shocked expressions on their faces, stating that she was obviously referring to Izumi. A long yawn escaped as I stretched my legs and wings to their limits, my mind slowly waking up. Sitting up and stretching my back, I opened my eyes to survey my lair with half-lidded eyes, letting out a low growl of satisfaction at the sight of my hoard, which had clearly grown since I last slept. A deep rumble resonated in my chest as I acknowledged the progress. After a couple of final torso twists that made my muscles pleasantly pull against each other, I finally rose to my feet and headed toward the exit to search for breakfast in my freezer. However, I paused at the entrance, frowning at my gold scarf, which was far too small for my current form. With an annoyed sigh, I left my hoard, grumbling under my breath about needing a larger scarf. I contemplated asking Cammy and Aura to create a bigger one or if there was someone who could make it change sizes. My thoughts briefly flickered to Yui, but I dismissed the idea, preferring a simple solution that would allow me to change it at will. Determined, I continued on my way, only to find my freezer empty. It wasn't unreasonable for Debbie to have neglected stocking it, considering I had no idea how long I had been asleep. It felt like a long time, perhaps a few months, but I could figure that out once I found something to eat. I could always ask the presence I sensed in my lair for assistance. Reaching the lab didn't take long, and I soon heard the sound of cackling. As I entered, I caught sight of May pulling the trigger on what looked like an emerald paintball gun, which shot out a wave of lazy green flames. The flames traveled slowly across the cavern, reaching a metal target that melted into a puddle of slag in the blink of an eye. May clicked her tongue in annoyance as the flames dissipated, revealing the molten metal spreading across the floor. She turned on her heels, grumbling to herself, but froze when she noticed me looming in the entryway. Instead of fear, her face lit up with a bright smile as she rushed toward me. "Boss?" she exclaimed, jumping to hug my leg with all her might, her small frame trying to wrap around the appendage that was much larger than her. I noted that she had grown significantly since I last saw her, more than I had anticipated during my slumber. "Hello, my little inventor," I greeted her, acknowledging her as the second sentient addition to my hoard. "I see you've grown. How long have I slept?" I remembered to shrink down to a more humanoid form, as dragons were not particularly suited for returning hugs. As she answered, filling me in on various updates, my viewpoint adjusted to an appropriate height for a human. 2 years. Technically, I'm in my last year of middle school, but I did a mock test and could have tested out a year ago. Since you need to go through a hero school support department or get an apprenticeship under an active company or technician, I decided to stay and deal with people who aren't as smart as me. Speaking of that, Himiko has been having a lot of fun in the underworld of Japan. She carved out a territory next to mine in Mizudafu, and between us, we're basically in charge of the prefecture's criminal side. Now at a satisfactory size, I reached out to pet her head, noting that the goggles she wore as her mark remained in good condition, surprising given her penchant for explosive creations. "That's great. With her claiming tribute and what you find in your territory, I assume what I woke up to is the portion returned to me." While my hoard worked to expand itself, I was not so crass as to claim their subhoards unless they passed on, at which point it would rightfully return to me. If they wished to create a generational hoard, I would only claim it if their line died out, though humans were fragile, so I wouldn't hold my breath. May nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm evident. "The DB has been doing their part too, although they faced some challenges while you were sleeping." Curiosity piqued, I tilted my head, but before I could ask, my stomach let out a loud growl, causing her to laugh. "Ha! Yeah, I bet you're hungry. There's a buffet that opened a few months ago, catering to people with carnivorous quirks. It would be perfect for you. Or you could swing by a prison and make a meal from them if you want." I considered her suggestions, tapping a claw against my chin. People do sound good, but I don't really feel like catching and cooking them myself. With a nod, I made my decision. "Debbie will cover the bill for the buffet." May nodded as if she had expected nothing less, and went to put the handheld flamethrower away. I took the opportunity to examine it more closely. It resembled a green paintball gun with a scaled pattern, including an air tank on the back. The barrel was wider, and instead of a container for paintballs, it had a jar made from my shed scales, which was a clever design. After she properly stored the weapon, May followed me through the twisting paths of my lair, leading us to the platform overlooking the forest. This, at least, looked the same as when I went to sleep. Not that the changes I had seen so far upset me, limited as they were. After picking May up in a princess carry, ignoring her yelp of surprise, and taking off in the direction she pointed, I began to think about what else might have changed. According to May, Himiko had been doing well and was still a villain, so I didn't expect her to have changed much, just to look a bit older. Probably not to the extent of May. Especially in the chess department. I was pretty sure they didn't grow that much after hitting 15 or 16, and she was around that age when she became mine, so I probably wouldn't be surprised when I finally saw her. There were likely changes in society that I had missed or new things that had come out recently. Not that I was particularly interested in non-shiny things or what humans decided to do with themselves. They had nothing to do with me. And if they tried to apply their things to me. May's excited voice pulled me from my thoughts, and I looked down at my pink-haired inventor. She had pulled her goggles down to protect her eyes from the wind whipping past us and was currently wiggling her phone at me. She announced that Himiko was going to meet us at our destination, along with a surprise. Her wide smile made me feel warm at her thoughtfulness in getting me a gift so soon after I had woken up, and it was nice to know that Himiko was in on it too. I really had chosen well when I decided to claim these two for my hoard. Who else could boast such good property? Aizawa's eyes snapped to the rat overlord of Yue, a feeling of dread washing over him, shared by everyone else attending the meeting. Nizu had just sneezed. In his entire tenure at Yue, Aizawa had never heard his boss sneeze. Not once. Just because Nizu's role within the school had changed didn't mean he wasn't still trained by the principal. One of those lessons was to be cautious of any unexpected changes in a person's behavior. Nizu may not be a person, but the lessons still applied. The indeterminate mammal rubbed his nose with a slightly befuddled look, adding to Aizawa's list of concerns. He couldn't do much about most of what was on that list, but he would keep an eye on Nizu for a while to ensure he hadn't been replaced or controlled. While I flew, May talked about how, since both she and Himiko didn't have parents, they decided to change their last names to reflect their status as mine instead. So, instead of May Hatsum and Himiko Toga, they were now May and Himiko Emerald. Though Himiko liked to use her former family name during villain activities as a final ongoing statement to those who were supposed to care for her, which I could absolutely support, even though associating my new life with those people would leave a bad taste in my mouth. I had to think back for a moment. I didn't remember May being parentless. Then again, we hadn't really talked much before I went to sleep, so I guessed it just hadn't come up. There was a slight problem. Not with May or Himiko, but something else. When I woke up, I was aware of each part of my hoard, which obviously included the sapient part of it. May gave off a strong feeling of belonging to my hoard, as did another feeling that was slowly but steadily traveling toward what I assumed was the buffet. Both of those were fine, and I was glad they had such strong ties to me and their place in my hoard. The problem was that I had to drag myself to a stop in the air because I felt three much weaker parts of my hoard below me. They were stronger than the vague sense of who I could only assume was Jiren, since I had only given him a single-use calling card and not made him an actual part of my hoard. For him, I was only getting a direction, but these three? I was getting a feeling from them. And that feeling was making me mad. Someone was threatening what was mine. It didn't matter if I knew what of mine was under threat, just that it was. How dare they? I growled as I turned myself around to face straight down, wrapping my wings around May as we plummeted from the sky on a direct course for where the feeling was coming from. It took a couple of minutes, given that I had been flying high enough that even flying heroes would have had trouble seeing us, but eventually I spotted people among the city below. The damaged buildings and bodies of both heroes and villains scattered across the streets, a clear battlefield. I ignored all of that in exchange for where my feeling was coming from, as well as the sounds of battle coming from another part of the city. My focus rested on a person 5 meters tall with the bottom half of a snake and 4 weapon-wielding arms towering over a group of teens I recognized. My eyes narrowed and my lips pulled back in a snarl at the sight of them. The boy with wild purple hair lay on the ground, large bruises coloring his unconscious form. The girl with bob-cut black hair stood over him, a broken staff held defensively in one hand. Her other arm was clearly broken, the bone visible, but neither the glare in her eyes nor the determination on her lips faltered in the face of her foe. Standing by her side was a violet-haired girl with jacks extending from her ears toward a large rolling speaker and the guitar in her hands. Her glare was no less fierce, and the blood smeared across her face only added to the intensity of her shout as she slammed the chords on her instrument, forcing enough power from the speaker that it tore itself apart. The lamia-like being flinched back, which her partner took advantage of to use her quirk and make her weapon expand, the sharp broken end shooting into the lamia's shoulder and drawing a cry of pain from it. Her only mistake? She should have aimed for the head. The villain dropped one of their weapons, a large metal club, and seized the staff to prevent her from pulling it out before slicing through its length with a sword-wielding hand. The girl stumbled, her quirk deactivating as the remnants of her weapon fell from her grasp. With their prey now seemingly defenseless, the villain lunged forward like a striking serpent, closing in on the guitar girl. Before the villain could reach her, another figure charged in, claws digging into their back as they collided with the ground. In an instant, the attackers seized the opportunity, their claws gripping the villain's skull with fierce determination. A powerful roar erupted as they pulled, the force of their action sending shockwaves through the area. The villain's body thrashed, the impact shaking the street and causing cracks to spread across the pavement. However, the attacker remained focused on their horde. After such a long time apart, a greeting was in order. They turned to Kyoka and Yui, a fierce grin on their face as they took in their shocked expressions. They acknowledged them with a sense of pride, recognizing their bond. It had indeed been a long time. Kyoka lamented within the safety of her mind that she was not nearly high enough to deal with the current situation. She had never taken any drags before, but she firmly believed that this insignificant detail did not lessen her assessment of the circumstances. The three of them were at least aware that Izumi was still alive after encountering Emerald back at the beach, which was confirmed when she showed them the video of her sending All Might soaring into the sky. Emerald explained that she had essentially gone into hibernation for a complicated reason, but Kyoka lost track of the details, and the others were not much better. They were frustrated by Emerald's refusal to disclose her location, citing that they were not proper property, whatever that meant, but they had no choice but to accept it. They spent the day discussing Izumi at a nearby cafe, which only attracted customers because Emerald had created an air purifier that kept the beach's unpleasant odor at bay. All Might never showed up for their training, and they later learned that after not finding them at the beach entrance, he had wandered through the piles of garbage, accidentally triggering a trap that launched him into the distance above the ocean. In a panic, he called in aquatic heroes to search the area, fearing they had been launched into the ocean as well. Emerald was indeed a force to be reckoned with. The trio talked extensively about Izumi, how her power had developed, why she had not tried to contact them or her mother, and what had prompted her to send All Might flying into another city. They figured that, knowing All Might, it was probably justified, so they did not dwell on that too much. Instead, they wondered about their inevitable reunion, what they would say, and how the situation would unfold. Alarmingly, Yui accurately predicted that Izumi would appear before them covered in the remnants of her enemies. Thankfully, she did not foresee what would happen next, or they would have had to question whether she possessed a second quirk related to foresight. After landing on the leader of a foreign villain organization and defeating him, Izumi consumed the remains and effortlessly tossed the body into the air, incinerating it. The force of her wings created a gust that made Kyoka stumble back, scattering the ashes so thoroughly that no one would be able to confirm the villain's demise without the blood splatters left on the ground. Izumi then unleashed a torrent of fire hot enough to melt the road, erasing any trace of the villain's presence in the area. Kyoka felt a strange awakening within her, but she decided to keep her feelings about Izumi's fierce nature to herself. Afterward, Izumi healed their injuries with an unexpected method, which caused Kyoka to abandon her questions about the bizarre situation. They soon woke Hitoshi, and the five of them left to grab a bite to eat. Kyoka was unsure when Emerald had joined them, but she chose not to question it. It was better for her sanity. She briefly felt a flicker of sympathy for Detective Tsukachi, who had to deal with her and her friend's antics. Perhaps she should send him a gift basket, though she knew it would only put him on edge for weeks, worrying about what the trio had been up to. At this point, they were all waiting outside a buffet that catered to those with carnivorous quirks, anticipating one more person while trying to ignore the fact that Izumi was completely naked and looked stunning. Kyoka couldn't help but steal glances at her, attempting to appear nonchalant while leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. Izumi's hair was as wild as it had been in their childhood, but the two horns rising from her head were new. The most striking difference was her lack of clothing, which she seemed entirely unconcerned about. In their younger days, Izumi had been shy and awkward, never able to display herself so boldly. Kyoka couldn't help but notice how Izumi looked like she had stepped out of a magazine, appearing much older than her actual age. The curves and confidence Izumi exuded made Kyoka feel a pang of envy. She wished for a figure like that, longing to walk into a clothing store and declare she needed a bigger size, or even a bra at all. Just as Kyoka was lost in her thoughts, the awkward silence that had enveloped them was broken. A blonde girl with twin buns dropped from a streetlight in front of them, exclaiming in surprise. The trio jumped, but Emerald and Izumi seemed unfazed, indicating they had anticipated her arrival. The scaled girl tilted her head, acknowledging the newcomer. "Is there something wrong, Himiko?" The blonde's eye twitched as she pointed at Izumi, expressing her frustration. "Why do you look like that?" Kyoka felt a sense of relief. She had worried that her feelings about Izumi's appearance might have been unreasonable since no one else had commented. It was reassuring to see that she wasn't alone in her thoughts. A quick glance around confirmed that both Hitoshi and Yui also found Izumi's appearance unusual. The only ones who seemed puzzled by Himiko's remark were Izumi herself and Emerald. Izumi, with a bemused expression, asked if there was something wrong with her appearance, receiving a shrug from Emerald in response. Emerald admitted she had no idea, stating that she didn't think there was anything wrong with how Izumi presented herself. Himiko, however, insisted that while Izumi should have worn something more appropriate, that wasn't the core of her concern. She gestured at Izumi's overall look, clearly frustrated. "Why do you look like a pervert's fantasy come to life?" Izumi, still confused, looked down at herself before returning her gaze to Himiko. "I don't know. Aren't perverts those people who want to steal little girls? But I'm not little." The character happily enjoyed another thick steak, cooked perfectly between rare and medium and seasoned just right. They were relieved not to have to deal with the person at the desk who had hesitated to let them eat due to the blood on them. It wasn't from anyone important, after all, just the aftermath of a recent battle. Thankfully, the manager had intervened. The character mused that the desk worker might have made a decent appetizer, but compromises were necessary. After washing down the bite with a cup of soda, the character glanced at the first members of their group. They cleared some plates and bowls from the table next to them, revealing the slack-jawed faces of their companions. The character smiled, wondering why they flinched. Perhaps it was their first time encountering someone with such strength. They posed a question, expecting curiosity from the trio. Shinso gave a nonchalant look, indicating he had no questions about the character's apparent resurrection, scales, wings, strength, or their unusual appetite. He took a sip of his drink, making a loud popping noise as he released the straw, clearly uninterested. The character shrugged, returning to their meal, ignoring the strangled noise that escaped Shinso's throat as they devoured another quarter of the steak. Himiko sighed, rubbing her temple in mild frustration. Izumi, the character, was aware of the sarcasm in Himiko's voice, attributing her tiredness to the lengthy explanation she had given about her knife-throwing antics. It was understandable, just like sarcasm itself. They proudly shared their experience of having an information broker under their protection when they first awakened as a dragon, claiming to have become adept at recognizing sarcasm. Jiro commented on their wisdom, teasingly calling them the most intelligent person at the table. The character blushed at the compliment, stuffing more steak into their mouth to avoid any embarrassing responses. It felt nice to be regarded so highly even after such a short reunion. As the conversation continued, Himiko had been sharing something with the others while Mei focused on building a structure with the cleared plates and utensils, muttering about proving her intelligence. The character, curious, asked what they were discussing. Himiko beamed, explaining that the character's strength and beauty made them the most respectable one present. The character felt their face heat up, suppressing the urge to let out a puff of flame. Himiko's expression conveyed pride in their strength, which was a source of respect in modern society, especially for a dragon. Suddenly, Kodai tapped the character on the head with a food knife, having used her quirk to alter its size. The character clapped their hands together, startling everyone except Mei, who continued her work. They expressed joy at how well their friends had kept up with the training they had suggested. Kodai acknowledged their friendship, stating that the character's ideas had helped them grow their quirks significantly. Jiro and Shinso chimed in, acknowledging the accuracy of the character's guidance, which had pointed them in the right direction. Shinso mentioned that he could now take control without needing to phrase it as a question, making it harder for people to resist. He revealed that he could alter memories, albeit only for a short time. The character celebrated this revelation, excited that Shinso's quirk was called brainwash rather than mind control. They were curious about how he had kept the activation requirements hidden, to which he smirked, explaining his strategy of creating confusion before taking control. As they laughed together, the character noticed someone at the front desk they hadn't expected to see so soon. Their smile widened into a sharp-toothed grin as they half stood and waved, calling out to Hawks to join them and meet their group. The red-winged newcomer looked over his shoulder before approaching, his feathers puffed up, making his wings appear soft. The character wondered if he would mind if they asked to pet them, confident in their friendship. They had flown together a couple of times, at least. The protagonist pulled Hawks down into the seat that Mei had vacated on their left, likely to gather supplies for her latest invention. They waved at their personal waiter and ordered several plates of wings, herb, barbecue, and lemon. The waiter glanced between the protagonist and Hawks for a moment before rushing to the kitchen to fulfill the order. The staff at this place were exceptional at their jobs, and the protagonist made a mental note to ensure the day be left a generous tip. Jiro, sitting nearby, expressed disbelief at Hawks' status as the number 3 hero. The protagonist blinked in surprise before turning to Hawks, who seemed captivated by the collection of items they had gathered, despite not actively seeking them out. It dawned on the protagonist that Hawks was indeed ranked 3rd. The protagonist asked Hawks about his ranking, surprised to learn he was new to the hero scene. They recalled how Hawks had panicked when Mei had been thrown at him. Mei, from the next table, chimed in, recalling the incident with enthusiasm. She was busy creating a contraption with utensils, which shot out from between plates. Her excitement was palpable as she explained her motivation for inventing hover shoes, noting that her jetpack wasn't very useful if someone decided to throw her into the air. The protagonist smiled at Mei, smoke escaping from the corners of their mouth, and playfully questioned what they could have possibly been embarrassed about at that moment. Mei shivered, though there was no reason for her to be cold, and when the protagonist considered offering warmth, she interrupted, claiming not to remember anything about the incident. The protagonist tapped their chin thoughtfully, trying to recall their previous conversation. Jiro suggested they discuss how the protagonist knew the number 3 hero. The protagonist waved their hand dismissively and recounted how they had created a volcano, prompting Hawks and a team of water-based heroes to arrive. After extinguishing the fire, they had shared a meal and enjoyed a race afterward. Hawks quickly clarified that it was not what it seemed, insisting that they had only come to put out the fire and then had a friendly race afterward. The protagonists tilted their head, curious about what others might be thinking, but Hawks avoided the question, focusing instead on the waiter who was bringing out the food. The protagonist, noticing the others' interest in the food, felt a bit left out and grumbled to themselves before remembering they needed to update everyone's marks. Just as they reached out, the waiter placed a platter of lemon pepper wings in front of them, and they eagerly began to eat. They noted that Hawks and the others would eventually introduce themselves, as it seemed everyone had heard of the number 3 hero, except for Himiko and Mei, who had already met him. Listening to their explanations, the protagonist was taken aback when they learned they had been sleep flying. They couldn't recall ever having issues during sleep before, and it seemed odd that no one had mentioned it earlier. Hawks remarked that Endeavor had been foolish, which the protagonist found to be a reasonable conclusion. Given Endeavor's reputation, it was no surprise he would do something reckless in an attempt to outshine All Might. The protagonist ignored the incredulous glares from the others, content to finish their platter. A glance revealed that Hawks had made significant progress on his herb and garlic wings, while the others had barely touched their barbecue platter. The protagonist claimed it for themselves, ensuring the accompanying ranch dressing was put to good use. Himiko wondered aloud where the protagonist was putting all the food, and the protagonist raised a wing in salute, joking that it went straight to their flames. They continued to chat, and Hawks eventually slipped away after finishing his platter, promising to meet up for a flight another day. The protagonist noted his worried expression as he left, but figured if it were important, someone would mention it. After several hours of catching up on each other's lives, sharing plans for hero courses in high school, and discussing the perks of being a dragon, the protagonist remembered they needed to update everyone's marks. The group reluctantly handed over their items, confident in the protagonist's control over their flames. Starting with Shinso's mark, the protagonist pulled a scale from their chest and breathed a small flame onto the hairpin, making it malleable enough to work with. They carefully slid the scale into the metal, folding the gold edges over to secure it in place, and lightly brushed their scaled fingers along its length, imprinting the pattern as it cooled. The character nodded in satisfaction and placed the crafted items on the table, allowing them to cool before turning to Jiro and Kodai. While the work on Jiro's piece was less elaborate than Shinso's, it was carefully shaped to completely encase the scale in gold, sealing it tightly. Kodai's piece was the simplest to embellish, needing only to fit comfortably around her wrist. The character decided to add a touch of flair, using claws to carve the gold into a design reminiscent of their tail, with a scale adorning the tip. Taking a moment to admire the finished pieces, a sense of pride washed over them. Creating these items felt rewarding, especially as a way to signify their bond with the trio. With a playful smile, they observed the trio's astonished expressions at their new marks. It was amusing to see the deep blush spread across their faces, prompting a light-hearted laugh. The character then offered to present their calling cards, eager to continue the moment. The joy of a good day filled the air as she flew back to her lair alone, with Mei occupied in the city and Himiko returning to her territory. She reflected on the day, pleased with the abundance of food, the removal of a threat to her horde, and the reunion with the first of her horde, ensuring they had their proper marks and calling cards. It was undeniably a good day. She was careful not to utter the words that could tempt fate, opting instead to keep her thoughts to herself as she approached her lair. However, the moment she neared her home, an unfamiliar scent invaded her senses. It was not human, it was far too strong for that. No, this scent was distinctly draconic. A dragon had entered her territory. The intrusion ignited a surge of anger within her, and without a second thought, she transformed into her full draconic form, driven by the instinct to confront this interloper. She landed forcefully at the entrance of her lair, her fury momentarily tempered by the sight of a small figure calmly leaning against the wall, arms crossed. Yet her rage still simmered beneath the surface. With a fierce roar, she unleashed a torrent of emerald flames, the heat intense enough to melt the stone around her. She held the flames for several moments, determined to teach this intruder a lesson. But when she finally ceased her attack, the other dragon remained unharmed, standing firmly in the molten stone that had formed around her. The intruder raised an unimpressed eyebrow and spoke in a childish voice, commenting on her apparent youth. The realization struck her hard. This dragon was far older and more powerful than she had anticipated. Despite her initial bravado, she felt the weight of her own vulnerability. As she lowered her head in a gesture of deference, she shifted back to her humanoid form to communicate more easily. A small sense of satisfaction arose as she noted her height advantage, even if the other dragon was still a child in appearance. The elder dragon's gaze turned sharp, causing her to instinctively shrink back, a habit she thought she had overcome. But she quickly straightened, reminding herself of her strength. She was no longer weak, she was strong. The elder's expression softened, and she sighed, inquiring about her age and when she had awakened. The response came hesitantly, her voice cracking as she revealed her age. She had been 9 when she awakened and had slept for 2 years, making her 14 now. Frustration bubbled within her as she stumbled over her words, a reminder of her insecurities. The elder dragon regarded her with pity, a feeling she despised. She had endured enough of that look from others in the past. Only her horde had seen her with kindness and understanding. The pity from this dragon stung deeply. As the elder approached, she instinctively stepped back but forced herself to move forward, determined to stand her ground. She was not afraid, she was strong. Yet, the closer the elder got, the more imposing she seemed, igniting a flicker of fear within her. When the elder wrapped her arms around her in a hug, she felt the tears of frustration welling up. Why did this dragon have to show up? She would have preferred to remain blissfully unaware of her own weaknesses compared to others of her kind. She had relished her strength over humans, feeling untouchable. But now, with this elder dragon present, she was painfully aware of her own limitations. Haley Long, the eldest dragon, felt a pang of guilt for how she had chosen to meet the newest member of her race. She had anticipated a fierce confrontation upon the newborn's return, expecting the rightful fury of a dragon defending its home. Instead, she had encountered a torrent of emotions in the flames directed at her, filled with rage and a fierce desire to protect. What she didn't expect was for both emotions to be vastly overpowered by a different one. The newborn's flames were filled with fear from the moment they first flowed, and despair by the time she cut them off. Despite her feelings, she snapped at the newborn when she compared their sizes. This was a recurring annoyance whenever she met a female newborn, and even though she understood that their humanoid forms could change at a dragon's whim, it still irritated her. This particular newborn certainly could have done without that, given what happened next. All it took was a glare before the newborn's form began to shift, slowly becoming smaller, a sign of a dragon subconsciously adjusting. When she learned the newborn's age, her heart broke for her. A dragon could only fully awaken after abandoning their humanity, but that was not the only requirement, nor was it an easy task. Even she had only abandoned her humanity after her 100th birthday. The event that triggered her transformation ignited her immense hatred for humanity, a feeling that had only intensified over the last 200 years since the emergence of quirks. Every dragon that had awakened after her had done so no earlier than the age of 50, with the oldest being 69. Simply abandoning humanity was not enough for a complete awakening. To fully awaken, a dragon must not only discard their humanity but also reject the notion that they are the same as humans. They must see themselves as an entirely different species, thinking to themselves, "I am not one of them, I refuse to be one of them." If things were as simple as most hoped, this feeling would only be experienced by those who witnessed the horrors humanity inflicted upon one another and felt only disgust, relieved that they would never engage in such casual cruelty. However, as quirks gained prominence, she discovered the opposite could also be true. After speaking with 2 of the newborns, she came to a realization. To fully awaken, one could also feel that they are less or, much more rarely, more than human. The 2 she had met before had grown up during a time when those with quirks were favored, leading to the persecution of those without. They had witnessed their families suffer for the crime of having living relatives who were not blessed in the same way. Filled with rage, they were taught to believe they were less than human, and their flames of resentment burned brighter. They fully accepted that being human was synonymous with having a quirk, and to lack one was to be less than human. They embraced this identity and took pride in being less than human. They awakened, showing the world the fury of those deemed less than human. She had to confront them to stop their indiscriminate destruction. While she harbored no love for humans and despised them passionately, she maintained her disdain within her own territory. These 2 would have reduced the world to ashes, laughing even as they were consumed by the flames. Now they had calmed, but they refused the world that had rejected them. They isolated themselves, doing the bare minimum to survive, showing no interest beyond the sanctuaries they formed in the wildest parts of the world, far from human reach. She had come here with two expectations: a monster in dragon form wishing to wreak havoc on the world, cunning and eager to manipulate the organization meant to appease dragons in a futile effort to protect humanity from their wrath. In that case, she would have been prepared to fight, to carve a lesson into their scales. The other possibility was a naive fool who blindly trusted their former selves, unable to believe that those who claimed to help dragons could harbor ill intentions. Instead, she found herself holding what was currently wrapped in her arms, a child sobbing into her dress. The newborn she had come to meet was neither a vicious being seeking revenge nor an innocent caught in a moment of awakening. No, the appearance the newborn had reverted to was a perfect reflection of her true self. The newborn, Haley Long, whom she had come to educate in Japan, was nothing more than a terrified child, desperate for the safety she should have been promised, that she was owed, yet had been denied. Haley Long held the crying child, smaller than even herself, and lamented that she had shattered the illusion of security in the worst way possible. The older girl looked at me with a hint of amusement in her eyes and asked if I was feeling better. I blushed and turned away, trying to ignore how nice it felt to be hand-fed in her lap while she gently petted my head. It was calming, but still embarrassing, especially since she continued even after I returned to my normal size. I mumbled a response under my breath, too intimidated by her strength to voice my discomfort directly. Despite my embarrassment, I appreciated her concern. It was just a little awkward since she was smaller than me. Curiosity got the better of me, and I asked who she was and how she had caused my shrinking. Information was what I needed, especially to learn more about myself. She smirked knowingly but answered, introducing herself as Haley Long, the current eldest dragon. She raised an eyebrow at me and explained that only dragons could change their own forms. I felt a flush of realization. I was the one who had made myself small. The title Eldest Dragon intrigued me. I introduced myself as Izumi, the Emerald Dragon, and instinctively tilted my head to bare my neck to her, feeling it was the right gesture. I asked her what it meant to be the eldest dragon. Haley shrugged, kicking her feet on the couch in my game room. She explained that it meant she was the oldest dragon on the planet, responsible for caring for and guiding younger dragons. This included helping with territories, moving lairs, and mediating disputes. She also mentioned her role in educating us about our kind. I nodded, acknowledging her words, and she continued, explaining our history. She began with tales of a time before quirks and even humans, when magic was abundant in everything around us. I wanted to scoff at the idea, but her serious demeanor made me hold back, not wanting to provoke her. Haley described how magic faded as humanity distanced itself from nature, viewing the planet merely as a resource. As magic diminished in human cities, it led to mutations in nature, resulting in the creation of magical creatures. When humans encroached on their habitats, these creatures fought back, and humanity faced a significant defeat. Her voice turned cold as she recounted the past, revealing how history was rewritten to hide the truth of that time, now referred to as the Dark Ages. She chuckled darkly, commenting on humanity's reluctance to admit their failures. However, she noted that magic always found balance, leading to the birth of exceptional humans who were stronger and smarter than others. Haley paced in front of me, her agitation palpable as she explained how some of these humans chose war over peace with magical beings. They forced magical creatures into hiding, believing they had eradicated them. But with the onset of the Industrial Revolution, magic returned to humanity. She sighed, her shoulders slumping as she reflected on the absence of guidance for those who could wield magic. Many had lived fulfilling lives, but the old order of warmongers had not vanished. They resurfaced, forming cells dedicated to hunting magical beings. She asked if I had heard of Jack the Ripper, and I nodded, recognizing the infamous name that had endured through the ages despite the loss of so much information during the Quirk Wars. He had been the leader of one of those cells. But unlike the others, he recognized the magic his foes wielded and resolved to combat it with magic of his own. Her expression grew more serious. The women he had harmed were part of a ritual intended to grant him immortality, allowing him to continue his relentless pursuit of magical beings. Curiosity got the better of me, and I asked what had happened, my stomach churning at the thought of such a person still existing today. I felt a wave of relief when her lips curled into a small, amused smile. The other factions learned of his intentions and deemed him worse than the magical beings they faced. The smile faded. He decimated 3 factions, hundreds of hunters, before forcing the magic he had accumulated from his sacrifices to overwhelm his body, resulting in Mount Everest claiming its title as the world's tallest mountain. Its only rival was reduced to less than half its size, and the factions had to invest years of effort to convince the world that it had always been that way. I swallowed hard, imagining the display of power that must have been unleashed during that confrontation. If the mountain had once rivaled Everest and was now diminished, I was grateful not to have been born in that era. After a brief pause, she continued. With the factions diminished to mere shadows of their former selves, it was decided they would merge into a single group to prevent any of their own from being tempted by magic again. She locked eyes with me, and the intense loathing and hatred in her gaze were directed elsewhere, allowing me to remain steady. They called themselves the Hunts Clan, and they hunted anything that showed even a hint of magic, as well as any humans who stood in their way. I couldn't help but snort at the irony. Their loyalty to fellow humans seemed non-existent. She acknowledged my dark humor with a similarly grim chuckle before moving on. They excelled at their mission. The few magical beings who dared to reveal themselves were swiftly hunted down. Yet, just as magic had given rise to hunters, it had also gifted magical beings with dragons. The awe and respect in her voice made me sit up straighter, pride swelling within me at the thought of sharing a lineage with such powerful beings. Dragons were the protectors of magical beings, ensuring their survival and maintaining the presence of magic outside of humanity. They did everything possible to prevent either side from needing to be granted a boon again. However, she deflated, returning to the couch with a heavy sigh, the weight of her next words evident. Eventually, their efforts fell short, all because of him. The venom in her voice when she spoke his name made it clear that all the crimes and atrocities humanity had ever committed could be traced back to this one individual. The huntsman was born with what is now known as the mark of a dragon slayer. He made it his mission to eradicate magic and held a personal vendetta against dragons. Under his leadership, the number of magical beings dwindled rapidly, and many dragons were lost after he trained a significant number of dragon slayers. She closed her eyes as if the memories pained her. He gathered all 13 pieces of an artifact known as the Crystal Skulls, which granted him the power to make a single wish. My brother and his friends managed to stop him before he could wish for the end of magic, and everyone believed that with the sacrifice of one of his friends, the huntsman's threat had been eliminated for good. She looked at me with weary eyes. It was only years later, after quirks emerged and decades after the hunt ended, that we discovered the threat had not truly vanished. By then it was far too late. Nearly every magical being was gone, leaving only my brother and me. Her fingers curled into claws, digging into the couch as she recalled the past. The huntsman reveled in his accomplishments, leading those he had recruited to form a new Hunts clan. He deceived them into believing they were hunting the first individuals with quirks, not magical beings. She shook her head sadly. What he failed to realize was that with magical beings nearly extinct, magic had no choice but to shift once again, this time to humans. Unlike the magical beings who had previously received magic's boon, humans had not adapted to its presence, resulting in a much larger scale of mutation. Leaning forward with her elbows on her knees, she explained that quirks were not a natural evolution for humans but an artificial adaptation to accommodate the sudden influx of magic. She offered me a sad smile. Those of us who had already been granted the boons of magic were less affected, as we were capable of holding magic within ourselves. However, with only one original magical being left, a single dragon, a more significant change had to occur to prevent humans from being overwhelmed by the magic they were forced to contain. This meant that dragons were no longer just protectors. She leaned back, staring at the ceiling, leaving me on the edge of my seat. As the only dragon, she felt the change immediately. Though one individual came to her aid, magic transformed what it meant to be a dragon. Once it was complete, she revealed her fangs, a hint of madness flickering in her once clear eyes. She made sure to show those who underestimated dragons what their new role entailed. I swallowed, my throat dry, and asked what that meant. Dragons were now sources of magic. Magic could no longer be contained within nature or humanity, but dragons? Magic had created us with more power than any other, and now we ensured that the world did not succumb to an excess of magic. She grinned at me with a sardonic twist. Dragons had once been the protectors of magical beings. Now, they were the reservoirs and guardians of magic itself, and thus, of the world. May Hatsum hummed to herself as she finished packing up the last of her creations, a bright smile on her face. After ensuring everything was secure and had only a minimal chance of malfunctioning, she zipped up the bag and picked it up, turning toward the open window. The pink dreadlocked girl took a deep breath of fresh air before raising the bag above her head with both hands and tossing it out the window with enough force that her feet momentarily left the ground. Once she was back on solid ground, she listened and laughed as she heard the person helping her complain loudly enough for her to hear from her room on the second floor. There were no expletives, though, so she decided she would have to work harder next time. Taking one last look around the bare room that had once been filled with all her creations, she felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. She had lived there her entire life, and now she was finally leaving it behind, never to return. May Hatsum had always been fascinated by how things worked. When her quirk manifested, her parents had her tested to determine if Zoom was merely a secondary aspect or a mutation. The results confirmed that, aside from a slight modification to her synapses that allowed her to process more information, Zoom was indeed her only quirk. Her parents, of course, were proud of her, regardless of her quirk. They were not surprised, considering they both had eye-based quirks themselves. After reassuring their daughter that they were not disappointed, they decided to treat her. For most kids, a treat might be ice cream, a favorite restaurant, or a movie. But when her parents told her she could have whatever she wanted, May immediately requested something they half expected but were still surprised by. "I want an engineering kit," she declared. In an age dominated by quirks, many of which enhanced mental or physical abilities, companies had expanded the range of toys available to children. Science kits, cooking kits, and art kits had evolved into physical training kits, computer kits, and, of course, engineering kits. Even without an intelligence quirk, May's parents recognized her intelligence. They thought nothing of granting her request, believing it would be harmless and that she would be responsible with it. They figured that with her evident smarts, it would likely aid her future career. What they failed to consider was that she was a clever and curious child. Just 3 days after receiving the kit, they rushed into the kitchen, drawn by the sound of an explosion and a plume of black smoke. There stood their daughter, grinning brightly, covered from head to toe in soot. In that moment, they began to question whether this had been a good idea. This was a question May would continue to make them ponder for the next 9 years. Abruptly pulled from her thoughts by the sound of something crashing to the floor downstairs, May sighed and headed out the door, making sure to grab one of her creations from its hook on the way. If anyone ever asked her the name of this particular creation, she would lovingly reply that she called it, "Leave Me Alone." It resembled an extendable nightstick, with a handle made of black rubber, while the rest of the rod remained compressed until she activated it. In a world where many possessed quirks, most people would likely laugh at the sight of a nightstick, showing little concern for its presence.